Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble mind. Unscramble mind.
Happy Saturday, everybody. Daughter of the Sea here.
Hello.
This is Nisha.
Hi, how are you?
We all over the place. Go ahead, Niche. Introduce.
This is Nisha. Thank y'all for coming.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Y'all know me. I'm Sister Freedom, Big Mama.
Happy Saturday, everyone. It's Dulcinea.
Hi, and I am Goddess Akasha. And I run the page Black Polyandry. So many of you may know me as that.
Yeah, so we have I don't know if I really don't even know if our audience is aware of you or not, but we invited her on and it's a Saturday night. So it's definitely fitting because her perspective and like her view just on, I guess, like maybe restoring or healing. I'll let you explain that more, but the way to do it is through worshiping the melanated woman. So we want to get into it. And yeah, I'll land my plane there and just let you take off. That means
Where would you like me to start? Where would you like me to start?
like what is the platform about? Explain what polyandry is about, what that, what your platform is. Yeah, we can start there.
Okay. Well, I started a platform to teach what polyandry was. And I thought it was necessary because while we are, as melanated people, coming into the new paradigm of open relationships, open relating, polyamory, whatever it may be, ethical non-monogamy, we are trying to navigate something that's new, especially with our standard, which has been set by society to be monogamy and monogamy only. So as we navigate outside of that, there has to be platforms for us to kind of understand what the options are, what they mean, and what implications it has on our individual lives and us as a community as a whole. So I basically started a page and a Facebook group based on Black polyandry. So the platform is basically focused on why we should practice polyandry and how it can actually help us in today's plight. So all of the things that we are faced, in this society, all the obstacles that we come across, all the systematic oppression that we come across, I feel like polyandry is one of those things where we can start to take a stand and actually take our power back as a people. And we can do it by creating dynamic and strong families, something where we're at a disadvantage if it's just one man and one woman, right? And while there is so many different options of dynamics, I feel like polyandry is the one that actually builds us and creates the strongest foundation for a nation to rebuild itself, to become independent and not dependent on our pressure for everything, right? So many people are confused, or they have misunderstanding of what polyandry is. So it is the custom, it's a polygamous custom. So it's the custom where one person has many spouses. It is not an open relationship where everybody can do whatever they want to do. It's more about a woman having multiple husbands who share her exclusively, and that is the basis of what polyandry is and what I basically teach for the Black community.
Okay, okay. This sounds a little different.
Yes.
So
It's very different. It's very different. Yes, absolutely.
laying back and I'm getting massaged and I'm getting played with and it sound like two husbands. Somebody feeding me and somebody scratching my back. And
Yes, all of that. All of that. It has all of those benefits.
so, but let me ask you this:
Mhm,
just like it's not legal to have two wives, it's not legal to
mhm.
have two
Right.
husbands.
Right. It is the same because it is a form of polygamy. So any form of having multiple spouses is illegal in this particular country, right? Polygamy was outlawed in many countries all over the world in the 1980s or the 1960s. So that means before that it was legal everywhere. You know what I mean? So um unless you are Mormon,
Well,
um
right, I was going to say that, except for religious situations. But let me ask
right.
you: now one of the reasons was envy because it causes competition in the relationships. That's one of the reasons why they stopped it because it was causing competition, which was causing, you know, fight. I guess fights in a relationship, so it was unhealthy or whatever. So, do you find in those type of relationships that the men are fighting each other over the woman more so than the other way around?
Um, well, I just want to make it clear why it was outlawed in the first place. It was really outlawed for people. Um, it's the Bigamy Act. It's really outlawed for people who wanted to manipulate. So if you had a spouse monogamously in this state and you decided to go to another state and then marry someone else without their knowing or consent, then that's what the act really supposedly protects people from, right? But polygamy is just thrown in there. You know what I mean? Because it's multiple spouses. um but just to answer your question, it's always going to be some sort of jealousy or fighting when people have things within them that they still have to work on. You know what I mean? Insecurities, because that's where jealousy comes from. It comes from insecurities. So there's no one, like polyandry works out better than, polygyny just because. No, it works in the same way. You know what I mean? Like jealousy is going to happen in any relationship if the person is insecure with themselves and they haven't worked out things with themselves. That's why therapy is important, right? Shadow work, journaling, all of that is important. And these things can come up in monogamous relationships as well. Just like you can go and your husband could be like, well, what about your work husband, that guy at your job that's always buying you lunch? There can be jealousy there as well. So yeah, men definitely get jealous, and from my experience, they definitely sync up the same way women do.
Mm,
Okay, so when one is getting on your nerves, they all get on your nerves at the same time.
that's true.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna let somebody else ask a question and save my next question. Niche, I don't know whose turn it would be.
It's Nisha's, but Nisha, were you there? Did you want to ask a question?
She might not be popped on altogether yet.
Well, yeah, so I'll ask a question. I know there was this guy, I think his name is Anthony Johnson, and he was really big in the polyandry community. I may not be getting his last name correct, but I know his first name is Anthony. And
Mm-hmm.
he was actually turned off completely of the community
Can you
because
hear me?
Oh yeah, we hear you now. Did you have a question?
I can't hear y'all. I'm gonna have to go out and come back in, so you could skip me for a second.
Okay. Well, about Anthony, he was completely turned off of the community because it got to a point where, you know, he was with a woman that he really cared about, and she would care about one man over him, and
See,
she was just kind of using him for the money and all this other stuff. And let's just be real, he was a little lame. He was a little weak for accepting it. So when it comes to the polyandry, is this something that you have to settle for weak men to get them to accept you being with another man?
I think that is a common misconception, but I'm glad that you asked. One thing that I get a lot of questions about, especially from men who desire this kind of relationship, they always ask me, will she lose respect for me? Will I be perceived this way? And the truth of the matter is that when you are in this kind of relationship, you have to be emotionally strong. You have to be mentally strong. You have to have courage. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm not talking about physical strength. I'm talking about mental strength. I'm talking about that type of strength where you have to believe in something so strongly that you would defend it till the end of your days. And it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks about your lifestyle and what you believe is true or how you wish to love. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like people in the LGBTQ community can relate in this particular way because, when it comes to your love style, it's attached to your identity. It's who you are. It's not really a choice. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you are naturally polyandrous as a man, you have to own that. You know what I mean? You have to own that, just like the woman has to own that, because you're not the only one who's going to be getting ridiculed and having to go through, being shamed by society. The women does as well, because she's going to be seen as a hoe or somebody who's loose, promiscuous. She don't have no respect for herself. She don't love herself. This, that. She's just a hoe. Like, you know what I mean? So it's a lot that comes with this kind of relationship. So if any man decides to get in this kind of relationship and they're worried about their place with that particular woman, like what place they hold, what role they play, they would have to establish that with her and not compare their relationship, their individual relationship with her and her individual relationship with another man, right? So that just comes with you having inner strength. And this just goes back to the insecurities I mentioned before and how you have to work on self continuously. So this is one of the main reasons why I think it's actually healthy for men to go through it, because it helps build character, it helps put them in uncomfortable situations where they have to deal with things they most likely wouldn't have to any other time. You know what I mean? Like, that's how growth happens once you are put in an uncomfortable situation where you have to face your own demons. So, yes.
Nisha, you came back yet?
Yeah, Nisha, I
Yeah,
was just gonna
I'm,
say, can you hear us and everything?
yeah, I think I can hear y'all now.
Okay.
Okay. So, what would peace sister? What would be the downfall of being in a polyandrous relationship? What are the cons
Downfall. What do you mean, for either the woman or the man? Because each experience is different.
for the woman?
Okay, I would say the downfall for the woman is the amount of responsibility that comes with managing different people.
mm,
You know what I mean? Because when you are getting in this kind of relationship, one thing that happens naturally is, first of all, you're in a relationship that is not normal, right? It's not normal. It's completely opposite of what society deems righteous, holy, or wholesome, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means you're going to have to deal with being the emotional support of different personalities, depending on how many men you have. The more men you have, the more they struggle with the relationship dynamic, the more pressure and responsibility it is on the woman to be able to handle that. So she has to have a lot of leadership skills to be in this kind of relationship.
Good, I get that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, that's a hard pill to swallow. Okay. And I'm up here laughing my little tail off as you talking because, anyway, another story for another day. But how realistic is it, like on a day-to-day? Like, how many do you know a lot of couples that are successful in this setup?
I personally don't know a lot of people, like, personally, like just around the way. What I do know is people doing what they want to do and not telling nobody.
Yeah.
It's a lot more common to just, not say nothing or be dishonest. And I'm trying to make sure we get to a place as a people where we can just keep it real. Like, you know what I mean? Keep it real with ourselves, with the people that we're relating with everybody.
So easy,
and
right?
it's just so much more grown when you could tell somebody, like, look, I like you and I like him. You do this for me, he does this for me. I'm not putting so much pressure on you to do every single thing for me, because that's unnatural and it's unfair. But he can do this very well and you just do this very well. And I like that.
Well, I ain't telling. No, I'm just playing. But now, in this situation, do they sleep in the same bed?
Okay, so this is actually when it's it depends on the person. It depends on the relationship. That's more personal. Like, you know what I mean? That's more personal. I always had my men separate, but I would prefer if they could come in the same bed. I got a king size for a reason, if you understand what I mean. But yeah. So yeah, but that's definitely a personal choice for each woman to make.
So you would rather them be in the same room with you?
Yeah. If I'm sleepy, I want to be able to cuddle this way and then turn around and cuddle the other way, like, with me in the middle, of course,
But you know what? That might be weirded out for two men. Men that are not in a certain way, they might feel some kind of way about that. So that No,
I feel you. I feel what you're saying.
I only want to know.
But let me ask you this, right? We're talking about heterosexual men, right?
And I ain't trying to see, and
we're talking about heterosexual men, right? Who may feel a way about this.
Would you be okay with bisexual men, or is this like strictly about heterosexual men?
It's really about heterosexual men. Traditional polyandry is always about heterosexual men sharing a wife. You know what I mean? Especially if we go back in the days where the men who shared a wife were related. You know what I mean? So yeah, absolutely. But I wanted to bring up this point that everyone thinks about how straight men may have a problem with being in the same room with another man. But one thing that a lot of straight men participate in is, threesomes, or running a train, as they call it, or gangbangs, as they call it. And it's not anything where they're uncomfortable with another man in the room performing or anything like that. So they do this on a regular.
I would have thought
they tag team with their friends all the time, and this is okay. The only reason why, the only thing that's different is that this other man would be someone you would see on a regular basis. That's the only difference. So yeah, it doesn't call for any heterosexual man to come out of his comfort zone at all.
That is so true. They will have, they'll have a threesome in a hotel room.
They do it all the time.
Yeah,
and they're happy about it. I actually had a
that's
conversation
interesting.
with my current husband, which I've had him for about 7 years now. And I asked him before he met me, because we definitely had this conversation before he met me, did he ever participate in that kind of situation? And he said yes. And I asked him, would he do it again? If that girl came back the next day and asked to do it again, would he do it again? He said yes. And I'm like, if she came back to you every day for the next year, would you do it again every single day for the next year? He said yes.
So have with him, the one you've been with for 7 years, have you had another man, another husband with him?
I'm
No, not a
giving
boy.
you guys an exclusive because this was a secret. Okay. This was a secret. But he did meet one of my other boyfriends at the time, which I was with him for about a year or so. And they gave me a great birthday. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
Good for you. Cheers,
No,
salud.
no, I'm just saying.
How else do you say it in another language?
Okay.
Shit, ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean,
But did
Yeah.
they know it? Did each one know it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, he was all right with it, and it's your man.
They were both my men at the same time. That's the thing. The only difference is that the men that I dated were long distance. So there's one that I live with, or what people call a nesting partner, right? And then the men that I dated outside of him were long distance. So we didn't have a situation where we all lived together. So anytime I spent time with another boyfriend, I would go and see him. You know what I mean? So that's just
And
how
some
we
men,
did
it
things.
might doesn't even bother them. Some men, it might not even bother them.
and you
Yeah,
would be surprised what men do for a woman. Like they'll say one thing, like they'll talk, but it's amazing what a man will do and what they will capitulate to
I'm hearing it.
or allow
You know I'm going to
when
ask you
they're
the
into. You
question.
understand what I'm saying, y'all?
You know I'm going to answer that
yeah.
question. What's your sign? If she take cancer, what's your sign?
Wait, what you say?
What's your sign?
I'm a Libra.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Libra, Sun, Sagittarius, Moon, all that. Yeah. So yeah, I'm very balanced.
But I was
I
balanced.
provide
Allegedly,
balance in their lives.
I thought I was a balance. I'm a Taurus, so I thought I was more balanced. But yeah,
No, she's the scales. She's the scales in the astrology. So yeah. Dulcie, you want to jump in? You better jump
I
in.
thought it was Nisha's turn. Nisha, did you say anything? Have a question?
hey Mimi.
No, I don't really have a question at this point.
Okay, so I'll put this back on the screen because I really do believe that this is what really happens for most people. I mean, like when we know men are doing
It's
those
very
traits,
true.
they're doing those things, but they're not doing it with their girlfriends. They're not doing it with their wives. They're doing it with a girl that they're going to discard up with and never talk to again. They're
Right.
You never even hear of them doing it with someone that they've been with for years and years and years. It's always
Hmm.
a past experience of someone that they never planned on being with long term. So when it
Right.
comes to this and you're trying to find another man, how do you navigate through a man just wanting that ego trip of being like, oh, I got to get that girl's wife, and not because usually those men don't care about women that they feel like aren't loyal, are promiscuous or anything like that. So they'll use them to have sex with them, but they don't necessarily feel like, oh, I can forge a real relationship with her, where I can really
Hmm.
care about her and love her. How do you navigate through that when you're looking for a second husband?
Well, that's actually a good question. You know, when it comes to the stigma that it comes, with navigating this kind of lifestyle, that is one of the challenges, is basically getting them to understand, which is why I started teaching, right? I had to, not only to help my own journey, but to help everybody's journey, because I know that this stigma is it's across the entire diaspora. You know what I mean? So I had to teach so that people can understand that when it comes to, looking at whether the women are loyal or whether they're promiscuous, just having multiple men doesn't really mean that she's promiscuous. Like, we basically vet and date and court in the same way as any other person would. Like, I personally do not get physical with anyone unless it's been like a year. You know what I mean? Like, I like to take my time to get to know the new man, to make sure we're aligned, to make sure we have, to make sure we're compatible, all of that. Like, you know what I mean? So it is a challenge when it comes to speaking to men and getting them out of the mindset that if she has another man, then all of a sudden you must look at her less than. You know what I mean? Because it's delusional to think that every woman that you're with never had anyone before you, to assume that she's a virgin. You know what I mean? Like, that's a weird psychosis that we learned from religion, this whole purity culture that's placed on the woman of how she's supposed to act, how she's supposed to have one man her entire life. And that's just unrealistic, and it's a big lie. So a lot of this relationship, what comes with the territory, is having to deprogram not only yourself, but also the men that you are dating. So it does come with a lot of responsibility, like I mentioned before. So yeah, you inherently become a teacher. You know what I mean? Like, you have to show them documentaries, you have to refer them to a couple of sources, a couple of, reports to let them know what this relationship is. This relationship is one that requires loyalty, because once she gets another boyfriend and it becomes a whole new serious relationship to where he becomes a husband as well, that's it. She's bound to them. That's it. You know what I mean? So it's the same. It has the same amount of seriousness, commitment, loyalty, respect. It comes with all of that, and everyone is treated equally.
I'm sorry, I didn't have a question at first, but I do now, because you threw me off when you said a year. So this is what I want to know. The year threw me off, because
that's
me
personally.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Mm-hmm. That's your year, right? But this is the thing. So you and him are aligned, y'all, the stars and the moon and all of that. Everything is everything. But then the wood ain't good. So now you done did all of this for a year, and now the wood ain't good. So what you do then? Please, inquiring minds would like to know that.
Well, I think that comes with anybody who feels they want to wait to be physical with somebody. But when it comes to me, according to vetting them and getting to know them, I would also have to know their size. I'm going to get a picture. You know what I mean? I have to see what tools you have. You know what I mean? For me to decide, because that comes with the package. You know what I mean? It comes with the package. And a lot of it, when it comes to intimacy, it has to do with our emotional connection, how I feel around you, what happens, how do I feel when you hold me, things like that. Like, so, and I'm a firm believer that even if someone is of a smaller variety, it's really about how you feel about them. There's an emotional component to sex. So we all know that the more in love we are with somebody, the better the sex feels. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's how I do with it. I don't have any restrictions on,
maybe not.
I think that may be true for some women. Maybe not every woman, but I think I know that has happened, and a lot of women can relate to that.
You're being very nice. You're being such a Libra right now. I tell you, you're being such a Libra girl.
Yeah. I am nice all the time.
I'm agreeing with you.
But I do listen. I think that it takes some people. You got to be real. I think, strong-minded to go into a situation like that because it's not typical. It's not
Mm-hmm.
no, it's not quote unquote average or normal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that especially since the dynamic is, it's the woman, and part of that is her being worshipped in a way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yes.
in that worshiping, how does that what is the reason for that? Like, why do you feel like that's an important component in this type of relationship?
Yeah, well, the worshiping is the probably the most important component because when we think about marriage, one comment I get a lot, one reaction to polyandry is the first thought that women come to is, "Oh no, I'm not doing it. That sounds like so much work," right?
I
Or
was
that sounds like
thinking
a
that,
huge
like,
headache.
for real. I was
You know
like,
what I mean?
yeah, that's a lot of
But
work.
guess what?
It's not?
The reason why we feel that way is because our ideology of marriage is based upon how we serve the man. You understand what I'm saying? So, because we have been living in this particular society, which has dictated to us that our worth is in how well we perform as a wife, and then that plays a part in our identity. You know what I mean? it it goes to show it would make sense from someone coming from that thought process that more than one man means double the work, triple the work, quadruple the work. You know what I mean? Because now I have to cook for all these people. Now I have to clean for all these people. Now, you know what I mean? But the once you have the goddess worship element, then it's not about how she performs or how she is in service to him. It's more so how the men, are in service to her.
Okay.
Because once you understand the divinity of the woman, who she is, then you can understand that her strength is in her spirituality, in her gifts, not in what
That's a
she can
beautiful
do
thing.
physically. You know
That
what I mean?
sounds beautiful. Like, that's
Yeah.
right. Worship. Get on your knees, nigga. Get on your knees, nigga. Like,
I'm
what we
trying to say
doing?
things a
Like,
nice
what we
way.
doing? Like, what we doing? Worship. Like, for real. Straight facts. Like, what we
Yeah, yeah.
doing?
I mean,
Kind
that's
of
what
work
it's
you
always been.
talking
That's what
about.
it has always been. Each man plays a role. Each man does something. You gotta understand. The masculine is the doer, right? He's the doer. He's the action aspect. So that means it's what he's supposed to do for her. He's supposed to prove his worthiness to be in a relationship or a marriage with her. And once he proves his worthiness, he has to maintain his duties and role with throughout the relationship. If he's a great cook, then he would be the one some cooking, you know what I mean? Of course they would take turns, but it's not on the woman to serve multiple men. That's not what that's not what polyandry is about. We're not going to take the patriarchal idea of marriage and then throw it in with a polyandry dynamic. No, once you transition to polyandry, you would also have to transition in your ideology and philosophy. That would have to also change
Well, I
to
do
go.
know these brothers of Unscrambled Minds in the chat that say, "Is she crazy?"
If
I
only they knew.
mean, you
If only they
know,
knew.
They probably
I
saying she done
I'm
lost her
being
ever
honest.
loving
I'm being a grown woman on a Saturday night. I'm right. Like, I'm chilling. I'm like, what? Right? We grown. Seriously though, like, how old are we? Right? There's nothing wrong with
right,
that. Like,
right.
intimacy. It's like, it's
nothing wrong
nothing.
with it, but can I'm going to ask my question.
Oh, okay.
I get to this question because I don't know if I should put my face out to ask this question or what. But what if one of them want to be with you that night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other one want to be with you that night, but you got tired out from that one want to be with you that night. Oh my
Um,
Lord. Let me just do this because I just do not. So, Lord, too man, I just can't think of it. Okay.
I better be smashing that like button.
no, that's a good question because the men that I dated were all long distance. I never really had that problem. Like that's a problem you get when all your men live with you, right? So with that, that's most definitely going to be a situation where a woman is going to have to figure out what she would like to do. I am most likely not going to be tired. I'm not going to be tired. Like, I'm sorry, but there's no way that I am worn out by one man. That doesn't happen. So, yeah.
I'm right with you.
Doesn't
there,
happen.
sis. I
It
agree.
doesn't happen.
I'm right with you.
Okay.
Like, I don't know about y'all, but every man feels like every man's experience to me feels incomplete.
Mm.
I mean, doesn't it to you? Because once they,
I just want to say, yeah, I know the brothers of Unscrambled Minds and of HOK and all them in there saying to myself, she ain't had me yet.
every man thinks that. Right? Every man thinks that. They're all, and you know what? I commend the confidence. You're supposed to be confident in what you can do.
Well, that is some New York shade. You just turned the out of all of them just now with that one comment. You just
I commend the confidence, but we have to be real here. We have to be real. If we want to look at statistics, right? Heterosexual women are not reaching orgasm. They're not.
Bringing out the data, y'all.
Each man
Bringing
is
out the
failing.
data. She's bringing the data out.
Each man is failing at their job, okay? Their job is to service the yoni, which that's why they have a penis or a phallus. They're supposed to service the yoni until she is satisfied, and they're all failing because they're not servicing her until she's satisfied. What they're doing is utilizing her body to satisfy themselves. That's why they come at 100% rate, and women are dissatisfied almost 95% of the time.
Mm-mm.
Come to Texas is all I gotta say. We don't experience that here.
Wait a minute.
I'm just speaking the truth. You know, it may hurt. I'm speaking the truth.
Be happy when you go home.
I'm just speaking the truth. You know what I mean? Like, every man can think he is the man, which is cool. You can feel how you want to feel. But the truth of the matter is you need help. You can't get the job done by yourself. And that's just the truth.
You think so?
I know so.
Wow. I'm just not trying to be smart, but what kind of man you dealing with?
Right? No, listen, let me tell you something. I have experience.
Are you saying that men aren't taking you to
I have
orgasm? They're not taking you to Pound Town?
Don't today, thank you.
Wait, I want to know. You're not going to Pound Town, girl? Explain it.
Let me tell you something, okay? I think in general, right? We as women are conditioned to know what sex is or what it's supposed to be, right? Since we're all used to something, we don't know any better. Okay? If we all had the opportunity to have multiple men in a worship session, then I think we would then know what being fully satisfied is.
Wait a minute, let me do Top Cats on her. Damn, girl, where you at?
I'll just
I go EB, so let's do an EB.
and I'm just saying, I'm in
I feel
New
like
York,
it gotta
right?
be Delaware.
I'm in New York. I only date black men. You know what I mean? Just to give you guys some context, I only date black men, so it's not like I'm dating any other races, right? And I'm in New York.
You dealing with black men, right?
Yes.
And they can't satisfy you.
Can I just say, of course, she would be from New York, giving this type of free game to y'all. Like, there's only certain places the best to ever do it. You know what I mean? Like, of course, she'll be from New York. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I'm just keeping it real. Like, you guys are telling me that you guys have that man that just satisfy you completely, so your whole body has an orgasm. Your whole body.
Well, when you say
I mean, I've had multiple and all this other stuff. I mean, and multiple men that have done it. Multiple men that have done it. That's why I'm like, when men don't know how to do it, no, the men know how to do it. They know how to do it. I don't know where you're finding the men that don't, but men know what they're doing if you find the right ones. They know what they
Uh-huh.
and how to do it and where to do it and make you come multiple times. And for multiple years.
She told you from New York.
Okay.
In
So
Texas, you know, everything a little bigger in
let's just
Texas, so it might be unfair.
let's just say I'm from another planet and I just always pick the wrong men. Let's just say that, right? Where did that stat come from of women not receiving orgasms in heterosexual relationships? I didn't make that
women.
up.
White women.
Huh?
White women.
White women? Really?
Yes.
No,
So
there are. I remember when Janae Akko was very blunt about Big Sean saying that he made her come 9 times in a row. And a lot of women are like, oh my God, because they have never had a multiple orgasm before. So that was new to a lot of women to hear that like someone can make you come 9 times in a row. But I think a lot of this comes from it's wonderful to have a multiple. It's
9 times in a row, Dulcinea.
A multiple orgasm. It's combined. It's compounded. So it doesn't. It's not like a scary thing. It's just a compounded orgasm. But anyway, so to have a compounded orgasm when you're coming multiple times in a row, it's just that like. You're really into the person. They understand your body. They're really doing things to pleasure you. So what happens a lot of times is that people aren't really into the people that they're having sex with because they don't see that you have to be in it as mentally as physically. It can't be one or the other.
No, I got you
all the way around. But once you're in it all the way around, yes.
I completely understand. I completely understand that. You know, which is why I said earlier that you know the mental and emotional play a part. You know what I mean? And sometimes sex can feel better, even if they are of the smaller variety. And y'all was like, I don't know. So,
nah, sis, that's that year.
I mean, let me just say this. Are you trying to tell me you have never had a man make love to your entire body?
Yes.
Your shoulders, the top of your forehead.
No, yes, I never have that.
Dulcie and Freedom and Nisha, I'm gonna drop the link, okay? Because remember, I know Tasha can't stay too long, so I want to respect
that's fine. Because I was about to ask. Okay, so your legs
we're gonna we kidnapping you.
You're around your shoulders, right? Okay, because
I'm just saying that's why I'm just saying there's spots on your body that you know it's a certain way that you gotta make that. I mean, you could just rub.
No, I understand exactly what you're saying. I get it. I have had those experiences. I'm not saying I've never had those experiences, but we have to keep it real. The majority of men cannot perform in that way. That's not an average thing that's gonna happen.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
You know what
I thought you were saying
all these things, and every man in the room is probably like, "Yeah, that's me," and they're delusional.
Because I thought you were saying no men at first, but you're saying majority. Yeah, that's yeah. That man is blessed, but there are blessed men out here.
Yes,
but it's definitely not enough for the entire nation to be monogamous experience. That's not going to happen.
But
that's not common. That's not common. Things
that's
like
not
me,
common.
In my opinion, I don't think. But then again, but then again, I'm not. I'm not a woman that would ever want to experience non-orgasms in a row, nor would I want to ever experience going on. That's a little bit to me.
I lied. It was in a rap song. I don't know.
That's scary.
I mean,
I think there's a lot of health
benefits to that. You guys know, but there's many men who can last 5 hours by himself. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's in 5 hours.
That doesn't happen. That's unrealistic. You know what I mean?
Else. I mean, you've had men that go so long till you sleep and you be like.
Like, let me tell you something. Men really think that their libido is higher than women's as a whole, but that is so false. Especially as they age. The older we get as women, the higher our libido goes, and theirs declines as we grow. So we actually become more and more disconnected in that way, more incompatible, because their libido is going down and ours is going up. So it actually makes more sense for us to be polyandrous, to equal out the equilibrium. You know what I mean?
I
For the
like how
woman
you
to be
put
able
that
to
in
get
there.
satisfied and be able to have, what she needs. And the
I
men
like how
don't
you
have to
put that
feel
in there.
pressured to perform if they're just not in the mood.
Hmm.
I
Wow.
think an issue comes in also with the year that you're waiting. And if you were to go ahead and turn it in within the
Not the year.
on a time frame that makes sense, then you wouldn't have to waste your time on not being for real. That year, you might need to rethink that, sis.
Oh,
No,
cinnamon. Hey.
Peace, peace.
I
I have a question. I definitely want to know, like, is there a specific type of guy that you normally go for or anything? Like, because, we have this stigma that the bad boy type, the D boys, they have the best play on words. Sorry, the dope boys, because I'm like, the D boys have the best D. But no, we have this whole stigma as far as it, but there's like skater boys, guys that are into rock, all kinds of things that know how to make a woman orgasm. So do you have a specific type of man that you're into?
And
well,
I'm
that's
that you sound like they should be fat. I'm just saying.
what you say?
I said the way you sound like these minutes, you sound like I don't know what's wrong with them. Like they don't make
No,
fat.
it's interesting because my type is vast. I like different types of men. I'm more interested in their minds. So I like men who have different experiences, different types of backgrounds, different nationalities. You know what I mean? They could be from any particular Caribbean country, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? So I like different types of guys, and I've dated different types of guys from different states who grew up in different places. And I'm open to variety. So this is why I can speak because I have experience with different types. Like I don't just date one type.
So
Yeah.
let's introduce Miss Cinnamon.
Hi.
Peace and blessings. How are you?
Hello.
Peace, Sister Freedom, and peace to all the beautiful women on the
How
panel.
are you?
I'm doing
About this
great.
conversation that we're having.
Yeah, I had to tune in on this. Oh my goodness.
And what do you think about the what is it called? What is it called? Polygyny?
Yeah, what do you think, Cinnamon?
Polyandry.
Polyandry when it's two men.
So polygyny is, of course, when there's two women. Polyandry is two or more husbands. So, sis, I'm happy you came on the show because I feel like this is a subject that really needs to be talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I don't want to come off like I'm getting on you, but I feel like you're misguided. There were a few things like when you first came on, you said that polyandry is like really good for nation building.
Mm-hmm.
But if we do just simple math, you'll see that does not work because if you have a nation over here with a woman and multiple husbands, and then you have a nation over here with a man and multiple wives, a woman can only have one baby a year. Most of the time, if you're breastfeeding, it's 1 in 2 years. Where over here, this man has multiple wives. He could be having 5 to 6 babies a year, while this one's only having one a year. That shows
Right.
nation building. No, that's not nation building. The other thing, a lot of women don't know this, and I think this is so important that women learn. When a man ejaculates, there are 3 different types of sperm that come out in one ejaculation.
Mm-hmm.
One type of sperm are the egg getters. Those are the ones that get the woman pregnant. There's another one called the blockers. They block other sperm from coming in. And then there are the killers. So if a woman is having sex with more than one man, these sperm are going to war within her womb, which
Mm-hmm.
is cyst, endometriosis. All these other things start going on in the woman's womb, and that will bring down her ability to have babies even more. So now she's might not be having any babies because now her womb is all messed up. The other thing is it takes a woman's body 6 months to get used to one man's sperm. So when she first gets with him, her body is going, her immune system gets heightened to try to adapt to his sperm. So if she has more than one man, her body starts going into autoimmune where it's starting to like, what am I doing? How do I fix this? So we're wondering why so many women are ending up with these autoimmune diseases. And it's because they're sleeping with more than one man. Not, I mean, this don't even talk about what's going on in her head while her body is trying to figure all this out because her brain is like, what's going on? So that's where like bipolarism, depression, and all these mental diseases are coming from. So that's two things. Another one, I just want to help you to understand how this is really damaging. Another thing is that when a woman is ovulating, anything that happens to her during that, whether someone has violated her, if it happens while she's ovulating, her body will want it again because while we are ovulating, we are very receptive. They have done scientific studies showing what happens to a woman when she's ovulating. If she watches like porn when she's not ovulating, she's not going to like it. But if she watches it while she's ovulating, she'll like it. And then she might want to see it again because she watched it while she was ovulating. So sometimes these things that you think are okay, it is not, but you think it is because it happened while you're ovulating and it kind of tricked your mind. So I hear you laughing, but
Yeah, because I'm waiting to respond, but I'm listening.
you're
That
waiting.
makes a lot of sense.
But
Hey,
I
I
mean,
just
did you
wanted
know
to
about
say
the
hi to all y'all. Hi to
But
all
Jeremiah,
y'all.
Peace,
Answer.
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah, it's not
Peace.
your
1
turn yet.
second.
Yeah,
One second.
We'll
yeah.
get to you. Peace, Jeremiah. Thank you for coming up.
No,
And Cinnamon, did you have
yes?
anything else to say, or is it okay that she responds?
Yeah, just one more thing.
Okay.
Most women who are like, in their feminine and, in their feminine power, they're not going to find a man attractive who is going to share her because to her, that's a weak man. You want a man to be protective and like, but not to say, oh yeah, it's okay if another man bees with you. That's not natural. It's not. But I'm gonna sit and let
I
you
love
respond.
I wouldn't want a man like that.
No, I mean I got you. These are all concepts I've come across before, especially
Let's not be judgmental.
from polygynous people, both men and women. So it's not uncommon, right? So I want to do my very best to respond to every point that you made, starting from the beginning. Okay. Our concept of nation building, right, is warped. Okay. It's warped. When people think of nation building, the first thing they think about is procreation, making as many babies as possible, which is why we have a lot of men who want to have multiple wives so that they can have, a plethora of children and nation build, right? The issue with that is what we're going to be creating is a weak nation because we're going to put babies in a world that we have not made safe for them or conducive for them to thrive. As Black people in this particular system, we do not own anything and we have no strength as a nation. Okay? Our men are still being policed unfairly, unjustly. They're still being locked up. Our women are still being attacked in hospitals, right? So, as a people, our food is poisoned. We are heavily dependent upon pharmaceuticals, which only treat symptoms and not real illnesses. So, what we are dealing with here is we don't have the luxury to have a bunch of babies. We don't have that luxury. You know what I mean? I'm not against polygyny, and I'm not against that at all. But I feel like when it comes to which type of polygamy we implement as a society, polygamy was always implemented strategically to help the societal issues as a whole. So, because we are a nation who do not own anything, we don't have no power as a nation, we need to rebuild that. So, um, men having multiple wives and then having a bunch of babies doesn't make sense in a nation where our men are not economically strong. They do not have jobs, and the women are the ones who are succeeding economically. We're the most entrepreneurial, we're the most degreed, the most educated. So when it comes to having a polygynous nation with multiple wives, that would mean that the men would have to be well equipped to take care of those wives and the children that he bears, which our men are incapable of doing that at that point. So right now, what we need is to build homes where multiple providers are coming together to work together to take off the emotional strain of society and all of the obstacles that our men go through every day. They need assistance, not more pressure and responsibility. So, as far as building a nation, I don't know if you guys are aware, but when we look at different societies that practice polyandry, they did it so that they can build and maintain resources for the population, not to grow the population to the point where we no longer have resources. So that's the point of polyandry on a national scale. So that's just the first part. Now we're going to get into the sperm, right? Sperm competition. You did mention sperm competition. Sperm competition is actually a good thing. Sperm competition is a good thing. You mentioned all the different sperms that goes in, and the reason why there is a killer sperm is because it's natural for a woman to have multiple partners or multiple interactions, because what the womb does is the womb chooses the most viable sperm, or the sperm that has the best genetic material, so that it can have a viable pregnancy. Now, the issue is when we as women, confine ourselves to one mate our entire lives or just for a long period of time, what we're doing is, this is the reason why a lot of times women aren't having children. It could be nothing wrong with her. You know what I mean? She could think she's infertile. It could be nothing wrong with the man. But there's plenty of times where women are in relationships for years and years. And then once that relationship ends and they get into a new relationship, they're all of a sudden pregnant within the next year or so. And it's because she did not have a variety. She wasn't providing her womb a variety of sperm to choose from. Maybe there was something in his DNA that wasn't, conducive for them to have a child. Like, they weren't genetically matched. Like, you know what I mean? So it has to do with providing the womb variety so that the womb can choose which sperm is a genetic match for her and they can actually have a child.
I'm sorry. I would like to. I just got to say something on that.
Mm-hmm.
A woman who's been with one man
Mm-hmm.
for 33 years. I've had 13 children.
Mm-hmm.
I went to, well, with my, I've had 13, but when I had my 11th child,
Mm-hmm.
I had a C-section with that child. When the doctor took my womb out, he sat there and was like, and we're like, what's wrong? He said, ma'am, you have the womb of an 18-year-old woman. And it is because I have been with one man. When women have multiple partners, their wombs age and it doesn't stay intact. It does not. And this is,
I'm interested in knowing this, but if you have a scientific study that I can look up, I would be gracious if you could provide that for me.
I would, but I will also tell you that's what the doctor who performed the C-section, this is what he told me. He said, it's obvious this woman's only been with one man because her womb has not aged. Even after having 11 children.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I want to make sure that this is not a situation, because you're talking about your own personal situation, right?
Yeah.
A lot of what I teach when it comes to polyandry is not really based on me. It's based on research. It's based on what's good for the collective. It's based on how our biology operates. Like, you know what I mean? So when I'm talking about the womb and the womb needing different sperm options to choose the most, the strongest sperm, that's what, the survival of the fittest comes from, because it's about, providing the woman with sperm that's going to be a match for her to have a child. You know what I mean? I'm talking about everybody, not really just me or you, or like, you know what I mean?
I want to respect your. I'm sorry, Cinnamon. Miss Cinnamon, I'm sorry. I want to respect her time, because I know that she said that she had to go. Nisha, I know you kept on. Did you want to say something real quick after Cinnamon is done? Just because.
Who, me?
Yeah, you were.
No, I don't. I'll let her go ahead and complete her thought. It's fine.
I said after she was okay. I just was checking.
Just
because
go ahead. I'll
respect
jump
her
in.
time. No,
Okay.
yeah, jump in, please.
Go ahead. I'm
We don't
good
have a
right
lot of
now.
time left.
Sister Freedom was saying that she has something to ask. Go ahead, Sister Freedom.
No, I was saying after Cinnamon was done.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was just reminding that we don't have a lot of time with her left.
Thank you. I was finished. I just wanted to respond to that part, but you were finishing. But I just wanted to respond to that. Okay.
Yeah. No, I definitely appreciate your thought process, and I'm glad you came up here and you was able to voice those opinions, because those opinions are vast. A lot of people have those thoughts. It's very, very common to have those thoughts, that thought process, So I'm glad that you was able to come up here and give me an opportunity to respond to those things. And I think it was one other thing that you did mention about when women are looking for someone to date. You did mention that they're looking for a man who's a protector. They don't want to see the man as weak, and a men who decide to share their viewed as weak. And we did mention that earlier a little bit before you got here. But I wanna just stress that, again, we have been in a society that has told us what to think, what's right, how to be, how to relate, how to walk, how to talk, who's right, who's wrong, who's strong, who's weak. And if we want to continue to perpetuate those particular ideals and continue on in the next generation, that's fine, right? But the truth of the matter is that the men who are able to be in a polyamorous relationship in a society that would down him and question his masculinity and question his sexuality and question his wife and basically, just railroad him for him being who he is, that takes a certain amount of strength that most quote unquote alphas cannot handle.
I understand
so I just want to let that be clear. Like, when we're thinking about strength, we have to think about protection in the mental and emotional sense as well as the physical. You know what I mean? You want a man who can be able to be your support when you come home at night and somebody was talking about you or people looked at you a certain way when you was out with your husbands. You want your husbands to be your rock. You know what I mean? You want them to be able to, talk to you and be sound of mind and not be insecure and not be swayed by outside perception. So that's a type of strength that our men are not used to. And for them to come into that mindset, that to me is a whole type of strength that would actually help us out of the situation that we're in now as a nation.
But
we need more mentally strong men.
Yeah, I do say that that's not a program to think that a man is weak. That is actually nature. Birds, lions, everything on earth would look at a male who does that as weak.
You sure you want to get to the animal kingdom?
A male lion is going to kill another male lion that's trying to be with his female lions.
Okay, so you haven't been on my page. That's how I know, girl. One thing that we know when it comes to lions is that they are equally polyamorous, right? When the female is in heat, the lioness, when she's in heat, and the alpha male is tired after his 3 seconds of pumping, she's gonna have to mate with all of the male lions. And that's what all female lions do.
3 seconds.
We gotta be honest. Like, this is why I'm like, I don't really want to get into animals with people because I can tell you that when it comes to animals, women mate with multiple males all the time. That's natural. If we're gonna talk about what's natural,
Oh my goodness.
come on, let's not talk about
let me just stop you for a minute though. But everything ain't for everybody.
right.
And
It's not everybody.
let me say something. There's some people have a higher sex drive than other people.
Mhm.
You just, personally might be a particular type of person that has this higher sex drive than the normal person because, it just happened to be that way because some things, you know what I mean, are just like I just said, everything ain't for everybody. Because when you really think about it, if another man is okay with that, I mean, it do seem a little weird. You know what I mean?
Right. And it's gonna seem weird to people, and that's understandable. And I get that.
Out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
It's out of the ordinary.
It's out of the ordinary. That's a more accurate way to say it.
Yeah. It's out of the ordinary. Right. We don't know what type of mental state of mind that those type of men have. You know what I mean? We don't know what type of mindset that they have. It's just different. I mean,
no, I got you. And
you know what I mean?
Out of the ordinary. Yeah, and I think out of the ordinary is a more accurate description for it than unnatural. You know what I mean? Because it's instead of saying like something is unnatural, it's just out of the norm for us. But if we were to go to a different country, monogamy might be out of the norm for them. You know what I mean?
But you know what, though, for real, it sounds funny. All of it sounds funny until like a person like a Cinnamon comes up and they say this would bam. This seriously. You know what I'm saying? Like this could actually happen. Just like this is like a real serious.
Right. And I want to make sure that when we are talking we're giving accurate information, which is why I said the thing is, like when I get off here, I would like for you to send me, scientific documents to let me know if there's any studies done to let me know that the womb is aged with multiple men. I really would like to see that. Because I'm really about, giving out truth. You know what I mean? So if you could bring that would be great. But I want to make sure that we're not just perpetuating our opinions as truth. I want to make sure it is true. You know what I mean? On how our bodies work.
But you don't think that would be kind of like common sense if you have sex with a whole bunch of different men? That I mean,
But then we're coming into.
I can't hear you.
And then, okay, I want to say something after you're done, Akasha. To that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like it's certain words that we use, right? So now we're coming into common sense. Sense is not common, right? And what you may deem as common sense, basically what you feel is just natural to know, another person will have a different perception of what's natural to know. And we cannot judge what's truth by what someone deems as common sense. So this is why I asked for studies.
Know that if you, it just seems like it makes sense. Common or just make
to you though, right? To you, that's a personal thing.
I mean,
no, not to anybody. To you.
It don't seem like if you have
it's not fair. You can't make that assumption.
Like,
you can't make that assumption.
I mean, so where can I come in here? Because where Sister Freedom is coming from, which is the common sense part of it, is yes, like if we had a society where we were all clean, all perfect, all were like on our P's and Q's when it came to STDs, what we're spreading to each other, then yes, we could come with this ideal thought process that you can sleep with multiple people and it not affect you, it not have negative connotations. But where we are in the world right now, knowing how much having multiple partners have affected us of having sex over and over with different men, it's just, and with saying, we know the problems in our community and saying that we know the problems it would only be common to know that having sex with multiple men are going to up your risk of PV, up your risk of HPV, up your risk of STIs, up your risk of STDs, especially when it comes to a point of we know that a lot of the men in our community are lacking going to the doctor, the knowing of their body, knowing if they're spreading STD before you're having it raw. So I'm not necessarily saying I agree with the multiple sperm aspect of it. Automatically multiple sperm is going to do that, but I can definitely say now in our time period and amongst our men, it doesn't seem like a safe venue as far as building nation building until maybe we get them all going to the doctor. And
Right. No, I definitely feel you. What you're talking about is
Wait a minute,
irresponsibility.
when the men say I fell in because she done school so many darn that she just lasted like boom. I mean, you've heard men say
Wait a second. Wait a second. We're all women here, and we all know that having or being heavily active does not make you stretched out in that way. We know how
Can I say
vagina
something?
works.
I
Right?
wanted to say something a while ago. Hi,
Yeah,
Carrie
go ahead.
Mae. How are you, baby? How you doing? I wanted to just quickly say, what I wanted to say is that I invited her. I found Akasha on social media, and I invited her on for a reason. And the reason is because on this show, we often talk about like different forms of relationship, like polygamy. It's not the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth time that we've had these conversations. You know, what happened?
You had went out for a second.
Is it a little bit clearer now? Can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for telling me, Freedom. So we've had these conversations about different types of relationships many times, right? And the focus often though is on polygamy. And usually when we do talk about it, it's usually coming from a masculine point of view, right? Be it the guest, be it how we are talking about polygamy and how the relationships are set up. And so when I was aware of Akasha's page for quite a while now, I would say. And I knew that she brought a very unique and different perspective. And what made it even more so interesting to me was that, and why I wanted to introduce it to the larger audience is because it's a female actually talking. And oftentimes when we're having these conversations, right, it's usually, even though this is a panel of women, it's usually, you know, with a sort of a masculine mindset. So I knew that, you know, it's going to birth great conversation like it did all night. This has been absolutely wonderful in my very humble opinion, you know. I also want to say that as many people as there are, the billions of people that's walking this earth, right? The abundance that we have in this entire world, right? Outside of our region, outside of our city, outside of our country, people have choices, right? In every aspect of their life. I can sit right here and look at Cinnamon and make a judgment about her just because of her aesthetic, right? Because of how she chooses to present herself, based on like maybe how I grew up, how my thinking was formed. But if I really am talking about expanding some form of my consciousness, and if I'm really talking about understanding different levels of divinity and divine femininity, I understand that it doesn't look, sound, feel the same, right? And I want to understand a little bit deeper. So here we are. And this is why I'm so appreciative of this space, right? And how we are having this conversation. Because at the end of the day, we all grown. And at the end of the day, we all are intimate and we have had sex or are having sex or whatever the state may be. We grown over here. Bottom line. Okay. So it's a wonderful thing when we can have these conversations in a space like this. And I mean, we've been talking about all different types of things and it's been light. And I love that, right? I love that. And I also want to say though, to the point of diseases, and I'll land my plane here. I'm a little confused, y'all. Help a girl out. Because in my opinion, I thought what causes the spread of STDs is not whether or not you are polygamous or polyamorous. I thought what spreads STDs, right, is not being transparent in your relationship with whoever you're in a relationship with. I thought what causes the passing of STDs, right, because it's not polyamory, polyandry is not polyandry per se in terms of statistics that have caused supergonorrhea, right? It's been people in monogamous relationships. Let's be very real, right? It's not the data does not suggest that people or women, for example, or that are in polyandrous or even polygamous situations, right, are the reasons why STDs are out here. Because usually in those types of setups, be it polygamous or polyandrous, there's the idea is that you guys are very transparent on one another. That's a beautiful thing. That's what creates the safety. It's when we step outside of that because of sometimes of our thinking and our lack of being honest with our partner, not realizing we're sleeping with the enemy, right? And I could be a one-man woman. I'm not polygamous. I'm not polyandrous. That's not my set. I don't do that. That's not my experience. But I can respect it because I do know that being in those types of relationships, you got to be hella honest with your partner. If you're introducing other people into you guys' little thing, it's usually the other side that's causing these STDs and all these other foolishness, not polygamy and polyandry. How many women do I know? Hold on, Freedom. How many women do we know that have caught STDs thinking that they're in a relationship with one man and he's sticking his peen and everything that's moving? What are we saying here? So who's the responsibility on? Like, we got to have a level. It just sounds weird. Like, oh, well, we can't do this until we make sure that they all go get tested. That's not my responsibility. We're grown. You a grown man. Take your ass to the clinic if you're going to be slinging peen. Why is that the responsibility of anybody else? What are we saying here?
Just because I was the one that said it, I just want to make it clear. I wasn't saying polygamy, polygyny, or anything. I'm saying the lack of condom, which is what has kept me safe for a long, long time, is that I use condoms with having sex with multiple people. And we're talking about mixing sperm. We're talking about mixing sperm, meaning you're not wearing a condom, period. The only way you're mixing sperm is because they are not wearing contraceptions to stop the sperm from coming inside of you. And we're talking about the dangers of that. And it is more dangerous that you have multiple men coming inside of you. You are more prone to get those STDs if you have come inside you. With a condom, it's less likely. Whether you want to be like, oh, that one person that used a condom, that's why condoms are null and void. We're talking about 0.001% of the time using a condom compared to an almost definite.
Because that is not what I heard. I'm sorry.
Well, yes, that's
not what you said. That's not, but that's okay. Because we're not talking about safe sex.
That's what I addressed because I just said what Cinnamon said with the multiple sperms, and I prefaced it saying, now I cannot say that multiple sperms is going to age your vagina. I don't know that. I've never heard of that before. But we cannot act like multiple sperms isn't going to up your thing of STIs, up your chances of STDs, PV. That's exactly what I said, verbatim. So yes, I was talking about the fact when you're mixing multiple sperms, it is going to be dangerous for you. It may not.
Right. And I just wanted to respond to that.
I agree with. I don't think that that's a point that I'm making at all. I don't even think that needs to be said. Safe sex, absolutely. And last time I also heard her say. I would think. Because if we're talking about having sex with two men at the same time, that's gonna. I understood what I heard her talk about is that it's like that vetting process. Dating somebody for a while, getting to know them before you have sex. I'm not jumping into we're having sex at the same. Like I heard her talk about a kind of vetting process. So if we're talking about safe sex, we're in agreement. Nothing there. I agree.
Well, keep in mind, safe sex can get you bacteria infections too, because even them condoms can get you with that grease and all that stuff that's on the condoms. They can make you have a bacteria infection too. Let's not forget about that. Yeast infections and all that come from some of them condoms.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say thank you, ladies. This has been wonderful, and I have enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you for coming on, and we got to make our day for you to come on because you have a lot of information that you want to give us, and I want you to give it to us. So hopefully next week sometime.
Yes, I look forward to it. Thank you.
Yes. Hopefully next week.
You have a great night. Yes, sounds
great.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys brought it up. And I do thank you, Dots, for, reminding everyone about the vetting process. And I want to make it clear that polyandry is a marriage. It's a marriage custom. You know what I mean? It's not really something, which is why I tried to preface that it's not like open relationships where people are kind of just moving on emotion or attraction. It's not really like that. It's more of something that you take very seriously, and you're really looking for people that you want to spend your life with. You know what I
Right.
mean? That's what this is about. And it just so happens that it's more than one person. So if there is multiple sperm provided for the womb to choose the best or the most healthy baby, then it would be because she's trying to have a baby actively, with men that she's trusted with. Everyone's went to the doctor. All of this was like, it's basically pre-established. Like, you know what I mean? So when you're talking about the risk of STDs, yes, there is a risk, but there's the same amount of risk if you are monogamous. You know what I mean? Especially if we have a phenomenon as crazy as down low men. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the percentage of how many men are down low, but I heard it's 79% of straight men are down low men. I don't know how true this is, but this is the percentage that I have been hearing more than once from different sources. So
Let's
as
ask the
far as
brothers in the
the
chat. Is that true, y'all?
I don't know, because I'm not really like
Oh, wow, that's a high
I've
number.
heard more than once. So down low men is a problem. So if we're talking about risk, anytime we decide to take off protection to have a child, we're risking ourselves regardless. And it doesn't matter whether you're monogamous or polyamorous or polyandrous. It really doesn't matter. Once you decide to try and have a child, you're putting yourself at risk.
Wait a minute, Niambi said the next show should be about abstinence. No, for real.
The way
That's right.
nowadays.
It's crazy.
Oh my God, it's scary. No,
Well,
for real.
I'm with that show though, because I ain't doing nothing.
No, but I wanted to say something that of what you said before, because I would like you to expound on where you actually feel polyandry does help fix some of the problems that you mentioned before. And I know you were saying like the women are more successful, but they're not in comparison to the men. The men are still more successful. They make more money than all of the women. The women are just the most enrolled in college and educated, but they usually are enrolled in degrees that do not translate financially in the way that men that do not go to college can actually go and make money. So if the men are kind of refusing to work with each other, as far as financially, how does that help with the community if they're the ones that are going to have to build with each other to actually have them help build a family together? And then my second question would be, as far as for the other components that you said polyandry would help for, what are some things that polyandry would bring to help with the nation building?
Well, I would like to see the study where men are economically well off more than the Black women, because the last time I checked, it's not so much just degrees, but it's also as far as entrepreneurial and also just being a major part of the workforce in general. Women are in the health services, which pay very well. That's the majority of where women are, and also in hospitality. So that's also caseworker, family, this, that. So a lot of women are having what you would call city jobs, government jobs. So the type of jobs that women have pay pretty well. Now, what we are seeing is men in general. I did come across an article that mentioned how it is an epidemic where men are not entering the workforce and don't want to. I will do my best to find that, and I'll submit it for you guys to just look over, and you guys let me know what you think. So what I'm looking at is polyandry being a way for men to not feel the same type of pressures of society. Like, I feel like our men are failing because they're trying to fit within this box of masculinity that's been set out for them. You know what I mean? To be leaders, to be the sole providers of a home. They're incapable of doing that. And I just want to let it be clear that I'm speaking about the mass collective of Black men, not just individuals, certain ones. I'm sure there are certain men who make good money and they can provide for a family. But the majority, the collective of Black men are incapable of doing that, and they can't do it. And one thing that is also high is the suicide rate when it comes to men. So that rate, from what I believe, is coming from the pressures of society, of them having to perform in a way that causes them to have so much responsibility and so much pressure on them, especially trying to make it in a world that is meant to keep them down. You know what I mean? So it can be a lot for them, especially for them not not growing emotionally. So men are also not the first ones to go to therapy. So that means they're not working on themselves emotionally to be able to handle the stresses of life. So what this does is it causes men to lash out on their families when they get home. This is why we have such high domestic violence rates in the Black family. So what I'm proposing, or what I say polyandry helps, is taking the pressure off of the Black man to perform in a way that is causing him to feel harmed and be harmful. So that way, if he has a brother where he can, not only rely on if something was to happen to him, right, whether he's either in an accident where he can't work, or whether he's, unlawfully, unjustly, detained for whatever reason, just because he fit a description, we're talking about him living in a place where now he gets help from someone else. You know what I mean? So, of course, the family gets taken care of. The woman is more protected because now there's more men around. So I feel polyandry works in that way, where it helps the mental stability and emotional stability of the man. So,
Okay, well, you asked, one second, you asked as far as, is there an actual study or something that proves that the Black men make more than the women? So if you go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the U.S. Department of Labor, it will lay out every quarter as far as this. So this is the fourth quarter, the latest quarter, and it breaks it up amongst the ethnicity groups right here. If you go to it. So we can see that Black men make $997. I think they break this down bi-weekly or so, just weekly, as far as what they're making. And Black women make $936. So we still make less than them. They make more than us. I definitely agree that we do need to come together.
This is like 2000. This is recent.
This is the latest. This is 2024 as of 2024. I'll pull that up on the screen. So this is the latest one. And I just don't want us to be confused, because sometimes we do have them saying these things to get us to believe this as far as about Black men and think that they are, but they're not. So here you can see as far as the fourth quarter, 2023. So the latest one. So, but that's like a propaganda kind of. Yeah, this is a collective as far as Black women collective versus all the races, of course. But you can see
all
what
the races,
Black women are making, and as far as it, and that Hispanic people are making under us. Of course, I know a lot of people don't talk about that, but we're actually making more than Hispanic people. But
yeah.
But I do agree with, we have to figure out a way to leverage and work with each other, because the issue is this, the amount of groups that are working with each other and putting their finances together and growing, versus us being so individual and not doing that. But my other question is, that I wanted to make sure I understood your answer. When are the men actually saying yes to this, to working with each other, if there's a woman involved that they want to share?
Well, right now,
I don't want to share a damn thing.
Oh, hello?
Hold on, King Cass. We're not talking to you right now. 1 second.
So if we're talking
Wait
about
a minute now.
the collective of what men are saying, men are struggling. And I can say that for people who come to me and ask me questions about how they're going to be perceived, will women respect them, all this other stuff. So is there a desire for it by men? Yes. Are they actively doing it? I can't say that there isn't any hesitation or challenge with, just going into it. Like I can definitely tell you that there are men who are looking for women who are polyandrous, and there are women looking for men who are polyandrous. They just have to meet each other. And I think that has to do a lot with proximity. Everybody wants to date in their local area, and that's probably not going to be the best, most ideal thing. So
King Kaz,
So-
get your question in real quick. Oh, sorry, Nisha. I don't know if you want to say something real quick, but King Kaz,
Because I do got a question too. I got a question.
She has to leave, y'all. She's been trying.
Can I quickly answer a question?
You
Can
can ask.
Let me quickly ask you a question.
Mhm.
And this is something. Do you, when in your relationship, do you use toys?
No.
You don't use toys? Okay.
No.
Just
what was the reason for that? You just want to know, like.
No, I was wondering why, because it was when you were saying it was hard for you to get orgasms.
No,
Like
I wasn't saying it's hard for me to get orgasms. I'm just saying that
for you too.
Yeah, I'm just saying that me personally, I need more than one man, because each man, although I have a great time with them, it just feels incomplete for me because they always finish before I do.
I knew Brother Lau was going to be shaking my head. No, I'm just saying.
Oh Lord.
And I'm just saying the reason why I asked you, because if you use toys and then that's probably one of the reasons. And if you probably have sex a lot, that might be a reason too. I just don't.
No, well, I think this is the reason why I let you guys know my vetting time, because I'm not that active. I think people think that because I'm polyandrous, I may be super active. My libido is high, but it doesn't mean that I'm super active. Like, I'm very selective, if that makes sense. I'm very selective, so yeah.
No, I think a lot of what you said, I mean, a lot of people in the chat, everybody got their own opinion, but I'm not against any, I'm not against anything that anybody want to do. If it works for you, it works for you. I'm polygamous, so I understand, and it's not for everybody. And we give out these statistics about the percentage of this and that and the other, but it's not any difference in a monogamous, especially if you thinking that if your situation could be to where he might be stepping out. Sometimes you just don't know. So it is more transparent in the situation such as this. It is more transparent, regardless of what you say. Regardless of how you feel about it, it's more transparent. And it's also like a thing of, it's multiple people. So now you got to make sure that you straight.
Of course.
Versus it's in your mind. It's a mental thing of wanting to make, because you're just not hurting one person, it's the other person too. So you're more conscious of your choices and your decisions that you make versus being in a monogamous relationship. Some, but not all. That's all I had to say.
Right. Yeah, that was the responsibility I spoke about earlier.
I think they're greedy. I think if they got they got 3, they want 4. I'm just saying, I think men are greedy. When it's like for women, but I don't know.
We are greedy.
I just excuse me.
We are greedy. We like it. We love black women. You know what I'm saying? Like, can't get enough of y'all.
I'm talking about what Nisha's saying. If it's the other way around, I think if a man got 2, he want 3. If you got 3, you want 4. You got 4, you want 5. You just never get enough. I know people have been in those type of relationships and it still ain't good enough. I'm just saying. But with the other way around, that I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
There's examples of that the other way around. If you can look at a man that keeps getting more, Kenya White or whatever her name is, she keeps getting more. She's that. So
Well,
I mean,
I
it's
want
both
to make
ways.
it
Can
clear.
we?
I just
I
now
want
I'm just trying to
Hold
talk
on one second.
logically and
I'm never going to ever
practically
be
of,
able to
how
experience.
Hold on
many
one
people are
second.
going to be
I
able
want to make it
to relate.
clear, right, that there's a difference between polyamory and polyandry. Polyandry is a part of polygamy, right? So it is still a close relationship within the individuals that you choose to invite in that marriage, right? But what we're looking at when we look at people like Kenya, they practice open relating. So they're polyamorous. So when she says she can have as many as she wants, it's because she's polyamorous and they practice open relating. So they don't really have a limit either side, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Just
So
because
so,
we
so there
I,
is a difference.
just because women outnumber men doesn't mean that men have to keep going for different women. I mean, because somebody said in the chat, women outnumber men. Oh, that's what you think.
I actually
We
just did well,
discount
not just did, I did this a while ago, but I did a video on the gender ratio in the United States and the world, because that comes up all the time, and women do not
think so.
outnumber men that much. It's
They
almost
don't.
even in the United States. So it's not even a big deal for men to be trying to have multiple women. When it comes
it
to
probably has changed
polygamy,
over time.
like when it comes to
Yeah.
polygamy,
Oh, that's a good
I
Yeah.
one.
truly believe in it being practiced in a traditional manner. For men, you should be able to take on as many wives as you can care for. If you are not economically sound, you should not have multiple wives and be procreating with all those women, because now what you're doing is perpetuating poverty for the next generation. So I find it
Yeah,
to be
but I
harmful.
guess
You know what I mean?
I guess I guess with me, like, you know what I'm saying, like, people. I feel that people, because we're in America, everybody got their sexual freedoms. If they want to do what they want to do, that's cool, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yes.
But can we, like, if that person, that women or those women chose to sleep with that guy, which I've seen it multiple times, they all knew this dude. You know what I'm saying? They knew he was a dude on the block or whatnot. Can we go in there and we judge it? Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're choosing to sleep with this guy. They all know about each other. You feel what I'm saying? They're choosing to sleep with this guy. You know what I'm saying? So who am I to judge that situation?
Right, right. And I think that's the one thing that separates us from other countries, is that when it comes to us being a nation, we do not have that nationhood as a people. We are very individualistic, so we have that particular freedom to choose what we want to do and to make decisions that serve us individually. So we don't have that kind of pressure to think about what would be best for our nation or our society or our community as a whole. And I think that's what separates us from other countries, and why we basically go back and forth about what's right, what's not right, what's not da, 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 da. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, we all have the ability to choose, but because of that, I think that also is our weakness as a nation, because we don't know how to come together and basically decide on what's best or what's beneficial for us as a nation. Um, so yes, we can choose, we have the freedom, but that freedom allows us to remain very individualistic. And if something isn't harming us directly, we don't care about our neighbor. And I think that is what keeps us in a weak and very dependent state as a whole. Now, I'm not saying everyone should just be polyandrous because it's better for us. I know everybody can't do it, but it's just something that we can think about.
Well, let me ask you this
That's
question,
all.
sister. What are the nations that, we talk about nations? Because I know, like, in parts of like Nepal and all that, they practice polyandry, and Papua New Guinea. But what is that comparison to the other nations that has been polygamous? You know what I'm saying? We're talking about for thousands of years, damn near since the beginning of human time. Can we make that, comparison? Because it usually seems like with polyandry, that's a very small comparison to what the rest of the world has been doing for thousands of years.
Yeah, and that's actually a great question. Is actually a misconception. And because of my studies and what I have been teaching, I actually go through the different nations that practice polyandry. And a lot of people feel that, oh, it's only one or two societies that practice polyandry and polygyny is everywhere else. But one thing that people do not know, or they basically put a cap on their studying, is that when a nation practices polygyny full time too much, what happens is there is a plethora of men that are unmarried. So what they do is they inadvertently create the need for polyandry because all of the women are going to a select few men. So what happens is then that nation becomes both a polygynous and a polyandrous nation simultaneously because it creates a need for the other to balance out.
Yeah, I would have to see these numbers, sister, because still, when we comparing polyandry to everything, it's very small and minute compared to the rest of the world. And not just with polygamy. I don't want to just focus on
I
polygamy,
got you.
but
I know
a
you need
man
to see
marrying a woman.
paperwork.
You feel me?
I know you need to see paperwork. I got you. I got you. But all of this stuff
Yeah.
is on my page, and it's also on my YouTube. And I'm only letting you know that because I am going to be getting off soon. But I do want to thank you guys all so much for having me on here. That's freedom, everybody. I did enjoy the conversation. I'm so glad you guys gave me your thoughts and just gave me an opportunity to explain some of these things because these thoughts are common. There's a lot of misconceptions. There's a lot of thoughts on what's common sense and what's natural, what's weak and what's strong. And I'm glad we was able to go through it. And I appreciate everyone's input. But yes, thank you so much for this. I do have to go tonight, so I do apologize.
Can let Brother La ask a question because he's Muslim and he do deal with polygamous relationships. You want to let Brother La ask a question?
Well, I'm actually getting off because I was actually supposed to get off 40 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
So if he wants to ask me questions personally, we can definitely talk more. He can DM me. My DMs are open to anybody who wants to ask me questions. We can share research. If that's what he wants to do, we can definitely do that.
Okay.
I'm open to
And
that.
then if someone can share her social media, put it in the back chat or whatever, or
Yeah.
put it in the chat. So everyone.
Well,
Yeah.
I want to say before you go, sis, that I appreciate you.
Yes.
And I appreciate, and what one thing I appreciate the most is just your down to earthness without all that extra stuff.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Mm.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you again. Thank you again. Thank you again. Like I said, and also it takes a very strong woman to come, and especially because your perspective is not the majority. And like I said, I'm not polygamous, I'm not polyamorous.
Right.
That's not my set, right? But I'm grown
Mm-hmm.
enough to understand that it's a set for some people, and if it works for them. And I'm really big on communication. I think oftentimes as women, we do have a pattern of sleeping with the enemy. Enemy meaning you could be with somebody for years, but if that
Yes.
transparency and that communication is not there, a lot of
Right.
and so when you're in those types of relationships, however you want to frame it, and you do bring in other partners, I would think that you would have to be honest. And I think that's a wonderful thing, right? Like everybody would
Yes.
want that in any relationship. So thank you again. Thank you for your time. I
Yes.
appreciate it
Absolutely.
so very much. I really do. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You all have a good night.
Thank
Much
you,
love and
Akasha.
blessings.
Yes. Good night.
Brother Lai, you don't have to drop down.
Brother Law. Yeah, I think he unmuted.
Stay up because I want to know what Brother La had to say because what I'm saying, he is Muslim. I want to know what he thought about that.
Dulcie, I wanted to say real quick that fuchsia, that pink against your skin is beautiful. I've been meaning to say that since
I always tell
pretty
that. Always
against
tell
your
her that.
skin. Sorry,
Lily,
Brother La. Go ahead.
Belicia.
Peace and blessings to all your sisters on the panel as always.
Salam alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah.
I really want to know what you think about it.
My thing on it all is this. Me personally, I can't speak for anybody else. Me personally, if I know that this is my woman, meaning my girlfriend or my wife, if it's not me being committed to her and her being committed to me, At the end of the day, I'm not cool with my wife treating herself as a community rec center for the hood.
Oh,
If it's not just me, she for the streets. Leave her for the streets.
oh, so
Sound
what you
like the sister wanted that.
And vice versa.
Sound like
And
the
vice
sister wanted to
versa.
have gladiator school with sperm and shit, man.
And vice versa.
Crazy.
And it has to be that way.
okay?
You know,
Yeah,
it has to
it's
be that way for
exactly,
both
Doc.
ends.
100%.
Yeah,
She she was talking about sperm beefing with each other and fighting and all that and competing.
Yeah.
Yo, man, it's crazy.
Non-cypher, man. I
It's
just
not, so
listen.
what you saying is, in other words, you feel as though a man is a weak man that'll let his woman, that'll be okay, but and knowingly let his woman be with another man. You feel as though that's some type of weakness.
No. What I'm
insecurity there.
no, it's not. It has nothing to do with being a weak man or insecurity.
I think so, but you don't have to have that opinion though.
What it boils down, I mean, this is just hypothetically me speaking for myself.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not fitting whatever category while dealing with a woman, if I'm not fitting whatever desires and needs, whatever that sister or the woman may have,
You don't fit. Come on now.
by all means, let me know. If it's something that I can work on, I'll work on. If I can't, and you feel you need to go elsewhere, by all means, cool. I'm gonna alleviate myself from the equation.
See,
But okay, I mean, since you're saying that, let me hit him with this, Dot. Let me hit him with this. And I ain't gonna be smart enough to do, brother.
No, please be no. Keep it 100% transparent, sis. Please.
I mean, have you ever had a woman say to you that this? I'm just unpleased, and you know,
Yes, I have.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yes.
damn.
Yes, I have.
That's good. That's grown that's grown conversation. That's important. If you with somebody, right?
Right now.
If you with somebody, you know, and you guys are creating intimacy, you need to have those conversations, because otherwise, like, what are we doing, right? Intimacy is important in any
Yeah, I dated a chick like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but she was
So that too.
but she was like, but that was me. She was out there, like, you know what I'm saying? My ass, I was blinded and shit. I was blinded by the booty and everything. But old girl was for the streets. But she said it too, like, y'all, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you wanted me to elaborate on it, by all means, I don't have no problem
No,
with it.
I know what it was. She said you wasn't spending enough time with her and stuff like that, right?
Yes, yes. But at the time, for myself, I chose the streets more.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
and she probably knew that, right? She probably was picking that up, maybe, right?
Yes, definitely. I mean, she had those impressions, but that's a mentality at the time when I was still younger and I still was in the world and things of that nature. My mentality was, I'm gonna get to this money. I've never been a brother that wanted to just console or consume myself over the factuation of being with a woman. Physically, that's never been an attraction to me where I gotta have all the women in the world. That's never been me at all. I'd rather get to some paper. It's just me.
And King Cass, why she tell
Yes,
you
sir. Yes, ma'am.
that you had to move on to somebody else? Because if you look like how that thing is on your
that is an African ancestor, sister. That's an African ancestor.
I don't care what it is. I'm just saying.
That is actually, that brother is from the tribe that Kunta Kinte came from, bro.
Man,
So you Aboriginal and African?
No, I ain't Aboriginal. I'm African. I'm African American. Let me say this. I'm African American.
Oh, I would just
Born here on the soil. Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious.
But no, I just was fucking around with a chick. I knew that was wild and stuff like that. You feel what I'm saying? So I had no business. I'm sorry.
Okay. But I'm just saying.
Well, I think that's why I was bringing up the point I was bringing up, because it's not about judging or feeling like, one is better
Oh,
than the other. It's just how likely you are to be able to do one. I mean, we talk about it all the time. Men cheating. Sorry, that's my son. But the thing is that women
mashallah,
are
mashallah.
more open to men cheating than men will ever be open to women cheating or sharing women. So I think it just is a conversation that people don't like to have like that. They like to more say ideal things or say we can push it without the stigmas. But one day we have to be real that majority of men are like no, and majority of women are like yes.
I'm not saying
Dulcinea,
yes.
Sorry, because I'm not either.
what?
I'm not for.
I'm not saying. I'm
Dul-
sorry.
Okay.
I don't want
Dulcinea.
a man cheating
I don't.
around.
I don't.
I want my man
It,
ultimately.
it sounded like the sister wanted to have a Diddy party. That's what was
Yes,
going on with
Dulcinea,
No, that
Dulcinea.
wasn't it at all. That
No.
wasn't. I'm sorry, Law. That wasn't it at all. That wasn't what she was saying.
It
You missed
wasn't.
it. No, not at
No,
all.
she wasn't saying that. She
No,
wasn't
that's
saying
what
that. She was
she
talking
was. I'm
about
saying it
really
wasn't.
being in a committed polyandry commitment. So meaning having two husbands and even having that them build together. But I'm just saying majority of men ain't with it, but we can say women aren't with it polygynous wise, but they're with it with sharing cheating wise because a lot of women get cheated on, a lot of people stay. Not all women, but it's just
and
Right.
a lot of women know you got a
majority
wife. A
women
lot
do
of
it.
women know you got a woman. They
I don't
know
like
you got a woman. They come and they come at you.
Right.
Knowing I worked at a place and they knew I was dating this woman there, and all them women was like, "Yo, fuck, what's up?" You feel me? So
cussing.
I've just seen that. See, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize, sister.
I
I
don't like men
apologize.
that cheat. They nasty.
No, and this is what I was going to say, Sister Freedom. At
Yeah.
the end of the day, a lot of dudes don't want to admit to it, but when most men find out their woman is cheating on them, I'm gonna keep it a buck. That shit crushed their world.
It do, but you gonna stop cussing too. You're not gonna get no special friends because you're one of my favorites. But like you gotta stop cussing.
I apologize,
But
bro.
yeah, brother law, that's just true. It's just most men aren't staying, and most women will try to stay depending on what they built together. Most men aren't gonna stay no matter what they built
A
together.
turn off for me. I want my man to myself. If I find out that my man's cheating, I'm done. It's gonna be really a whole bunch of guilt gifts. Whole bunch of guilt gifts. I need to go to the girl house, all that. I mean, it's just a lot with me. I'm
That's
sorry.
what
But
my
then,
saying to
It's a
me.
lot with me.
yeah,
But
but
even
then,
guilt gifts show that you would stay for a little
I
while. That it's
know.
just where there
Listen,
ain't no guilt
but I'm
nah,
in the world
it's
for
a
nah,
most
work.
men.
It's not
nah.
There's
all
nothing you can give him for him to stay.
Yeah,
it's
see,
not
y'all,
all
see, it's. I don't know if it's just me. There's a lot of brothers that's probably in the chat that really don't want to talk about it. There's no way in the world if I'm committed to my woman and I know what me and you are capable of doing while we're in the
that's
privacy of
what I'm
our
saying.
home, and
We
I
gonna,
know how you giving it up, and you know how I'm giving it up, and I
that's
know how. Hold on now, Sister Freedom, and I know how you giving it up to me, and I know for a fact you dealing with another man and you giving it up to him the same way, but in the same flip, you want to come home and oh, how you doing, baby? No, I'm gonna crack you in your jaw. Don't play with me like that.
your face up and everything. I can't do it. I can't do
So
it.
for the women that accepts or forgives a man for cheating, are they making him wear rubber? I mean, what you doing? So it's the same thing. That goes back to that point in the STDs. It goes back.
Oh
So
yeah, it was just that we were talking about sharing sperm at the time. I think Cinnamon
Willingly,
sounded a little
willingly,
crazy with the
willingly.
whole aging of the
She
vagina, but she was talking
No,
about
you
how
seen
multiple sperms aren't good for your vagina. And I've
she was talking
seen
about a
different
sperm gladiator
medical
school up in
studies
that
that
joint.
do say that. Now I do have more practical reasons why I would say that to
I
be
hear the
true,
same
but
thing,
multiple
Pastor
sperms aren't
Sophie.
good for your vagina, and that's just a fact.
It's not. I'm with Dusty on that. It's not.
well,
Then
if you
she
hold,
said you gotta pick which one you having the baby by. That means you're screwing the both men willingly. And one of them going to catch. And you hold pregnant the whole 9 months, don't know who the baby daddy is.
No, but see, I wasn't taking it. I was
yeah,
see,
and I wasn't even
I wasn't
mentioning it
even
like that either just then.
and
I
you know
wasn't.
what? In the very beginning, like even when we would like in the very beginning, when we was doing this like with Unscared Minds, and we were talking about polygamy, right? That was my mindset. Like I just could not understand. I don't, you know what I mean? I just couldn't understand even that point, whether it's one man and multiple women or vice versa, right? Because at the end of the day, whether or not you're protected or what have you, there's still biological fluids that's being swapped, and every people's pH is off. So what I
That
would
part right
understand,
there.
right? Like, but again, and so I would come from that mindset, but I'm like, who am I to be? That's not for me, but that's okay. And then I'm listening and I'm listening, and one thing that I heard, right? Like if polygamy or polygyny or polyandry, whatever the P words are, if it's being practiced, how it should be practiced, right? You have to be transparent. There has to be some sort of agreement. I mean, I don't know. That's not my thing. So I'm just speaking from what I've been hearing. Some, you guys talk about, those of you who are into that. Like there has to be communication, right? Like there has to be some agreements, right?
Why do you need so much?
Yeah, but I guess the difference is though they are, I guess, their phallus is a sponge of sorts. So yes, they can absorb some DNA. We really absorb their DNA. Like,
Yo, that sound
really
crazy. That sound
absorbs their
crazy.
DNA. Every
Dude,
day,
man, it's
under
dude, man.
evolution, you absorb part of their DNA.
Yo,
So it is a little different. That's why I was understanding her point of being like, hey, it is a little different between a phallus absorbing the juices versus a vagina, because that DNA does go and become a part of your body.
It
It
did.
is a
Now, for
fertilizer.
polyandry is
So it's
like,
different.
now I'm asking a question, you guys, because so I can understand more. So my understanding of what she was talking about and how like her experience personally and what she teaches is like that the goal is not just to be having different partners. The goal is like a union, right? Like a marriage, like they're in a relationship, like how a man would be if he had two or more wives, that they're in a relationship. That's what I understood it to be.
Sound like to me,
Going into the,
man.
you know what I'm saying?
Dot,
You
with
just want
that being, with Dots and Sister Freedom and Nisha and Dulcinea, let's be 100% transparent with y'all queens being on this panel. Which one of y'all sisters would date a man that would be cool and adamantly, genuinely cool with
Not
you
me.
being intimate with a man and being in the next room and him saying, "That's my wife"?
Right. No, that's never been
I
my
can't
experience.
do it. I'm telling you,
Hold
brother.
on, Sister Freedom. Knowing what,
But
let's be honest. Let's be 100% transparent and honest. Which one of y'all sisters will want a man free willingly knowing that you are this man's wife and be cool with him sitting back watching another man body slam you to the mattress like Hulk Hogan?
He always saying that.
there's people that do it, obviously. There's
He
people
might
that
do it, but won't be me.
right. But I mean, the
I
thing
don't
is,
want a man
for
like that.
people
Yo, who washing the clothes over there? Who gonna be washing the clothes, man? Like
you have
you gotta
somebody
do.
that's in that's what she practices. That's what she, those are who her clients
Yo,
are. So it works for some.
King Cass, brother, I'm just listening. I'm like, yeah, this is crazy.
Because it
Yo,
doesn't
have
fit
y'all
your
seen?
ideology. That's why it don't fit your ideology. So that's why you have a hard time understanding it. Me personally, I don't want the polyandry with the two men. That's just not for me. But for some people, it's for them. So what can you do?
But brother Laz, he's Muslim, so in Islam, you can have 4 wives. No, my husband can't. My husband can't have 4 wives. Mine can't. Now, I mean, I do want my sister to have what I had, just not mine. It's as simple as
Sister,
that.
that's called nation builder, sister.
No, that's called you can't have.
Sister Freedom.
It's called.
Sister Freedom. I
Now I
know,
do
brother.
agree with her. She made a good point for that point that so many times nation building is just said in the form where it just sounds like it's about making babies, and that's not nation building. Just having a whole bunch of babies,
That's
we
her
really have to
right.
talk about
Her
coming
opinion on
together
that.
and building something. But it's still, my point remains. I just don't know how many men, and I'm going to specify the men, are willing to come together and build like this and stuff like that. But I just wanted to, I was sticking up for Cinnamon, my Cancer sister, because I'm not necessarily saying she's wrong scientifically either, because we really need to see the studies of how sperm treats the other sperm. I mean, sperm does lock all the other sperms out once they get into an egg and fertilize it. So it is a competition of sorts to even bring life with the other sperm, because they release so many. But I don't know what would happen with competing two different men or anything like that. So it'll be interesting to look into the studies. But I
It's
think
Man,
it wasn't like a
it's not.
judgmental thing
I
as
had
far as to be
all
like,
right.
oh, you shouldn't do this or anything because my mentality or anything. I think it was just she was looking into like the science of it all and being like, what science makes more sense versus the other, when we're really talking about this is going to be a benefit to the community. Like, is it really going to benefit?
And not only
which is crazy.
two brothers, let me ask you a question. Women can't, let me ask you a question. How many times y'all had sex with girls and y'all be like, damn, she been screwing the whole football team? That's what I'm saying. That's what Cindy was saying when she was like, that age in your Tucci is because you didn't have sex with so many different men that men be like, what kind of duty is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, she ain't got no ball. You've heard men say this before about women.
Yes, and you
Right?
know what happened? Yes, Sister Freedom.
I was
What you
saying about common sense. Like, what would make you think that you screw, and then you having a whole bunch of sex?
But see, I keep going to the sex part. Like, what did we miss throughout
No,
the
you missing what I'm saying when she
I
said.
am not missing what you.
Nah, she's not missing what you saying, Sister Freedom.
I'm not. This is not a 1v1. I'm not missing what you're saying. I understand and I heard what you said. I get it. I'm like that. My point is that I like this conversation. Clearly we need a part 2 to it, right? Cinnamon will be a perfect addition to that to build off it. Because she's coming from another side. But in all honesty, it clearly has been happening. Polyandry is going to happen. And let's be real. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, I don't think on a day-to-day basis, right? When people are building their lives, and when people are building their families necessarily, that they that science necessarily needs to come in play. I think the bigger picture with whether we guys, I don't know what community we are talking about, again, with the we were, and I don't know the nation that we're talking about per se, but I think there's many threats. Like, I think that one of the biggest onslaughts is melanated men dealing with undone, as Freedom always say, undone women.
But wait a minute, though. Can y'all please go back to answering the question that I was asking y'all a question? Am I right, though, about how many men be saying that about women that has been in, like, messing
Yeah,
up?
you're right. You're right. You're right about that.
Happens. They say that.
That's
That, and I mean, you could just kind of like pick up things, because she doesn't talk about things like when we talk about pheromones and all that. You can pick up certain scents too, like how a person just how I'm trying to describe it as best I can, but you could pick it up. I done picked it up. I'm like, yo, this chick, she ain't right. You know what I'm saying? And then
Well, that's
she out there.
well, those are the STIs we were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
Usually,
brother. What you talking about is just going chilling with a woman
the
and she smelling
scientific,
like
and
the
that's
fish
why I was
factory.
just
Like,
Come on,
come
now
on.
stop, brother.
It's
Lies.
not about. We're
No,
not.
but I'm not talking about. I ain't talking about even with Don. I'm talking about just with
Polyandry is definitely
like
the basis
her.
of it. It's still for people to come, be honest, get tested, and all those sort of things, and all come together and stuff like that. So this is not against the thing. I think it was just understanding all that comes about it. Just like this stuff does come up when men talk about having multiple women. I mean, this is the stuff that's gonna come up, whether it's a man trying to be with multiple women or whether it's a woman trying to be with multiple men.
But that's what I'm just saying.
This was a
But
good conversation.
I personally think if
I
you
like
are willing and just be honest, stay
Why
single. I
Islam
think
didn't make you
solo
go?
poly is the best thing for you, because honestly, I just feel like you would have more opportunity by just being single and building with men, and let them build with you. They ain't gotta build with each other. They can build you up, sis. Let them invest in you. But that's my take on it.
Sister Freedom,
My thing is,
Sister Freedom,
go ahead, brother.
why was you saying blah blah blah, chill, and why was you saying that?
About what?
When I said some brothers can know, like Dot, you understand, like if I'm going to the steam spot on 116, I'm going there to eat seafood, whatever the case may be. I don't want to go home to my wife or to my lady and smell that.
Right.
Uh huh. Right.
Yeah, I'm going to 116. I know I want this, I want that with extra butter.
Oh Lord, Lord.
Yeah, I'm going to the
But
steam
that's
spot. I want
hygiene, though.
Garlic sauce.
what the extra
And
garlic. You know
hey,
what I'm saying?
and y'all gotta remember, women, y'all do the choosing. Like y'all choose your partner. You know what I'm
Behind
saying?
girls. But when me and Dulcinea be talking about certain things with the partner, we get yourself right. Get yourselves right.
It's scary out here nowadays.
But
It
y'all
is.
choose your
It
partners
is.
though.
It is.
It's
To tell these
scary.
girls, some of these little nasty behind girls.
And boys. I mean, come on, boys.
Oh
And it goes on both sides.
Yeah, it's both sides right now. It's all sides, especially in our
Yeah.
community. It's all sides. Whatever what community you are, you can't be like, oh, that's just happening amongst the alphabets. It's only happening amongst the colors. It's only amongst the poly. No, it's happening amongst every single group.
Everybody.
It's happening.
Did
Yep.
you
But
just
like
No,
say
I
can
the
we?
said,
colors
Yo,
of
look.
the
like
now?
but you 100% right, Nisha.
The only
To each
thing
his
I
own. To each his own, sister.
the
But can we
only
give a shout out to Dulcinea though? Just want to give a shout out because me and her get into it about the DNA thing all the time, right? But we'll scratch that.
only
She
thing
brought out
too.
the paperwork. She brought out the paperwork about, oh yeah, black men are not making it. Well, she proved her wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because they go with that all the time. Oh, black men, they not this, they not that, they not making this, and she just pulled out the paperwork on that. So, shout out to Dulcinea.
Yeah, she do
For those
always
facts.
bring it up.
Well, thank
We
you.
still gonna have that DNA test thing though. We're gonna go through that.
No, we're not. You can go watch it. It's already up. The internet,
Yeah. What is
it
you
will
got?
always
By
be
the way,
up.
what is your obsession with DNA with Dulcinea and her? I mean, I don't understand that. What is going on? Why are y'all so obsessed with her and her genealogy? Like I'm confused.
Because she came, what was it, OTK channel, and she was shutting me down and everything. She said I was a part of a Miami sex cult or something like. Or that probably was somebody in the
But
audience.
Oh, so your feelings hurt. This personal.
Yeah, she was like, oh yeah. So I was like, yo, just show that DNA test.
That's why you gotta love Nisha, man. Yo, Nisha, you gotta
Just
love
hug it
Nisha,
out
man.
already.
Nisha said it's personal.
Yeah, she's hugging it.
Boy, stop. Come on now.
But she did bring those numbers out. She brought those numbers out about the black men and women. And this, it doesn't. I'm not even judging like,
They,
yo, this
they
person
throw
supposed to make this or make that. But they throw that around and try to dog black men
a
and
little
berate
bit of
black men with that
African
all the
in
time.
it, y'all.
Can
They throw
I ask a
some African
question?
in it.
And now this is not so prevalent maybe in my generation, but what is going on, right? With the millennials, and I don't even know the age group. I'm going to say like especially the 20s, whatever. But what's going on with these down low men? What's going on with y'all, man? I
You
need.
gotta ask Puffy. You gotta get Puffy on the show for that.
I'm really confused. If y'all from Atlanta,
Don't
let me
call
know.
Puffy's name on this show, please don't.
He
From
was
Yeah,
Atlanta,
great.
please send my
Dot,
way because
dots,
I'm nervous. I'm
dots,
scared.
dots.
I'm
Key what you
scared.
just said,
Okay.
dots. You just said the key word, and
Yo,
you just said the key word, and that's
what in the
and
world is
not to put the
going on?
demographic on everybody from there, but it
Yo,
seems like a lot of them brothers
these
for
gorgeous.
African American males, they seem like for the most part, a lot of them migrate to Atlanta.
Oh yeah.
And as Sister
Because
Freedom say, for the
it's a lot of openly gay men in Atlanta, so they feel more comfortable being there versus a lot of other places where they're not as open like it is in Atlanta.
Yeah, but then they
yeah,
wouldn't be
I
down
don't
low.
have nothing to say about them.
I mean, they
And
wouldn't
it's
be down low.
usually these women that are getting with them. We got to be
That's
real. Not
true.
every woman
That's
is
true.
getting
yeah,
with
that's
people
true.
that are
True.
tricking them.
That's
Right.
Like we can see it. Usually you be like, damn, I want him to do my hair, pick out an outfit with me. But some women are like, oh yeah, I would love to sleep with my best friend. I thought it was so funny bringing this up. Velvet has said in a thing, sorry to say her name or anything, I could have said it was a girl. She was like, "Oh, I knew he was the one because we had on the same jacket with the fur."
Oh no,
And I
that was so
just cracked
silly.
up. I was like, "What? How? That's the new generation to be like, I knew he was the one when we were wearing the same outfit." What? No.
Why
Well,
do y'all
well,
have a
I want to point this out too. Like in all serious note, a lot of brothers, like when you talk to them brothers like that, a lot of them been messed with. I ain't gonna say everybody, but a lot of them been messed with when they were children. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And that's
Oh,
something that swept. Or like I know people that was messed with them when they were in juvenile, they're victimized. Their mother's boyfriend did it and stuff like that, and they like that's why I became like this. Like I wasn't like this before that, but this person violated me. You feel what I'm saying? And that's something that when you have that conversation, that's not being brought up. They're like, oh yeah, LGBTQ right, blah, 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 blah. But what about all the girls, the young girls too, that are getting turned out by these older women and the young guys happening the same thing? Nobody talking about that.
Osiris
I wanted to ask the
said,
question.
"God, you are so bad." And
I
there's such
guess.
a thing as
I
I
mean,
didn't say African American males. That was Brother Lyon when he referenced it. But since you obey and you mentioned Moors, I want to know what is your fascination with the undone?
Oh my goodness.
What
Um,
the? What is the undone? What do you mean?
but wait a
You
white
talking
minute.
about
white women, white
Quickly
women,
ask
man,
Brother
white
Lot
women.
and Brother King cast a question really quick, guys, before you get that, because they're gonna go in on that. Would you be okay with a woman, especially you, Brother Lot, if your woman was like, go ahead, you can mess with Tina, it's not bothering me. Would that hurt you just a little bit? You too, Brother King Cast. Would that hurt you a little bit if she was like, it don't bother me none, you can mess with Tina? I'm good with that.
Oh, she get mad. You
If
talking
she
about
was
she asked to mess?
with
Mess
another
with Tina.
woman.
Mess if my woman was okay with me messing with another woman.
Yeah, would that bother you?
To be honest with you,
Yeah, very honest.
yes, it would.
Yeah, it would bother me too.
Yes, it would.
Well,
The reason, no, hold on. The reason why I say that it will bother me is because in the back of my mind, I will be like, what did I do? Or what did she catch me doing? Or what there? It's a
but what
lot of
is
things
she
that
going
would be,
to
yeah,
do?
but it's a lot of things that would conjure in my mind. Like for me, I just try to, I just try to look at things from a spectrum of whatever I would perceive as being harmful to me or that would make me feel a certain type of way. The only way essentially I would know from dealing with my mate is by asking. I don't want to go through no hardships and no anguish and no pain and headaches and all of that. And I don't want to bring that to her. So with that being the case, I'm not sitting here saying that I'm going to be the perfect man in the world, but it would be my obligation and my duty as a man dealing with a woman to say, you know what? This is the woman that I'm choosing to be with. Let me be the best man that I can be for her in her life while dealing with her. That's just being 100. That's just keeping it a being. Because if I can't be that, let me go to the next one and try to be that for her.
The word undone was penned by Sister Freedom. It is copyrighted by Unscrambled Minds. So if y'all want to use it, then you have to drop something in the cash app. Thank you
Okay.
kindly.
Right.
Look
That
at the that
At
right.
least
copyright.
give some
Or
kind of,
make
at
sure
least
you're at
give
least a
credit.
member. At
Get
least have a
credit. Get
membership
credit.
before you talking about undone people.
No, he
Okay.
said that's a good one, but he wanted to know. I was messing with Osiris, because he tried to do a little song, But I know, Osiris been kind of quiet when I asked that question. The babes, the Moors.
They know what it means. They
I
know
like
what
I like I like melanin, so I don't. I can't I
You
can't
guys
speak on
know what
everybody else.
to do. I'm messing with y'all. I really, but no,
yeah,
but I'm actually dead. I'm dead serious. Like on some real, I really am
I
curious about that.
personally think it's the same problem they got with us. The same issue they got with us. The same issue we got. They don't
Mm,
like us. We don't like them.
mm.
And it was a guy
I,
in the chat named Simon the Atheist Killer said that we do is bash black men. Obviously, he don't watch our show. We love our black men. What is wrong with y'all?
Yes, we
You
don't
think
never.
y'all Cynthia G?
We never bash black men on this show.
No, we don't.
Y'all that's
I
each
mean,
other.
did they see what the show was tonight? It was about a woman with two men. Like
Mhm.
And you
that
see,
was
But
passionate. That
someone
was,
else was saying it's feminist talk and all this other stuff.
oh
So
God.
the only part that was a
I
little
like to hear
remotely
it.
was sounded like fashion and where she was talking about men don't know what they doing. But I just needed clarification because she wasn't saying all men don't know. She was just saying, a select few. But that did feel
I don't even remember
a little
hearing that.
bashworthy when
Yeah,
I
but
like
some
what?
men don't. Some men don't. Not
Some
every man
men
don't.
don't. Yeah, we know.
Yeah,
We all know some men don't,
yeah,
but we
some
know
don't.
some men do. And
Yeah.
it was sounding like they don't, period. Like, what? No, no, no,
No,
no.
she didn't say
Some
that.
of
Yeah,
them do.
she didn't say that. I wouldn't. Yeah, she was saying some. That would
Well,
be.
I haven't had a lot of bad experiences, so I can't relate
Thank
for
you,
real.
Rachel Rule.
I
Oh,
do
thank
am
you.
done.
He gave $20, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
And if I
you.
do, I am done. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Make sure
You
y'all hit
hear
that
Yeah,
me?
I
like
don't
button.
even know how to fake like that because I never really did. So like people that be like, oh yeah, I know how to fake and I be doing this and that, and I'm like,
Thank
what?
you, Boo.
Like, I
Boo.
don't fake either you know or you don't, and if you
Has
don't,
Right.
that ever happened though, like where you guys did?
I've
no, I'm
never
quiet.
faked it.
I'm quiet. I'll be quiet. Like, yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna fake.
For what?
But the thing is, if a man's not pleasing you, then you're not telling him what it is that you want done. Sometimes you have to have good communication. I think it was Dulcie who said that about the communication part.
Right.
Um, it might have been Nisha. I couldn't remember really. I think it was Dulcie though. You gotta express to the man. Everybody don't do things the way you like it done. You have to tell the man what it is and how you like things done, and he has to vice versa tell you because everybody don't do things the way you like it. You understand how I'm saying that?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
You
it's
may,
true.
I mean, because if it's not done the way you like it done, you're not going to get where you need to get. You'll just be doing it. And the same vice versa with him. You have to know and you have to play with each other to find what makes each other tick. Simple
Exactly.
as that. You do. It spots on people's bodies that they don't even know that'll turn them on because it's never been touched. A lot of people don't kiss a man all over his back and all kinds of stuff.
Or they're not comfortable with
But men like that.
Right.
right, or they're
Men,
not comfortable with
men like stuff you don't even know that they like those things. And I'm gonna leave little secrets to myself, but I'm saying.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Big Mama stuff. Telling Big Mama stuff. But I'm just saying.
boy, here we go.
Down the rabbit hole.
I'm Brother Lau, I'm being very honest. There's a lot people need to tell people what it is they like and what they don't. And you got to experiment as well. My dad said, when you get in a relationship, never let the fun run out your relationship. Never. Because if you do, you'll start getting bored with each other. It's so much you can do. So much in a
It
relationship.
is.
communication. You got
You
I
can make love just by holding,
mean,
just like sitting behind somebody and holding them while you're looking at TV and massaging them. While just so much stuff.
Oh yeah, because we ain't about to finish that show.
but but then some women, right? Some women and even brother Lion King Cash, y'all can speak for yourself, but like some women also feel like they don't want to hurt, their lover's feelings, right? Or their partner's feelings. Because that's a tough pill to swallow if you think that you are pleasing her and you're not.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say.
To ego.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Some women are scared to tell you, and some men are scared to tell you stuff. Some people are scared to tell you what they want because they aren't comfortable yet. They aren't comfortable to say what it is that they like.
Right. You gotta be honest. And that's hard though. But you have to be honest. You have to be honest.
But
You got
sometimes
to.
too, a lot of times it's not because if you can think back, especially with partners and the beginning of the relationship, it was great. So a lot of times the great versus oh it's not that good is all mental. Like maybe you need to bring in a fantasy. Maybe he got to do a kidnapping scene on you. Do a Carly Russell. Do something to bring the mental into it to feel sexy and get that part because it's really not usually oh the sex is bad now but it was good before. No, it's mentally you're not into it. You tired of
Right.
him leaving the
Who's
toilet
Carly
seat
Russell
up.
though, Steve?
You're like, oh, can you please put the clothes in the damn laundry basket and then you mad and now you're not into it.
Those
And
who's
Like,
Carly
no.
Russell?
you don't have
What's
to
the
always be
Carly
so
Russell?
serious
Oh yeah,
either.
she got
I
I
wanna
think she was guilty and I forgot how much money, but yeah, and she's gonna have time. Time.
Who?
what did she
Who?
do?
Who?
Yeah,
She
Carly.
lied
Well
about
she
being abducted.
yeah, she lied about being
Oh.
Who are y'all talking about?
a girl, she lied about being kidnapped, she bought snacks and went to the hotel instead. We don't know
Wow.
what to do, but
Oh, you talking about the girl in Alabama?
Yeah.
yes.
Wait,
Okay.
wait, wait,
But
wait.
that's
Hold on,
what I
hold on, hold
wasn't
on.
necessarily say play out the jail part.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
what I was like. Wait,
All the
bring
other
Carly Russell.
part.
wait, hold up. You said that she lied about getting kidnapped, and she just took herself into a hotel room with snacks and just OD.
Only thing I won't do is
Yeah.
let somebody tie
Yeah.
me up.
Wait,
I
is
don't,
She
is that
really
what
was
you just
mad,
said?
huh? She really was pissed off at him. She
Brother
like,
Yeah.
Lava, you let a woman tie you up. I'm just asking. I'm just saying. I would not do it. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah,
That's
I'm,
what I would not do. I would never do that because
yeah, I'm
people go
gonna
that
come
far.
out and like, you got that was up.
allegedly. Look, y'all. Allegedly.
I'm
It
not
has
doing
to be
it.
with someone you trust. So that's a definite trust. You
I
know
don't
them
care if I
trust
trust them or not.
exercises like, oh, fall back and I'm gonna catch you, and you know for you to be blindfolded and do it, how much you have to trust that person. It's the same thing. It's a
Ain't nobody
different
my
intimate
deal.
experience of someone you truly trust to tie you up.
And
And
yeah, I'm
You
then
coming
just
up.
that's where
said
you
that.
can learn, like you
Yeah.
said, Sister
Brother
Freedom,
Love
But
not doing
about
that.
the
Brother
different
Love's not
spots you
doing
didn't
that.
even know that you
A
liked.
king
You're
cast
so
might do
prone
it.
to be like, no, don't go there,
What?
don't go there. You can't do that tied up. So you
But
just
King
gotta
freedom,
cast
let it
might do it,
freedom,
but
happen.
Brother Love
freedom.
not
Let me
doing
ask you a question. Freedom. Let me ask you a question. You
I
just
don't know. I
said
might be.
you just said communication is important, right? And pleasing your partner and get what if your partner says to you, like, you know what? I want to try that. You gonna say you just said that you gotta communicate, right? So what if he says to you,
it. Say,
that's what I want you to do. Like that, I want
let's
to try that.
let's 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 do this. What's that word when you operate? Like, let's just talk about this first. Plus, I'm serious. I'm
And then
serious.
I'm gonna go to Tina house and Tina gonna tie me up. So what you gonna do?
Oh,
Okay, well then Tina just gonna have to tie you up, baby. Cause for Fred ain't tying me up. Oh, that part.
You gotta let her know about Tina.
Play with, because if he say Tina gonna tie him up, I'm saying, well, Fred ain't gonna tie me up. So I'm just saying, I'm making up names, he making up names. I'm saying
But Fred over to Tina house right now too though.
we can talk about the tie up thing. Maybe we can I mean maybe we if it's that if it means that much to you, baby, because I don't do the tie up.
Sister Freedom.
Wait a minute, let me do
But
this one. If you that into it, I'll tie you up. I'll tie you. I'll tie
But
you up.
I have to say a message because my husband says I'm being negligent right now. But so don't just let anybody do it. They need to study it. They gotta know where to do it, where to put the pressure points. Because if you put it on directly on pressure points, they can't kill you. So it's not just
oh,
safe. But you know, it is for someone that knows how to tie. There's a definitely community as far as for it. So I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to get tied up or anything. There's a
No,
code
you gotta
community where if
understand what
someone
I'm
wants to
saying.
know where people want to get tied up, they can go directly to that community to find someone. But
Well, listen,
yeah, it's
I'm
a
saying
different
this.
thing, right?
I'm just saying though, if my man is or the man I'm trying to get with is into it, I'm gonna say, listen, let's compromise. That's the word I was looking for. If you that into it, baby,
let's start with
that's
the
just
risk.
like
Let's start with
Because
the
that's
risk.
he
just,
said
that's just like somebody saying they ain't the sucking toes or something. I'm
coffee
gonna
or
say,
tied
well,
up.
baby, let's compromise. I'll let you suck my toes. And if he enters to tying
Start with
up stuff,
So you know, Shayna, I'll let you do something to me.
I'll let you suck my toes, and I will tie you up if you that into it.
What
And
if
I might put some
he
stuff
wants
up
you
in
in
there
prayer
real
in
good.
prayer position, and he
You
says
gotta
the
be on your knees.
compromise is get down on your knees.
Okay.
What are you gonna do?
In that position. Like, what are
Say it
we?
Sound
again.
like y'all was dating some former Boy Scouts and stuff.
Ain't nobody Boy Scouts. Okay. You go.
I'm a cornball. We know everybody on this panel besides you, King Cass, know I'm a cornball. I'm a cornball.
Allegedly,
I'm
y'all.
a cornball. Listen,
I don't see any allegedly.
Right, allegedly.
It be those. It's always those, right? Yeah, that be like, we know freedom.
okay.
Uh-huh.
We know.
Let me say this. I'm gonna say it again. If he
You did
anytime
say you were a cowgirl, so
you into time, that's right. I'm gonna lasso you down and tie you up, not me. You
Freedom
know I'm
gonna
not
say
going
to
to go.
that. Freedom gonna be like, I'm gonna tie you up. No problem. I got a whip. I'm gonna tie
I
you
would
up.
like to do this.
no,
I
she gonna be
all
like,
the
I have a
forces.
whole
I would
dungeon
put a mask on.
downstairs.
I would love to
Follow
look.
me.
Look, wait a minute. Look, I'm gonna put the little mask on, the little mask, little shirt on, cowboy hat, and all that.
Wait, is Candy a Taurus?
Yes, she is.
I knew it.
I told you. Did I tell you? Uh-huh.
Yes, she is.
I would never. Oh, we know.
But ain't nobody tying me up.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh,
I could get tied up. I don't mind.
You a daredevil. I'll be thinking about all the smart stuff I might have done, and somebody might leave my silly behind laying there for a long time because I'm a nut.
If that's what you're thinking about in that moment, then he got then something ain't right. Like that's the shit.
I might be thinking about all the weird stuff I do. Some weird stuff. I am a mean person, and I do very mean things. So somebody might think about, but I got this silly little. I got this. Now I don't know about the names that they'll be calling me, but they'll be like, I got her tied up. Damn, I fuck her up. Excuse me for cussing. But they gonna say to self, I ain't letting nobody tie me up. Have y'all ever did the kid test where y'all tell the kids they can say as many cuss words as they want to in that 1 minute time or 30 seconds? Y'all ever did that? I did that. I seen somebody do that on the little shorts. I remember doing that with my kids before. We let them go outside on New Year's and cuss. They was cussing their behinds off.
young fella.
Huh? What'd you
She
say?
said, huh?
Brother lie.
Niambi said good sexual positions create good children.
I know that's right. I ain't
Sister
saying nothing.
Freedom.
Yeah.
So what's up, Niambi?
Sister Freedom, all I'm gonna say is yum yaka.
Translate, please. I don't know what the heck that means. What does that mean?
In Arabic, that means one more day.
Oh,
And when I say one more day,
He's
for
talking
Ramadan.
Ramadan.
Got you.
So,
And I'm saying, listen, I listen, Brother Lie, I had bought 3 boxes of Girl Scout cookies that I've been trying to eat up before Ramadan.
so you got one more day. You want to get it off and get it in good by all means.
Oh no, honey, I'm abstinent, so I ain't getting off nothing.
That's how you mean, girl.
I don't play no games.
We said that. Say it with your chest.
You heard that, right? You heard that.
Well, I'm saying it because it's true.
Did y'all enjoy the conversation overall, though? King Cat.
It was interesting. It was really interesting.
Oh yeah, it was interesting. I should say. I'll say that.
Yes, it was interesting. I mean, for me personally in my life, like Nisha says, to each his own. Some people for it, some people not for it.
I'm glad you came up here, Brother Locke, because normally you be like shaking my head. I'm out. Bye. But I'm glad you came up here. And I thought you was going to say, well, in Islam, we're allowed to have 4 wives, so it's just opposite of what you may be doing in that other life. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No. I have plenty of Muslim brothers of mine, as friends of mine that have they have multiple wives. But that's just something they into. I know how hard it is just to please one woman. For me to have multiple,
right.
That's
I
a
know
lot.
that's
That's
a
a lot.
lot, man.
It is. And then you got buying both houses, you got to buy long leather because I want long leather jackets from the top to I want all that. I
No.
want
See,
long
she gonna deter her man way off of that. She's like, nope,
I
nah, I
want
can't
boots
afford
to match it, all that. And then if she see me find me, she's gonna say, Brother La, why you buy her that? And why Freedom? Why she gotta look like a J-Lo Muslim and I gotta look like old grandma with a tent
You
on?
said
Because
a you
all
said a
mine,
J Lo Muslim. You said a
all
J
my
Lo Muslim.
overgarments, Gucci, Fendi, all my overgarments is handmade, all that weird A-line cut, this, that, and another. Yeah, comes in mines and do. The sister used to say, Freedom, can we speak to you for a minute? Why? Because you wearing yours like a tent? Because I ain't wearing mine like that. That's not me.
so, Sister Frida, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Now, she was talking about cultures in
Yes,
polyandry, right?
yes, it is.
So, is polyandry like is that was she is she a Aboriginal, I should say, and is that like practiced amongst like the Aboriginals or the ancient Aboriginals or something like that? Because I didn't know her background or whatever. But she was
No,
saying these civilizations
no
that
way
practice.
possible. No way possible. I can't even imagine that Aboriginal men ever let. Can you imagine that? What
Yes.
type of Aboriginal men
Now,
gonna let their woman have another man like that? I don't know no man
I
that'll do
think
that.
that
now
she's
it's this
black
culture
African
amongst the
American
Incas.
thing, but I
That
think
got
she
to do
did
with
say
Aboriginal men though,
in
because still be
cultures,
black men.
that
But
that
he asked me the question,
religion,
so wait a minute.
polyandry has been in ancient cultures. She did say
I
that.
don't know what ancient culture though. He asked
She
me the
said that
question.
polyandry has been aware.
She did mention it was in ancient cultures.
But she ain't mentioned which ones. I think there would be the
No, because
undone,
I think it's in her book, or you have to go to her page and stuff. She
and it's
shares
probably
those
in
things.
undone cultures. Can't imagine it in ours.
No,
Maybe
they
it's
practice it in New Guinea, Nepal, these places, but it's so rare. You know what I'm saying? Like she's trying to stretch it and make it like something that everybody practices, but you know what I'm saying? This is like in
50,000
small
right
cultures.
now. All I'm gonna say
Yeah,
no.
no, that's not what she said, King Cass. That's not what she said at all. She did not say that this is common, and she didn't say that this is something that's for everybody. And she said that multiple times. It's not.
Right.
She started out by saying that this is not popular,
She
at
did
all.
say
So
that's
that's
not popular.
more.
She did. King
Yeah.
Kiss trying to start trouble. You know she ain't say that.
I mean, it sounded to me when I was talking to her, she was trying to spread it like butter. You know, I'm like, yo,
It was like
this
she was
ain't.
trying to hold it a little bit too
No,
much.
she was
She
just
was trying to
explaining
promote
like
it.
what her work is, like what she does, her experiences, how she, like that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
she
I even asked her that question in the beginning, and she was like, "Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stigmas on it." So she's just someone that's promoting it, not saying it's very
that's
popular
what I
right
said it
now,
was
but
that
saying
she was trying to
that a
promote
lot of our
it.
mindsets turn us off to doing it, but there are benefits to do it from her perspective.
So
And her
so
personal
let me say something with that. So a lot of those cultures that she was talking about, the woman married brothers. So in those polyandry cultures, those few that I know about, they end up marrying a brother. So when one brother died, she stayed with the other brother or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But she would marry the brother, so it wouldn't be outside the family. And she didn't talk about that part though.
No, she was using that as a example of how like it was done in ancient biblical times. Really, that's what she was saying, 'cause that's how it went. So I don't know.
but
Maybe you need to rewatch the show again, sir.
ain't nobody in
And
Biblical
she
did
wasn't
that.
saying it as far as the brother, as far as after death portion. The portion you're talking about, she's talking about in societies when they're not doing well economically, and they come together, brothers, but they're brothers still. They come together to share the wife, so they can have like one estate with the wife because they can't afford multiple wives.
All
Oh,
that now they relatives doing it. Look, this all I'm saying is everybody in the chat that's a male, If you
Niche is
owe
something
a
else, man.
woman having sex with another man, put a one in the chat. I'm just saying. Put a one in the chat. I know you brothers is on this and want this. Put a one in the chat if you owe. Let me manipulate this situation. I know y'all good for this because it's very positive. It's good. So put a one in the chat if you okay with your woman having sex with another man and still be your woman. Put a one in the chat now. Do it right now. Nobody doing it. See, answer the question right there. Ain't a one. So what's that? I ain't got my glasses on. Okay, so
BLS at 6.
nobody is with this. Somebody says 6, somebody says 0, somebody says 6. But nobody put a 1. Nobody is for this. Now let me ask this question. If you are a man and you okay with your woman, with if you okay with 2 women, put a 1 in the chat. If you want a relationship with 2 women, would you be? Somebody said that's disgusting. Somebody said only if she a midget. Somebody said only if she's. Now see, Olympic Supreme put a whole bunch of one. What? You okay with your woman messing with other men? Come on, Olympic.
Where you get Olympic from?
Oh, Mecca, and you just asked, it's not other men. You just asked the men that are okay with having
Niche
multiple
is
women. He
something
says that he wants multiple women. That's what you just asked. Put a 1 in the chat for the
Oh,
men
I
that want
said 1.
multiple
Okay,
women.
Olympic. I take that back. Okay. So you okay with more than one woman? More than one woman. Okay. I thought I said 2, but okay. I had to take that back. So Olympic is saying he's okay
It's
with his
Ola Mecca.
more than one woman.
Oh,
But Niche
Mecca.
said,
Oh,
where
Mecca.
you get Olympics from?
But no, the thing is that it's 1 is enough. Come on, y'all. Come on now. I
But
don't
I'm
want
trying to
no man
see
that's
where's
okay with
Olympic at. I'm just trying to see where
my man.
Olympic is at. Where's Olympic at?
I wish my man would be like, I don't, baby, it's okay. You can mess with Mark if you want to. Like, long as me and you together, you know, you can, I mean, just imagine like you come home and you say, John, I'm just making up a name. John, I really do love you, but in the back of my mind, Mark is still there, and I just don't know what to do. And he's saying, "Yo, I'm saying, are you saying that you and Mark was together? What are you saying?" I'm just saying, John, yes, and I still want to be with you. I still want to be with you because I still love you. And he says, "All right, baby, it's okay. You can be with him."
Throw it back to the streets.
We should have had that M2 song playing at the start of the show.
I'm just saying.
Throw her back to the streets.
Yes. What the hazy?
It just depends on the men or anything like that. But that's why I prefaced it before. It's not something that is never done, of course. It's
Of
done.
course.
Like it's done. For the most part, on either side. The most people that are with multiple people, they cheating. That's just being real about the whole situation. Like
Like, Sabrina,
it's
say that.
really being outward and forward. That's not where the multiple people are being with different people. It's usually undercover. Oh, it's a secret, all this other stuff. But when it comes to this, like polyandry and really being able to have 2 men commit to you, to marry you as a woman and different things, I mean, you just have to be honest about that you're not going to have a plethora of men. You're not going to be able to force a man to do it. You have to be with women, the men that are already willing to do it. Just like the men got to stop trying to force the women into poly and just get with women that are already okay with it. You can't just force the next person into it, or it's going to be very lonely because you're never going to get someone that you like, oh, I convinced them. That's gonna be one in a blue moon.
But
So
what
you
about
definitely have to go to the men that accept it, and a lot of the men that accept it are bisexual, especially if they sleep in one bed. There's a lot of bisexual men actually that are looking for this arrangement, but it's about the women. How many women are willing to accept those bisexual men?
ill?
Now,
But
see, that's the
brother,
I don't
brother,
understand. The
if,
bisexual
what if
have
would you
social
be back with a
parts.
woman if
Wait,
your
wait,
woman?
are you guys? Who's
Yeah,
share my
I'm great to it. I'm great to it, That's in just a second. But brother, lie. You, if your woman, if you, oh man, that's made me mess up. I was about to say, sorry about that. Um, say your woman messed around on you or something and came back. Would you let her back? If she messed around and came back?
He already said that. He said no.
Yeah, he
He
already answered that
said
for you.
that. He's already said he's not taking a woman for cheating.
Right, right.
I thought I asked him about the two women just dealing with him.
Are any of you familiar with this couple here?
Mm-mm.
No.
No, I wouldn't
I
never
can't
click
really,
on them. I would have kept going.
I really
They
can't. Okay. I
they
can't really.
actually yeah, they actually quite popular, but they've been married, I think like now what 17, 20 years. They have 4 children. And they're into that. They're also into, I don't know what you would call it. But they do like porn together. They I don't know what you would call their relationship. They're polyamorous, polygamous, or what have
Yeah,
you.
it would be polyamorous and probably like open or something, kind of like Adam
Yeah.
22. They
You talking about
did
that
like
Adam 22
porn
dude?
and stuff like
No,
that.
here.
But it's no, this isn't Adam 22. This is just another
This
relationship.
couple
Like,
here. Yeah. They're into so they're and they have an intact union. I mean, they are really. I mean, even I would think even to most it would be kind of some people will view it as extreme because you wouldn't think of somebody who's in a relationship, but you know what I mean, with a family, and yeah, they're into that, and they're quite popular. So I just wanted to know if anybody were familiar with this couple or not.
Oh, I thought you was
no,
gonna
but
let
I would say like you can kind of see the difference too of
Yeah,
this. That's why I say of the amount of men, because polygamy comes in, like she said, a closed setting. It's saying you can't be out there sleeping around or whatever. You need to be with us, or whatever. So
swingers, right?
when you're
Swing.
asking someone for a polygynist, you're asking them to be in a closed setting. Like, they're not going for multiple women after woman after woman. No, it's supposed to be closed off. Normally, most people are like, two is my limits, and that's how it's supposed to be. You and those two women, like Kevin Wesley and this. So again, the vice versa of it, when you're looking at polyandry, now it's the same, but it's supposed to be closed at some point. It's supposed to be like, okay, well, you're this is polyandry. You're with your 2, 3 husbands, and that's it. And you've married these men, spiritually, and you're going and y'all are working towards a family. But yeah, in the open relationship, swingers, all that, that's definitely easier, and more people actually go for that sort of thing. It's like a more so, okay, swing, be open. You can have other sexual partners as long as you let me know, all this other stuff. But it's not the commitment of the family unit that polygyny is, or
Right.
polyandry is.
That's too much of people.
Bad Saint said, not only will a man take you back, but he'll also compete with the other man to keep you.
That's a
Wow.
lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
You think so?
I know so. Ain't no man gonna sit there and compete with another man unless you just a sucker. I'm just gonna call it what it is. Unless you just a sucker. If I know that my woman has stepped out with another man, I'ma fight with that woman or argue with that woman knowing that she just stepped out. Like ain't no real brother doing that, man. Like, all right, he has something better than me. All right, cool. That you got it, bro. That's you. Keep it and push.
But what if your Johnson wasn't staying hard? You had like a good 2, 3 weeks you couldn't get right, and she just needed it, or maybe a couple of months, and she just needed it. You wouldn't forgive her?
No, go back to the streets.
But you can't please her.
That's why I say if I can't please her and she can go elsewhere, by all means go elsewhere. We gotta part ways. I've been saying that from day one.
Kick it to the curb, man. Kick it to the curb.
Throw it
That's a
back to the streets.
it's all that. But brother, like, why you gonna catch? Because you know you wasn't spending no time with her and stuff. So she done went out, got her get, and now you gonna throw it to the street. It's
No,
your
what I'm
fault.
saying, listen to what I'm saying to you, Sister Freedom and Nietzsche. If you're dealing with a woman or vice versa,
Alicia now.
and you're not equitable or capable of pleasing that person, by all means, if you're able to work on it and make the change, make the change. If you can't, because of health reason, etc., and they choose to go off, depending on the person, I'm saying myself personally, I wouldn't be able to do it. If that being the case, you stepped out, cool. You go back out there, you go back to that gentleman, have a nice life. Simple.
And a lot of men feel like him. That's just the truth of it. The facts is we can see what most people do by what they do. If it was a thing that a lot of men stayed when women cheat on them, then we would see it. We don't see that at all. And it's such a big thing to even see it that the one time it happened, you see the women cheering like, yay, oh my God. And people are like, well, why are the women cheering? Because we know for a fact internally, whether we want to say it or not, men do
Right.
not stick with a woman once they cheated on them. But we know
Yeah.
for a fact a lot of women will stay and compete for the men. They will. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen it on Love and Hip Hop. We see it
I
on
told
reality
you.
TV shows of
We
all
seen it with
kinds.
the dope
Where
dealers in
the
the
women
hood.
will
We
stay
seen
with
it.
that man and just go back and forth having babies with them as a competition. A man won't do it. So it is what it
Look,
is. And we can
yo,
talk
look, I
about
work in the medical
percentages.
field.
A
And
majority of
then
men won't do it. Where
um
women, we will.
I,
that'll be
I
that.
work in the medical field. I said I seen it with all of us, all the men, mostly all the men, even the dudes that ain't had no teeth and all that, pot belly. Look, the women was up in there fighting. You know what I'm saying? Period, point blank. They knew they had wives, or they knew they was messing with somebody in there, and they came at them too. You know what I'm saying? So I'd have seen it.
I think too with a hurt where also like the conflict comes into, especially with and I'm not, I hate generalizing, but for sake of the conversation, okay, I'm going to generalize, right? But like where women, where if you're intimate with somebody, well, for me, if I'm intimate with somebody, right, there's a trust, there has to be trust, right? And there has to be, so I think sometimes with women that conflict comes in because here you are, you're giving your body to somebody, right? And if he's telling you something, right, you thinking you say what you mean what you say, you find out it's something different. And so as a woman, because of how we are just with our heart, sometimes it takes a while for a woman to get it or for it to click, and it may come off as competing, but really it's sort of like, yo, and then you start doing that check, like, whoa, 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 what just happened? Like, who are you? Who is she better? Is she work? And for men, it's not even, sometimes it's just it could be purely physical. You know what I'm saying? Whereas women, it's not always purely physical. You know, that's how I see it.
Right.
But
And that
dots,
I'm not into that. Like I said before, that's not
like
my style,
why they feel like they can cheat and why women shouldn't cheat because
I'm not
women
doing it.
aren't purely physical, men are, or anything like
Men,
that. There's a bunch of reasons why they say,
but they are
what
more.
bothers them about it, but we know that men are way more bothered than women are.
You talking
dots,
about with cheating?
Is that true, y'all?
dots. But
Is that true, Jazz and Brother Lie?
excuse me.
Is that? Would you agree? I'm curious to hear what you guys have to say to that.
Yes,
I,
yes, of course,
yeah, I
yes,
agree too. Yeah, I agree.
yes.
Me and we
But
territorial. Like that's
yeah,
the one thing the sister didn't talk about. We're territorial. You want to talk about? Oh, you want to bring all the science out. One thing about males and the mammalian species, they're territorial. You feel what I'm saying? Period. Point blank.
but the thing
No.
that a lot of people is not expressing or saying, especially this is a jewel for most brothers as well. When dealing with a woman, if a woman free willingly, without you even asking for, it, gives herself to you, The intimacy is more pleasing and more enjoyable than you have it as the man having to ask for it.
Say that again.
When dealing with the opposite sex, most preferably for a man dealing with a woman, when a woman is completely into you and she's free willingly giving herself to you, the intimacy is way more better than you having to ask for it.
Oh, okay. I understand what
Facts.
Men still ask for it. Like if you're in a relationship, you got to ask for it.
Yeah, some brothers do, Nisha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you mean? Yeah, Nisha. Why you say that?
Because I don't get. Okay, so being in a relationship with somebody, I don't see where it's a question like, can I get some? Like I don't. That doesn't register.
So
Yeah.
if not in the, what do you? If you're not in the mood to have sex? I don't understand. Isn't there a conversation? I mean,
no. Why should it be? Y'all live together. What the problem is? Why is there a question?
Okay.
Nisha and her man over there, they having fun.
Yeah, I mean, what you asking
Yeah,
for? We live together. What you? Why would I tell you no? Like, what's the problem?
I guess with a lot of couples though, but I guess with a lot of couples, like a lot of them, like you can kind of feel and tell, like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, this person down today, like y'all kind of, a lot of people have that understanding where they know, like, yo, this is the time, this may not be the time. You know what I'm saying? Person may be sick, person may be down or whatnot. And you just kind of like, no, you like, nah, I ain't going.
I mean, yeah, if you sick, I mean, or something that goes without saying. But then it still ain't a question because that person know what it is. But just on an average day, just regularly in real life, for real, okay. So that just shows show that my life is very different because I don't see a point in asking, can I get some? Is we gonna get it tonight? Shit, you know what it is. We together.
Yeah,
So,
but they don't.
Go ahead.
I see.
Or it just happen. It can just happen.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it don't have to be as mechanical. A lot of times when I got to the point where I started asking for certain things or whatever, that's when we were about to break up because we were both kind of beefing at that time,
On bad point. I mean, said something. I want to hear what y'all have to said. Some men are territorial, but share SLUTS, share sluts. The two don't add up. What y'all think about that?
Say it again, Dots.
Share slut.
Bad Saint said, so men are territorial, right? But share sluts. Two don't add up.
I think it adds up kind of perfectly.
Yeah.
I mean, it shows the mentality where people think men care about them and they don't. It's the same thing as the gang or the train or the whatever. It's the fact that he does not care about you. He would not even care if you said your mother died. He'd be like, "Oh, that sucks, man. Damn. Well, call me when you over that, or let me know if you need some D to get over that."
That's
he
true.
don't care about you for real. That's why.
That's true.
If he'll share you, he don't really care about you like that.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally,
You're a walking vagina.
I mean, me personally, I stopped drinking quarter waters when I was 11 to 12. So
they don't know what quarter waters are. Come on, that's easy.
Yeah, me personally, I just can't do. If I know that a woman has been with this one, that one, this one, or that one. I mean, where I'm from, we don't. Them type of sisters, you just let them be.
They put a house parties, right?
Yeah, pretty much. That's the rec. Yeah, that's the rec center. No man wants a woman that treats her body like the YMCA.
Preach. You should. Well, some you should. I think a man shouldn't, but clearly they do. Bad saying another good point. He said do men say no? Do you?
Yes.
Men say no.
Yes. Well, do y'all? Go ahead.
Y'all say no to really?
Some men are saying if a woman's willing and you check you got to check resumes now.
No, I'm saying like if you are if you are with your lady or whatever, you would turn her down. Like that has happened before.
Yes.
Like you.
Yeah, I've been tired. Like
Yeah,
I've been
I'm
tired from
tired.
work and
Yo,
shit.
I'm tired.
What?
Yeah, I'm tired. Going to sleep.
She don't come. Oh shit. Oh, it's late night. So I get sometimes that you be tired, but it's not consistent, is it? It's just that one day, right?
It's just that one day. It's not like often. No, it ain't the the noodle situation. No, it ain't that. But you be like, you like real tired of stuff. Like I'm older, shit. Sometimes I want to go to sleep, chill out. You feel me? Like, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. You can catch you a few weights, but before you go get up and go back to work, it's gonna be going down. So I don't really
down.
Yeah,
she said it's gonna be going down. I like that.
I don't really understand all of that no shit in a relationship. I don't really get that no, and I'm tired and I gotta hit. I don't really understand that. I don't. I don't get
Yeah,
it.
baby, can't we just cuddle, baby? I just want to hold you, sister. You're not a piece of meat, sister.
I the no tired. I'm the front. Oh yeah, baby, we gonna hook up tonight. Yeah, it's gonna be bomb, and I'll be asleep.
Brothers better tighten up on their synergy, their ashwagandha,
right though for that.
that wood bark, that synergy, the ashwagandha. Brothers tighten up.
Ashwagandha. The ginseng.
Yeah, tighten up.
The moringa,
the moringa root, all that.
Y'all cannot be.
I mean, I get you tired from time to time. I get that. We all tired. We all be out here in this world doing what we have to do and come home and just be drained. But we cannot make that a common practice for both on the women too. We can't make that something that we ain't had sex in a week type stuff, because that's not reality. I don't get that. So
Tanisha not having it.
Hey, listen, it happens, sis.
It
happens.
Yeah. It be times where I'm trying to get ready for something.
No, it don't happen for no week. No, it does not. And not in my world.
What if you're a truck driver? What if you're a truck driver, Nisha?
Well, I'm not getting with no truck drivers. That's how you solve that one.
Or you could become polyandrous.
No, I don't want all of those poles in my hole.
Have your side, right?
No, I don't want no side. I don't want a lot of different poles in my hole. I don't want that. That ain't good for me.
It is a solution, girl, for everything.
Yeah, it is a solution, but I'm good.
She said she ain't no fence. She don't want all them poles in her hole.
Oh, man.
Yo, I'll say this though. Do you guys believe? Well, a lot of people, they got a different religion or they atheists or whatnot. But some people believe in spiritual, STD, spiritual transmitted demons. And they say a lot of people carry a certain energy with them too.
That's real,
shouldn't
man.
be jumping around with this person. I've had my personal experiences.
It's real, brother. It's real, man. It's real. That's real, brother.
I've had a. Yeah, we call them Jen. You call them Jen. You call them, but it's something. I'm telling you, like, look, with me, and my folks, they Afro-Cubans, Santeria, all that stuff. But I remember I went to my padrino one day, and he like, hey, look, bro, was you just with somebody? This was like years ago. He like, was you just with somebody? Recently, boom, boom, boom. I was just with this girl. She was having these issues in her life. Whoopie, whoopie, whoop. And I started feeling down and depressed. And I was like, yeah, I was just with this girl like a few days ago, right? He like, look, you need to cleanse it because whatever jumped off of her jumped onto you, right? Brother. So I went through the motion, right? Went over there, got the cleanser, boom, 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 boom. I walked out of the yard. I'm telling you, it's literally. I mean, to sound crazy, people. I'm telling you, I walked out that yard. It felt like some shit was on my back, and it lifted straight up off of me, like it
Right.
was something on me from this person. But this
See,
person could have slept with this person, or slept with that person, or maybe they just had some type of attachment to them. But we don't know that side because science is like, look, you don't supposed to believe in this. You don't supposed to believe in energies with this, but people carry that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know why we
You
are
are so right.
so afraid
You
of
are so right,
what
King
you
Cat.
talking about right now. I was saying this the other day when I was on House of Consciousness.
Boy,
Start shaking your head, Flash.
Oh, why delay?
Come on, Freedom.
I'm just saying.
It'll
People are
do it.
afraid of the unseen, but yet they believe in the unseen. Crazy to me.
Yeah, people don't like to talk about that part. I had a debate with what's the brother that be on the channel? The atheist. What's that? God killer. Ankh.
Oh,
You
Lord.
just
Yeah.
debate everybody.
Oh yeah. We go at it. We go at it or whatnot. But
Don't do stuff
but
like
brother,
that. Though, see, this is my first time really not getting to talk to him.
Wow.
but that situation, I'm telling y'all, like that situation I had, I felt that like. I'm not a person I'm not like a person that's open like to talk. As long as I'm trying to convert this person, they whoop de whoop de woo. I'm telling you, I walked out that yard. I felt that shit come up off me. I say, I don't know what's up. I believe.
Have you ever had somebody in your life that you just said, I just gotta leave this person alone, and then a lot come off?
Yeah, I've had that with another chick I was dealing with. I was 18. It was so many signs that I was seeing. Like it'll be stuff like a sign out on a billboard, like let it go or this or that, and I know I wasn't supposed to be dealing with that person. You know what I'm saying? Like we was arguing back and forth, whoopty whoopty whoop, but it was so many things until it was like
We
came
force
to a halt.
to do stuff. We force
That Jezebel spirit be real, bro.
Yeah.
On both sides.
Dealing with,
Some
dealing with,
always tell you that he ain't no good. Leave him alone. You
yeah.
still want to
In
mess with
2000, I mean, you
him.
got a lot of brothers in 2024 still dealing with floozies. Like, I mean, to each his own.
Now, what is a floozy, brother? Lie.
You ain't never heard of a floozy before?
Oh yeah, floozy. That's old school right there.
Yeah. You ain't never heard of that?
Yes, but I want you to tell me what it is.
A floozy is a woman that want to just be around in the town, be around with the world, all the
Fast,
men, dealing with whole fast
loose, as you
man,
said.
yeah, fancy fast.
I think a floozy got an age to her. I think she might be about 63.
Facts. She still
Oh,
smoking.
floozy.
She out
Yeah,
there
old
smoking
floozy, yeah, that's
reefer,
what they say, old floozy.
being a floozy,
Right. That's right,
always
James.
having everybody in her
Fast and
arms.
loose. She fast and loose.
Fast and loose, yeah. And
So with
Latinos,
the
they call her,
sister, go
Latinos,
ahead.
they
I'm
call her,
sorry.
when a woman old like that, they call her old season Tonya. She just
We
want to
call
give
it
it, she just want to, yeah, she
goodbye.
just want to, yeah, she just want to get that phone young to everybody. Like I said, to each his own, though. I mean, if that makes you happy and whatever, whether it be woman to male or male to woman, I mean, whatever makes a person happy.
And so Omek
Yeah,
just
they got
dropped
websites to
in
that shit now.
the chat. 1 second, y'all.
Sorry for the cursing. Sorry.
Shahrazad Ali, she just doesn't want to be on a full panel. She would rather like an interview style, one-on-one or anything. That may happen in the future, but yeah, I know you can stop spamming the chat now about getting Shahrazad Ali to come on here or anything. She really doesn't want like a whole panel of women type of back and forth discussion.
Who's Omek? Omek said okay.
Yeah, it's because he keeps putting it. They're like, stop
Oh,
spamming the chat.
Yeah, y'all can get a
Let me
Jan
see you.
Levantan on here. Y'all get a Jan Levantan on here. I'm most definitely tuning in.
that would be.
That would be
You would have
nice.
to pay
That
her.
will
You
be
might have
that
to
will
pay
be
her
good.
though.
Yeah, she's
And we
paid.
don't pay for we don't pay. So I mean, y'all could pay.
Yeah,
Okay.
tell them we don't pay for nothing.
Yeah, the more people
We
y'all
don't.
request and
We don't
stuff, y'all
pay.
gotta start giving us super chats, becoming members, and
Yeah, become
sending to our Cash App. Because how are we gonna get people on without giving them some kind of payment or anything? Especially when you want the bigger names to come on. Usually they like will come for a couple of hundreds of dollar offering.
right. And that's
Game is
another
so
thing. Like the people that come on, again, like respect to all of them, right? All the guests that we've been having, giving us of their time, because they don't have to do that. So yeah, no, we don't pay for it. We don't pay for things. So yeah, become members. Make sure y'all liking. Feel free to share. Shout us out. That
game is supposed to be told, never told.
oh, come on. And we be giving free game. Stay giving free game.
Y'all had Phil Valentine on here. I was like, oh man, I didn't get to watch the whole thing though, but
Stay
I
giving.
looked at the playback. You know what I'm saying? It was a good build.
Yeah.
You know,
We got a nice little
but
lineup coming up next week too. So stay tuned for that. Nice little lineup.
And everybody was introduced to Cinnamon tonight. When is she coming on,
Yes.
Sister Freedom?
Well, she's gonna be on Dr. G's, which now how that happened, huh? I introduced her to Dr. G.
We
She
gotta
get
bring Dr. G back
Well,
on too. Freedom.
because Dr. G jumped on and she like, yeah, come on right now. That's how she gonna
right.
be.
I'm
But
like, that's crazy.
what day was she's gonna come right here?
Hopefully we can probably if she goes on Dr. G's, if we don't get the guests and I'm trying to get Wednesday, hopefully I can get her here on Wednesday. Because we got a really good guest coming on Monday, a really good guest coming on Friday. Y'all,
Tell them. What? Tell them.
we're gonna wait. I
Okay.
decided we're gonna wait.
Okay.
And Dulcie, remember the guy that you was going to get on? We need to call him again. 2 weeks some went by, but we got a good guest Monday, and I know y'all not used to seeing us on Monday, but Monday night at 8:00, we got a hell of a for y'all.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
See, y'all know I come from the old school, so I like the old people that was on Sinetta TV and all the channels and stuff. So y'all gonna be okay with Friday and Monday. I'm just coming. We gotta get a new. I think Center would be good for Wednesday.
Yeah,
Senna is the wife of Sha Satan. The one he came on when
Somebody just
I knew that house looked familiar.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Right.
So
That's who she is.
wait. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Wow.
So he's in Fort Worth? He's in Texas?
Yeah, they in Texas.
Wow, I did not know that. I did not know that Hasatan dude was in Fort Worth.
Yeah, Hassan. There you go. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's his wife. Yeah, that's one of his wives. Yeah.
He only has one.
Oh, that's his. But they're
hold on, you talking about the sister that was on earlier? That's his wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not the one that was talking about two men. Cinnamon,
Okay.
one that had niqab on, niqab.
With the cover,
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. She had the chain covering over her face on Sarnetta's channel.
Yeah.
Oh, that sister that was just on. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
It's a niqab. It's just
But that
changed.
should be good. That's gonna be that. That should be good.
Wait, Sister Freedom, you
Okay,
put
with
that in the
that
car?
being said, I don't know if those studies are going to say that about the sperm.
You said a
But
niqab?
what she was saying was really spot on.
That's what I was saying, though. See, like, okay, so you get where I'm coming from now a little bit.
I get where you coming from, Doc, Sister Doc.
Okay.
Yeah,
Connect the dots.
That's something else.
No pun intended. But she's good though. She's good. I like her.
I don't even know what went through me. Who y'all talking about? Who y'all talking about now?
No, it's okay. It went over your head.
Dots and Nisha, something else, boy. You gotta love them, boy.
What? What we do?
That's a Nisha. What did they say?
You just
What we do?
Dots and Nisha just remind me of some of my kinfolk, man. Just
Yeah, well, you know.
ain't no holding punches with Nisha and Dots, boy.
Nope, it ain't none if you're sitting on your hands. You gotta sit on your hands. But then you just
Wah, wah, wah,
Wah,
wah.
wah, wah.
sit on your hands.
Boo. Hey, Anton.
Hey,
Hey,
Hello.
what's going on, sisters? What's
guys,
going on? What's going on,
what happened
brothers?
to Gary Bay? He gonna
Man,
make it.
Space, brother. Peace.
I've been in the chat cracking up. I said, let me just
Uh-huh.
come up here, man. I'm telling you,
Uh-huh.
y'all a piece of work.
That wasn't
Ah,
me. We is up here. What she talking about? We are virgins.
right. I mean,
We ain't did none of that.
virgins or versions? Versions of what?
Take it how you want. Take it how you want.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I don't see.
I
It's just
certainly
me
will.
personally. That's where I'm
Sister Freedom doing the
I
most, man.
can't see myself wanting that. Like even those massages. Let's not talk about sex, where they have those sensual
Great,
massages and they have
great.
two men on you at the same time. That just doesn't look appealing to me, honestly. Now, I
Mm-mm.
could be the person making the money and sending the dudes to you,
Always
but
trying to
I
be
can't be the one paying for that.
A damn Diddy party, man.
it's a
See,
matter. That's
allegedly,
all you gotta do, man.
See, there go
allegedly,
that down low stuff.
Dulcinea.
Where you from, King Kaz? What you know about them Diddy parties?
Yo, look, I don't know nothing
Don't
personal
front.
about that. I've been
Now,
all the news that's been
your
on
mind.
coming up
Into,
on live right now. Allegedly, this is what's been going on. It's been a
mm,
bunch of dudes,
Around they got
one woman.
yeah.
You
yeah,
know,
them
hey,
Diddy
look,
parties are disgusting.
Well, a
Yeah.
bunch of dudes, one woman on the
Did they
internet.
lock
What
my
are you
boy
talking?
TD up? That's
They be
all I
doing
want to
each
know.
other.
Did
Is what
they
they
lock
be
up
doing.
TD Jakes?
I'm a
but
nerd.
see, even that sister, it's a sister going around like on Facebook. Like I think she got like a blog talk now, but she's like with multiple dudes. I don't know if y'all seen her, but she been like out there. And you see the dudes that she with, they look kind of flimsy. Like they look like they go both ways, and they look flimsy. Like they don't say no to nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like they
He's
agree with
talking
everything
about
she say.
Kenya, y'all. He talking
Who?
about Kenya. He talking about the Kenya, the one that's going around, the one that was on Seeking Brother Husbands. They
Do
gave
she
her a
take
show or whatever because she was married to two
hell
guys.
man?
Those guys have wives too, but she's still searching or dating
No, he
after.
talking about the other couple.
Which
Um,
couple he talking about?
he talking about the lady. She bright
It's like
skinned and she kind
it's a
of
brown skinned sister. You know,
Oh well, I know Nisha. Yeah, he said a brown skin to the. He talking about Kenya, but I know the one you talking about, the light skinned girl that got the
yeah,
two guys and
they
one
mess with each other.
entertainment and the other one or anything. But they bisexual or no?
Yes, they mess with
But
each other.
they're
They said,
bisexual. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
They're
All
bisexual.
three of them, Niche. Oh,
yeah.
that
And she just had a baby probably about 6-7 months ago, something like that.
was the
From
daddy.
yeah, but they sleep together too. The men sleep together too. They said it out their own mouth.
Oh
It
wow.
sounds messed up even saying it when people are like, "Oh, why would you say it like that?" But the facts of the matter is that a lot of times in this community, you could get what you wanted if you like bisexual men, and those men like women and men, and they're willing to be in this thing. But so many women are like, "No, I would never be with a bisexual man," but they're polyandrous. Like, really, if you
And they
really
probably live in
believe in
Atlanta.
this, you should be with these bisexual men. And that's just a fact. They should.
That's
They
crazy.
And they
should.
probably from Georgia.
Damn.
Hey,
Man,
Y'all,
hey,
y'all be wilding down
what?
down there, boy. Y'all be
no,
wilding down there. I'm sorry.
yo, when I lived in Georgia, the old school people blamed it on New York. They say all them New York folks coming down here, folks from up north. Well, they both blamed it on everybody, but they all the folks coming up north bringing all this down here, so they blamed it on us.
Always blame everything on New York. You know, it comes with it. You know,
And people tie that bisexual with being flamboyant. And a lot of bisexual men, they're not
that's true.
necessarily flamboyant. You might not even be able to tell right away that they're gay if they're straight up tops and they don't
That's
do the other
true.
way around.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
Where
Did
did
y'all
this
see
come
that dude,
from?
Fleece Johnson? Fleece Johnson, he ain't. And he got a wife. He got a wife right now, Steve
Yep.
Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He got a wife.
Yeah, he got a
undone.
wife.
They've even had
He
those rumors
undone.
about AB and some other people in the NFL and stuff. It's bisexual it's a thing. What's the singer that's
What,
All
bisexual?
them, I was gonna say all them most of them rappers. Them
Mm-hmm.
fake, yeah,
I don't want to believe Meek Mills, man. They said me, I ain't want to believe that one. You know what I'm
believe
saying? I
it,
just
believe it.
like that don't even make sense. Oh man, that don't even make sense, man. You know? But he not denying it. He just saying a bunch of random shit on the internet. Like he
They
trolling people. Like I want to move to Ghana. I'm like, what does that got to do with you, brother?
Oh yeah,
Deny
Frank
the
Ocean.
allegations.
Y'all seen Frank Ocean? What Frank Ocean
Oh
looks like and
yes,
stuff?
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
Yeah, Frank
that's right.
Ocean is openly bisexual.
That's
He
right.
came out as far as it. And I think I
Kid
don't know if
Cudi, Kid
Tyler the
Cudi too.
creator is.
Yeah.
He acts
Oh,
like he is. Tyler the
I think
creator.
Kid Cudi, yeah.
He
Oh, and
is.
Kid
He
Cudi,
is.
yeah, they're bisexual. They're
Tyler
bisexual.
Creator
So for
is.
real, if
Shit, the
really if we're
basketball
saying
player.
it as far as
maybe some
building in the
folks gotta say that.
community, you would want to build with some of these bisexual men. I just think so. I
Do
mean,
you
like,
think
and you
though?
want to be in the same bed with them. Why not?
But Dosey, do you think Dosey or anybody for that matter? It could be La, Anton, whomever can answer. But to your point, Dosey, do you think though that it's easier? Okay, so like take like a King Cudi or take like a who's it, Frank Ocean, whatever. But I think Frank Ocean is gay. Do you think it's easier for them to be like I'm bisexual to the public because it's an easier pill to swallow, but really that person is men? But
Okay,
women is just
man,
like
you got
No,
you.
I think. Oh wait. Oh
Somebody
yeah, I
reaching
think
in
that's
the
King.
somebody
Hold
reaching in
on.
the potato chip bag. Who's that?
Right. I think honestly, I
I
think
got the
it's just a
munchies too.
big stigma because there's a lot of bisexual women, but when it comes to men, you can't be bisexual. You're automatically labeled as gay. So I think there's a lot of, I've even learned some gay friends that I've had, and they're like, no, I actually like women too. And I didn't know that. I'm like, oh, wow, I never knew you even liked women like that. And they're like, yeah, it's just a stigma. It's like once you're gay as a man, you're gay. But a lot of them are bisexual. They like men and women, but
Mhm.
they're not as accepted as much as women can like both
I hope
sexes.
they be honest.
Where did this come from though? I mean, this has been my question because, like, I mean, I'm more into the sports, so I know a lot of athletes, and they do that. I mean, they run right behind
Yeah,
that man that had that woman. As soon as that's done, they run right behind and getting the same one.
that's
I'm
right.
talking about like they run through them like a straight like a chain. You know what I mean? And it don't make no sense because I mean I be talking to these brothers like, man, how many commas you got in your bank account, and you over here chasing that one. You
Like
already
that
went through
Drea.
that one and that one and that one
Yeah,
and
like
that
that
one.
Brittany Jenner chick. That Brittany Jenner chick. I'm like, why is
Right.
other dudes still chasing? Like, is it just like a pool of people that y'all can talk to? You got to sign an NDA agreement or some shit. Like, what? Why
Well,
y'all chasing the same person?
Well,
What
the
did
most
two
what
the
did
two
most of
are
these.
not the same. If we're talking about the Jenners and stuff, you're chasing them for the money.
what
The
did Cat Williams
Kardashians, you're chasing them for the
say?
bag.
But you,
Yeah,
well,
Because they
remember what
can
well,
Oh,
Cat
make
Williams said?
oh yeah, I remember
yeah,
what
they
Cat
not
Williams
really
said. Right.
Right,
they
right. They
not
go to
really
your
they not
answer.
really
They go to your answer.
they're not really chasing them for the money. They chasing them for attention. I'm gonna keep it real. Like some of these pro athletes ain't got game. I mean, they might be able to work that ball and do whatever they do out there, but I'm telling you, the game is weak. They soft on women, and this is what pretty much what it come down to. I mean, if you really get past the TV and the uniform and that they own, they making millions of dollars. When you get to the person, you really understand that most of them soft, they weak, and they definitely weak on women, and them women be running through them. I mean, you see what happened with Zion, you know what I'm saying, and what he was doing, because the brother ain't never had a. I mean, I remember him from travel ball days, when he was in high school. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them cats is, they got low self esteem, but they got game, and then when they get that money, boy, they about to
Well,
they
I
about to
want to make
throw
it
all the
clear
money up into the
because,
air.
like, I ain't talking about all those women. All those women don't have money. So when you're talking about the Andreas, the things, yeah,
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
just going after the very beautiful women that they've always seen, that they've always been attracted to. But you can't put. He said, why are they going after the Jenners? Why are they going after the Kardashians? You can't put that in there They want to have children with those women because Kardashians have money, not not recent. Oh, Kim Kardashian has money. Not recent. Kylie Jenner have money. Those families have money. The Kardashians have had money for a very, 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 very long time.
No,
So
no, I
those
wasn't
I'm
talking
kids,
telling
about
you
that
though,
Jenner.
those
Sad
I
though,
kids
wasn't
are
they
talking
gonna
about
not.
have
them.
the bag.
But
Anytime you
What
have a
about Michael
kid that's a
Jordan's
Kardashian,
son? What's his
they
name,
not
yo?
though.
Remember,
They
what about Michael Jordan's
those
son?
kids are gonna have the bag.
What's his
Michael
name?
yeah, you
Jordan's
talking.
son is
What's
I
his
forgot his
basketball
oh
name?
Marcus
Don't
Jordan. It is
Marcus
Marcus
don't
Jordan.
Janelle,
Jordan.
where did
Yeah,
you
and
get that from?
Scottie Pippen
That the
ex-wife.
Kardashians have the
Yeah.
bag,
She's
that
not
they're a
even
rich
pretty.
family,
Like,
Armenian family. Look it up. They're a
They
rich
just
Armenian
they
family.
just
that's
get
you,
they
Jew.
just got in the bag. They didn't come from wealth.
No, this they did. The Kardashians is a wealthy family. Look it
They're
up. Robert
powerful. They
Kardashian
have power.
been
They
wealthy
have power.
prior to being the O.J.
I wouldn't even.
Simpsons on the Dream Team. Robert
Yeah, but it was
Kardashian
another
came from
Jenner.
money.
It's another Jenner I'm talking about though. It's a mixed chick. That's a Jenner
Oh
everybody
yeah, you're
chasing
talking
around.
about that. Oh, you're talking about. Aren't you talking about Bruce Jenner and the Kardashian?
Yeah, he's
No,
in
no,
a
not them. No, it's another. No, it's another chick. She mixed, and she been going after all the ball players.
Oh, I see what you're talking about, Brittany. The Brittany. Yeah.
And they're not even like in my opinion, they're not even attractive. Like, that's what be
Yeah, they're not.
confusing me.
They're not.
Like,
That's a
They
lot
just
of
come
they're not.
from
lot of
money.
lipo, lot of lipo, lot
Yeah,
of
they're not
lipo.
even attractive.
Yeah, that's true.
But what do y'all think about? What do y'all think about? Even when y'all was talking about the influence. I think Anton, you mentioned something like you multimillionaires or whatever. What about the Drea Michelle situation? Right here, you have this 40-plus-year-old woman. She's known in the scene. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right?
No.
Yeah, which one did she just get pregnant by?
Hold
LaMelo?
on. He just
Yeah,
signed.
the little 22 the little 22
The
year old.
51 is the
Hold on. I'm gonna
one of
look
the
it up.
brothers, right?
I'm gonna look it up. 1 second, y'all.
so 22-year-old.
And that's who you mean, like Brittany Jenner and how she got pregnant by one of them.
So 20-year-old.
But she wasn't 30 yet. She was like 27 or something when she got pregnant, but almost a decade older than him.
So the one she's 42.
Yeah, Dre is 40 something right now, and she's
I
getting
know, Dre. I thought she was like 38, 39.
No, she's 42.
I thought she was the same age as me.
But
Yeah,
isn't she
I don't know.
a ball? Wasn't it a ball that got her pregnant, like LaMelo Ball or Jalen
Is that
Green?
who that was? It was a LeVar. It was one of LeVar Ball's sons that got her pregnant. I
Maybe
know the guy that's in there, but I didn't know that was his son though.
I didn't know if one of
And the
them got
woman was
someone
40
pregnant. I
something
know
years
they
old.
were dating older too, so I didn't know if
Yeah,
she tracked one of them.
That's crazy. And
and
the
she
woman
strapped, but she look her age though, bro. Like you were young
nah.
too.
Freedom,
What you
when you
doing, man?
freedom,
And
share
his
the
mom
screen.
and
Come
his
get a
mother
second.
ain't do nothing.
Still here.
Like
Freedom, share the screen. Jalen Green. I mean, is Dre Michelle and Jalen Green.
Yeah,
Just signed like another contract, and he's 20. Yeah, right. Like he's like what 21, 22. She's in her 40s. You know what I'm saying? Like she's that's her set, right? Like that's what she's known to do, what have you. And a lot of people are like, if it was the other way around, right? People would be having a problem because he's so old, she's so young. But is she a predator? What is wrong with him? Like out of all the women that he could have chosen, this is who he chose. So that just goes to show you it's crazy. That's why I thought of the Cat Williams comment. He's like it's like it's like a club. Can't y'all tell? It's like they all get the same.
But they gotta stop lying. Then that I get it. They're saying it just to
Like
be at
it's kind of
Well, I was saying
interesting.
about one
I
specific
ain't
point.
mad at
They're
her
saying
though.
it just to be
Do you, girl?
mad at the point that people bring up the young women with men, but older men. But they gotta stop it. Marcus Houston did it.
Yep.
Damn near Jay-Z did it. All them doing it. Like it ain't a big deal. They just see a couple of women that all freak out and they say, "Oh, the women freak out," but then no, the men do it all the time. So the women, they do have a right to say, "Well, the men are doing it." That's what Brittany was saying. The men do it. Why can't we do it? And if these guys, these grown ass men, are dumb enough to put their money on the line for these insta thotties, then it's on them. Just like they say the same thing about these young women. Like if they
well,
are just gonna be young and dumb and full of cum and do this, then that's them.
but
You
see,
said
this is they
insta
they create a
thotties.
circle. They create a certain circle around these people too. Like I was just listening to like about these parties again, right? And they like, yo, certain people that can come to these parties, certain people that come to these events, people getting drugged, boom, 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 boom. Remember, it's a certain circle in this, around entertainers and sports players that they keep. I think a lot of times, a lot of these execs and all that throw these people in too, because you know what I'm saying. They can control the money, they can control contracts and different things. So I think it's a bigger thing than that with that. But the boys be so foolish, you know what I'm saying? Like nigga, you about to throw all your money away because you probably about to be with this lady long. You're probably gonna get a divorce. You're gonna be paying all this crazy child support, man. It's crazy. But I think it's a bigger circle with that. I think they keep these people in the circle because I'm like, how is this person dating like Lori Harvey? You're dating this person, then you end up dating this person, then you like, what's going on? It's crazy.
Yeah, the people, and like what Brother Live has been saying, and I'm gonna put a twist on it, is that I think a lot of these young brothers, you know what I'm saying, are they demasculated. I mean, the bottom line is, I mean,
Yes,
what
they
Brother
are.
Lau was saying is that was not tolerated back in the day. It didn't happen. I mean, this is a whole new conversation, and I don't want to be an old fart, so I'm gonna stay with it. But the thing is that I could just relate to the situations that I could see with people, and a lot of these young men, and we can deal with that. That's why I want to take it to a higher level where people got a lot of comments in their account. A lot of them cats wouldn't be able to get no woman. You know what I'm saying? If they didn't
That's a
have that
whole
stardom.
snapple fact, brother.
Exactly. They wouldn't be able to do it. They only getting it because the women is look at them as paychecks. Even those beautiful women like Dulcinea saying, even if they ain't out there like that, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them young men, they getting commas at 20, 21 years old, and then the women is sitting at the hotel waiting on them, half naked, looking good, all dressed up, made up. You know what I'm saying? BBL'd up and all that type of stuff. And them women and them young men know if they was just some regular Joe on the street, they would not be able to pull that. They would look at them and keep walking. See what I'm saying? And that's the bottom line. I mean, all this other stuff, that's demasculation. Ain't no man, no time, no how, no real one, 10 toes down is not gonna tolerate that from no woman at all. At all. Just not happening. It's just, I mean, I understand it's the part of the conversation and it's good, and this is where we at right now. But like I said, this is where a lot of us older brothers, like Brother Live, myself, sometimes you got if you could pull a couple coattails and bring them back and reel them back, that's good. I mean, we ain't got no problems if we see something like that on the streets and we see some things. We ain't got no problem telling that young, hey man, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make you look stupid. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna crack some jokes on you. We're gonna say, hey, is that what it is? And we're gonna make you think about it when you go home. And we're gonna make you pull your pants up.
Got quiet. So what did you said you were in the comments or you were looking at it. What did you think about the perspective of bringing polyandry to the community officially as far as women marrying multiple men and them doing that to build with each other and
Well, I mean,
solve
I'm
problems?
I'm remember this has been a part of you guys' conversation. Me, I don't have no problem with that. I mean, if there's men out there that want that woman is that powerful to where she can harness that energy and she can get multiple men and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And the men is where they go with it. I'm all right with it. But as long as they men, you know what I'm saying? I don't see where the men aspect come into that. But
At all, bro. Ain't
I
no
don't,
man
look,
aspect in that, brother.
I'm trying, brother. I'm trying to please the
Ain't
women
no
right now.
man that
You
nah,
know,
man.
I'm trying to please the women right now. You
Nah,
know what
it
I'm
ain't even
saying?
about
I'm
pleasing
just
them. Nah,
saying.
they don't need to be pleased right now, bro. Nah, they
I'm
don't need to.
just
Nah.
I'm just saying.
What you mean? Come
Uh,
on, nah.
I'm just saying. If
Nah, the wisdom
if
just she just walked in the crib. The wisdom just walked in. She like, nah. I'm telling her like, nah. Ain't no, nah.
Yeah, like yo, look, man. Like I'm saying, like if a person want to do that on their spare time and they got like she can go on the website and look for that. All right, cool. But trying to preach it as a mass philosophy and trying to get all the other sisters into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, man, keep that amongst your
Well,
people. Like,
hold on.
Hey, but
I want to
look, King
preference
Cash,
this because you keep coming in
hold
as
on,
if
Dulcinea.
she
Hold
said it
on,
was like
Dulcinea. Let me
one
say
second
something to what
though,
King
because
Cash
he
was
keeps
saying.
coming in as if she was trying to push it on us or say we should
Right.
all do this or anything. And I just want to make that clear that she was not doing that. She was not trying to push it on anyone. She was just
okay,
letting
okay.
people know about the lifestyle, and she runs a community for people that are into that.
I mean, it might be firecrackers in between them legs. I don't know. You know what I'm
Yeah, but
saying? I
she
mean, hey,
was. She kept
you
talking about the
know,
stats, and that's why I thought she was pushing it because she kept bringing up those stats. Like, yo, this stat says this, and when the sperm, get all the sperms get inside, you know, they go to war and battle amongst the
yeah, that
strongest
was a
sperm. So when she
stretch.
kept
Yeah,
talking those stats,
that's
That
a
was the
stretch right
other
there.
lady
Yeah, that's a
saying
stretch
that.
right there. That's a stretch.
No, you
But
got it.
I would say this though. I would
Wait,
say
let
this
Nisha
though, sister.
explain. Let Nisha explain what happened.
Cass
Okay, go
son,
ahead. Go ahead.
Consul, what's your name, sir? Cass King.
Cass.
Yeah, you wrong.
Clout.
Let me tell you something. You got to go back and watch this show again, because everything that you thought you heard, you didn't hear it right. That was Cinnamon saying about the mixed up sperm and all of that. So I don't know if you was listening with your eyes closed. I don't know. But it was actually incorrect. And no, she wasn't pushing it on. That was just like Dustin there just said. That was her that's what she into. And obviously she has a platform, so other people into it too. And for those that ain't into it, don't go on her platform.
A bunch of damn freaks, just freaky, no
They're a bunch
reason.
of damn fools.
That's it. For real, bro.
Damn a freak. They a fool. You know what I'm saying? But I
Straight
mean,
a whole fool.
growing up, I think the brothers can agree that you probably was messing with probably had a female and stuff like that. You know, women know how to hold their water. They don't talk. You know what I'm saying? They can have another man on the side. It ain't your woman, but the bottom line is she could be messing with you, she could be messing with another man, so on and so forth. But the difference is both men didn't know or they didn't care. You know what I'm saying? And them being in the same house and all that. And I'm like, yo, I'm gonna put my elbows out. Like, what you doing? I mean, I don't get it. Yeah, but I mean, we've been in that situation, but it's a whole different circumstance. That's all I'm saying. It ain't not like that. Not like that. Not like that. I'm sorry. I like
Yeah,
that.
I mean, you right. For the most part, bro, you right. Some men like they really don't care. Some men don't really care. But to just free willingly know that you with somebody,
That
whether it
part.
be that part right there, and you watch it, oh yeah, yeah, and she both, and like she the man, they have both two men in the bed. Get man, listen,
Slapping them all across the head.
yeah,
Like,
slap them
shut
all
up,
across
nigga.
the
Shut up, nigga.
no,
Pow.
yeah, no, but I'm talking about sword fighting, like two men in the room, sword fighting.
Oh man,
That's
oh,
disgusting. Knock it off. I don't need that visual, man.
No,
I don't need
for
that
some,
visual.
no,
I don't
it's
need
just
that visual.
Hi,
I'm
Miss Nicole.
sorry.
I didn't even see you come in the chat. Sorry, y'all.
I don't want
Yeah.
to smell no other
If it's okay for a
no
woman
musky
to have
male
more
in the
than one,
room.
then it should be
Oh,
okay for a woman to have more than one man. And I don't think it's a basis on whether it's okay or not. That's why I was asking the questions I did. I don't think it's a basis of it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to have whatever configuration as long as you're not harming people and you're letting people know and it's honest, in my opinion. But it's the thing about, is it going to be accepted? And the thing is, we can talk all day about what men should accept versus what women shouldn't accept. But the fact is, women accept a lot of things that a lot of other women might not accept. But there's particular women that do accept it, whether you want to feel like they're insecure, they're weak, they're whatever. They accept it, while there's men that don't accept. A lot of men don't accept a certain thing. And that's what I was bringing up
Yeah,
earlier, Brother Law, is because my whole thing was with the polygamy is it's not hard to get with two men. Let's state that clear for a fact. It's not hard to get
Very
multiple
clear.
men to sleep with you.
Facts.
It's hard to
Facts.
get multiple men to care about you, to love you, to know you're with another man and love you, and not just be using you because you're easy. Now you're in a relationship. They don't gotta worry about no Valentine's Day, nothing like that. You come over, you treat them good, all this other stuff, then you go home to your husband. So like,
But
well, how I
Dulcinea,
was asking, how do you navigate through that? Because yes, of
Dulcinea,
course,
Dulcinea,
a
we
bunch
not
of
even
men
speak.
will do
Dulcinea, you're
that.
They,
good.
But
You're
Dulcinea,
good,
what
Dulcinea.
men
oh
are
my
actually like?
God.
I care about this woman still.
I'm gonna give you.
Dulcinea,
I'm gonna
we
give you
not even
thumbs up,
speaking about
Dulcinea.
Valentine's Day and all of that. I mean, those pagan holidays, if the people into it, it's cool. What I'm talking about, Dulcinea, is you as a woman
Mm, mm.
having the luxury or so quote unquote luxury of having two men. I'm speaking from a male's perspective. Two men at the same time in the bed with one woman. And I know I love you. And the other man saying, I love you too. And both of them men is okay with saying we love the same woman, we gonna please this woman?
What's wrong
Nah.
with that?
What you mean
Like
what's
who?
wrong with
Hey, who
that?
do y'all cry on? Like, yeah, who do y'all cry? Like, if y'all going through a real emotional thing, like, oh man, my mom just died, so you gotta like have both of the dudes hugging you. Like,
But
No,
that's the
she
thing.
said that.
I mean, my
Listen,
thing
she
is
said
that
that's. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Anton.
who getting the firstborn baby? Is there babies involved in this thing? I mean, you got to get to some other stuff. Who getting the firstborn baby? Are they just busting at the same time and then the
Yeah.
baby?
It's just whichever. I mean, for the most part of what I know about the people in this configuration, the guys
You
either
know what I'm
have to
saying?
be like
You
they
know what
don't
I'm saying? They
care.
just up in the
They
room
gotta
like
be like they don't care, and it's all equally their baby, no matter whose sperm it was, and then they agree
yo, that's
to look
crazy,
as to
man.
who is the biological father, or they look at for who the biological
A
father is, and it's like a
why?
brother husband situation. They're all fathers, so.
I just spell
Or
it
they
out
might have
so
had
all this sound like a
children
porn
prior
scene,
to
man. It's
being.
crazy.
But they might have had children prior to even coming into the relationship. Like again, remember we're just sticking on the sex part, right? But from the angle she was expressing, it was about like you guys are in a committed relationship, right? It's not like this swap. That's what at least I understood it to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And the
Oh
bigger
yeah,
picture,
but I met
what
some
also was
dudes
a
that
big
really
point
are
that I
looking
really
for.
heard was that in essence of the worshiping factor, right? Worship, not to say that one is higher than the other, but the essence of worshiping your woman's body, like that creating that intimacy. You know what I mean?
And
That's
worshiping the
important.
woman and
It,
stuff like that. Because I met a
your
guy
knees
like
and
this
stadia.
that he is looking for a tribal type of thing with a woman, and he's like it's more natural for women to be with multiple men than men to be with multiple women. So he's strictly like he's for this configuration here. And the way he was explaining it to me, as far as his perspective, is that he would just see it as that he's the father. He's building the community. This is to help build the
See,
community, so he wouldn't see himself as any lesser
yo,
if
reaching,
it
man.
wasn't biologically his child.
You see
Let's
another
see,
man disciplining
y'all,
your son and shit.
yeah, see, that's it's maybe it's just me. I mean, maybe it's just me. But if if a male knows from being with a woman what she does to satisfy or to please him,
Smell armpit.
you gonna do that with another man, and I know you doing it with another man, and then gonna want to call me baby and kiss me on my mouth?
Mm, mm, mm.
Like, nah, that don't work. That's so disrespectful on so many levels.
Yo, I don't want to be in the same room
So
smelling
you're
no
not
musky
into
man.
spooning? You're not into the spooning
Ah!
factor? Yeah, you don't want to spoon. She's in the middle. You're not with that lie.
No, no,
Do you
no.
remember the girl from House Party? I think it's the first one. The dark skinned girl. She's also on Baby Boy. I
Yeah,
forgot
yeah,
her name.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for her 50th birthday, she did this. She said she got with two men for the first time and had this experience where they both worship her. And I think it's about like the that portion of it, the worshiping of the body or anything. But my whole thing is like, what is it that I think at the end of the day that they're gonna want to get something out of it? Whether like you're saying, oh, it's two men building. Are you gonna get two men building with each other, or are you gonna get a bum and one man and you have to
I
take
see,
care of it?
like
Only like who really
that's
gonna sign up for this for real?
what. No, see what it sounded like is y'all trying to y'all trying to glamorize it or definitively define it as all women once in a life want to be a smut.
Why is that
A
just
floozy, a
You
floozy.
know what?
Floozy.
If we
why is
really
that
want to
just
Uh,
talk about it, no, hold on now, because and I don't think, I mean, that, listen, that's nobody's business, but that might, you would be surprised that at how many women have that fantasy, right? There's a lot of women that have that fantasy of, yeah, of being with more than one man at the same time. You will
I
be
And I
surprised
mean,
why.
mean,
I,
I hate to say
Dots,
this, and I
Dots,
don't say this
I get
for
what you're
all
saying.
women, but majority women have been sluts. They did get that side of life.
Oh, talk about it, Dulcie.
I mean,
Talk
that's
about
a
it.
real thing. I mean, they may be like, oh, make sure he doesn't see me as this, or make sure I do it over here, or in the college stage, so it's not like, oh, this person sees me. I mean, people talk about it all the time. You make sure you don't get out there and mess up anything or whatever, but you live your life to a certain point, and then you don't mess up how the person sees you. You don't be loving the crew or all this other stuff, but you can be
Dulcinea.
a totally different person if you move.
No, Dulcinea, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Dulcinea. Dulcinea, what I'm saying, Dulcinea, is this. When dealing with one man or two men, you have to make a decision cognitively in your own mind as a man to say, you know what? I'm cool with this. I'm not cool with this. I think I can speak for most of the brothers that's here on the panel. Brothers is not cool with that.
women got to be cool with it?
I'm not saying that women got to be cool with it, baby. What I'm saying is this: if I know that me and you together, and there's another man involved in the bed, handle yours, bro. Do you? I'm not swapping. We're not sword fighting in over here on one cootie cat. Nah, we're not doing that. It's not happening.
For most men would have
man, they got us
yo,
outnumbered. They got us outnumbered 5 at minimum, 5-1. What the hell am I gonna be
And just
fighting
so, because I
another
know
man?
she brought up that fact too, that it is more head on. But of course, she was saying she doesn't mind
That's
dating everybody,
no
anybody, any
pun
race.
intended.
So when
No
it
pun
comes
intended.
to
Head on,
no
head
pun
on.
intended, yes, no pun intended that time. That's not what I meant. I meant any race. So when we're talking about the numbers as far as ratio, when we get to America, yes, it's pretty much 1-to-1. When you're talking about all races of men and all races of women, but usually why people say it's a 5-to-1, it's a 13-to-1 in Georgia and different things, different states, different ratios, because they're only talking about the ratio of black men to black women, not all women and all men. But if you take all women and men, it's really like a 1-to-1. But black in the black community, there are more
That's
women
that's
than men.
that's all I'm worried about, and I'm glad you segued into that
Yeah, I was just saying
because,
that because
because
the numbers were brought up earlier.
right. So my
yeah,
thing is,
because in
if you
China,
can think
China, the
of it,
men outnumber the women.
yeah, exactly, yeah. So my thing is this is where you got. I don't want to get too deep, but you got to think about it. Is this type of like this sister that was on there, talking about these things? Is this actually our culture? That's another question that needs to be asked. Is it our culture, or is it something that's been pushed upon us, as well as the LGBTQ, XYZ,
That's what Sister
elemental
Freedom was
P?
asking earlier. That's what
Well,
she
I
was.
don't know
See, and that's
about
the
they
thing.
go to our talk, because y'all know how I feel about that. I don't know who the our and I don't know who the we be, because I'm very specified in terms of, like, you know what I mean? Because when we start saying the we, that gets real general. So who
Well,
we really
okay,
talking
so
about?
we're talking about one, two, three, four, five, six, seven of us in here. What we knew growing up, how we see things and how we do things. This present day thing that we're seeing, is that our culture, meaning how we was raised and how we see things? and how we experience things. Is that our culture? Is this something that has been done intentionally to put in front of our face to think that we can do that, and they put people in front of our face to try to push that agenda?
I think they're pushing a lot of stuff
It's
on us,
not.
bro. Like,
It
you
is
look at
not.
it like,
Let me help y'all out. It's not.
okay,
And my
Yeah,
thing
I was
is
gonna
this:
say it's not
even
familiar to me, but
even the empresses back in the day, even the empresses that, because we had empresses, of course,
yeah.
the mother was the empress. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is, she had children to raise, and what she made sure she do is make sure that her children knew, and even the community knew, and her people knew that she wasn't ratchet like that. She just didn't have men just coming in and out of the house. That wasn't happening, especially two men, because back in those days, man, it's fisticuffs going on, and it's gunplay, sword play, and everything. I mean, you know what
Well,
I'm saying?
Anton,
You get
let's be
bloodied
come
up.
on, Anton, it happened. How many children have been raised thinking that one is their daddy, but it's really not? So we know it's happened. It's just that I think that they were more discreet. I mean, for us to act like it, but now in terms of the polyandry, no, I mean that is unfamiliar, but I do know that there are coaches that have practiced that absolutely, but they're not. I can't say it's related to mine. So like my
Okay,
my
what
can't
what
see that.
okay, what black cultures have done that? None. Zero.
I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good
Zero.
question.
Yeah, you from the
What
islands.
black culture has what?
What
Just to
black, I'm just
clarify.
using the word black, quote unquote black, because we use the popular
but
term. What black culture, what African culture, what Indian culture has ever done that? Did
Done
them
Khalifa
what?
do
dudes in
that?
Papua New
You
Guinea,
talking
them
about
dudes in Papua New Guinea.
polyandry or
Did
have
did
women with
did Queen
multiple?
Califia do that? Did Queen Califia do that? No, she didn't do that.
Hold on, y'all. Where we going here?
I mean, we just going with a popular name. We talking about
Queens are
empresses
known
here.
for doing this. Queens are known
Well,
for having multiple
No,
men. So that's
no,
why I was
no,
asking, what do you mean
no.
by it? Because
Name
they
one.
don't normally have polyandry. That's true. But
That's
when you're
true.
in a certain nobility, it is known as far as for the women to have multiple men, just like it's known for the men to have multiple women in certain nobility.
That didn't
It's just
happen
a
though.
different sense of the word. It's you're hearing rumors under thing of, oh, they might be sleeping together, but we know men, the way men think versus the way women think. So for men, they can be more open and honest because women are more accepting, like I said. But for the women, those nobility, there's rumors that a son is somebody else's child for a reason.
Yeah, I mean that happened. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got a different daddy,
I
but
think the
that was
Fulani. I
way
think the
after the fact.
Fulani.
Hold on, King. That's
Go
way
ahead. Go
after
ahead.
the fact. That's way after the fact. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom
No,
line
didn't
is
they say
that
that about Queen Elizabeth too? That she had a little something on the side, or someone
yeah,
that she was
yeah,
really in love with versus her husband?
yeah, exactly. And usually they had
Yeah,
the
they
other
did
one
that
off.
in Europe and England all the time, man.
Yeah, they had the other
It
one
was
off, but
freaky stuff.
a lot of that stuff is romantic talk. All that stuff is drama they put in front of the cameras, but none of that stuff happened because can't nobody even show me one woman that they can document that ever did that. And if they did, they kept it under hush. And if anybody said it, off with your head.
But that you know what? But that's why I think about it. That's why when you think of I think of like the eunuchs. That's why they had so when depending on like the for the concubines especially, or even for the woman of nobility or that had means, right? Like the men that was assigned to protect them, right? They would have their balls chopped off, they would have their penis chopped off, they would become eunuchs to prevent that from happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because especially if a man is having multiple wives, he don't have the ability to be with her like that all the time. So to prevent children from being born, to prevent these side relationships, right, these side pieces from happening, if you wanted to be part of that security detail, all right, or you wanted to be a part of it, you became a eunuch. That definitely happened. So I mean, it happens. It always listen. It's sex. Come on.
Yeah,
It
that's it.
happens.
That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line
It
right
happens.
there,
It's
guys.
human nature. People
But
do
that's all it's
crazy
about though.
shit.
Just call it what it is. It's about getting your rocks off and having
Yeah.
fantasies, like you said. You said fantasies, and hoping and wishing and being indoctrinated into something that you subject yourself to say, yeah, I can do that, because you got men with pants hanging down to their ankles, and they walking around with that too. So the thing is, and I ain't hating on nobody doing that. It is what it is. But the thing is that and that's what it's all about. Just call it what it is. It's about a fantasy and about some type of inspirations to feel that you have some type of masculine energy and you could be like a man. And probably that sister's probably been used and abused, and then she got into a situation where she can get some fake tops, fake bottoms, and put herself in a situation to where she can run a game, run a play, and see if she can do it. She experimented with it first. Real talk. She experimented with it first, see if it'll work, and now she's running it just like a lot of other people do.
But also and I think this is all, so I don't want to make this a preference. This is a polyandry thing, but this is all poly, in my opinion, especially with the polygamy of people not wanting to be able to choose of who they have in this configuration. Like they want Chris Brown to be down with it, and it's like, no, you got to stick with Trey Songz and August Alsina and stuff like that. And
Right.
everybody wants to have their like, oh, I'm in love with this person, so I'm gonna get them to do it. And it doesn't work like that. You don't fall in love with the person and then try to bring them into your
Real talk.
configuration. They have to be willing to be in your configuration before they fall in love with you.
Yeah, but
And
we
and that's the thing about
we
Chris
throwing
Brown. They
around love
demonize
loosely
Chris.
though,
They
man.
demonize Chris Brown. They demonize. I'm sorry, brother Law, but they demonized Chris Brown. He was the darling. You know what I'm saying? As soon as he got with Rihanna, you know what I'm saying, and he was telling her, "Nah, we ain't doing this. This is what we doing." You know what I'm saying? And then he turned out to be a real man because they was trying to demasculate him, and he was like, "Nope, not doing it." You know what I'm saying? And then after that was done, he was off the platform. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you do, and that's the point right there, Dulcinea. Like when you stick your chest out, put your shoulders back. Yeah, they don't want that. My bad, brother. Law. Go ahead.
No, I concur with everything you were saying, bro. Like sometimes it just seems like this new generation or this new construct of what men are supposed to be is contorted and it is warped. Like you seeing grown men now that's supposedly straight walking around with Birkin bags and like it's crazy. It's crazy.
Mhm.
That's not a man wearing a Birkin is not a male person. A Birkin is a Birkin bag. That's for women. Yeah, it ain't no difference. A Birkin bag is a Birkin bag. A Birkin bag is supposed to be for a woman, not for no man to walk around with. Because you got a million chains on and 4 million bracelets and all the rings on, and you talking gangster, but you got a little small Birkin bag. That's not cool.
Suspect.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
not.
hey, brother
Suspect
Lie, you
lie.
remember? Hey, brother Lie, you remember the things, the pouches back in the day? You used to have the clip on your hip and stuff like that, and they had the little pouch in the front.
Yeah,
Man, I would never wear that.
I
I was
would.
like, I'm,
Hold up. Let me show you something.
man,
Hold
I'm
up.
telling you,
Hold on,
anything
bro.
that,
Hold on.
man,
Hold on. I
my
yeah,
man,
got me.
I had to say though, I couldn't do it.
Bro,
I
I
was
just
like,
had it.
anything.
My lady was just telling me. I said, "Listen, hold up. Let me put my camera on so I can show you something real quick. Hold up. Let me show you right now. Let me put this right. You see that? You see that, bro?
Yep. Oh yeah, I see it. I view it. Yep.
I got me one.
What they call it, the man, what they call it, the man purse. The man bag. The man purse.
What they
That
call
shit,
them?
that shit go back to
Pouches.
the. That shit go back to the. That shit go back to the '90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
tried it. I tried it one time. Put that around my waist. I was like, that ain't feel good.
Hi,
Yeah.
boo.
Oh,
Hi,
okay,
boo.
okay, okay, okay.
Hi, Nicole. Hi, Mr. Nicole. Hey, boo.
Yeah, yeah. Even I'm just saying that's just how I couldn't do it. You know what I mean? That just mm. I mean, I was just using that for an example, but those
But like you
things right
said,
there,
right? To
it's
each his
just
own. To each his own.
yeah. No, certain people know how to wear it. You make it work. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's leather. You know, that don't look like how I used to look back in the day, but yeah, I mean,
I know one thing that is new. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it again. It's this down low stuff that we got going on. I still am really, really, because something is either being put in the water or it's environmental, it's food, it's something. Because the number of down low, but not even down low, but just even the high number of even young men and women, right? Younger men and women, especially those in their teens and young 20s, identifying and calling, especially the women, right? A lot of them are considering calling themselves studs, right? There's a lot of I mean, with the explosion of that, like what's up with that? That's a problem.
mm,
We want to talk threats to quote unquote nation building.
yeah, well,
Now
I
that
mean,
I mean
that's a yeah, it's a bigger problem.
that's massive.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say, that's why I said earlier, I don't have no problems with, if two men want to be with one woman, at least you out there like that.
Be
Just make it
honest.
known. Make
Yeah,
it known.
be
Make it
honest.
known make it known what you're doing. And good luck though, because if I see you, I'm gonna laugh at you and have
That's
fun.
not nice.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be it's real nice. I mean, this is how we get down out here in Cali. Yeah, we see anything like that switching and twitching. We gonna bust
No,
at
that's
we
not
gonna
nice, Anton.
we gonna laugh at you. Yeah, we gonna laugh at you. Trust and believe. Yeah, we gonna laugh at you.
But that's
What's
why they
that?
probably
Cause
down
my thing
low.
is, my
What's that
thing is,
movie back in the
what
days? The
Yeah,
Kerry movie. We're all gonna laugh at you.
no, we can't be doing that. People, listen. I
man,
feel like if listen, I do believe that there are people who are born with that, like, and that's to listen to each his own. You know what I mean? Because that does breed. Well, you just kind of gave me that's one of the answers, maybe, right? Like why? Because if a person can't feel comfortable and claiming their sexuality or what have you for fear of being laughed at or fear of being touched, well, maybe that's a reason why they down low. What you think about that?
well, my thing is that you know, I look at it as is the woman what is her level of faithfulness with those two men if she's willing to do that because I got some partners that come right around the corner and holler at them, holler at her right in front of both of them, and guess what they gonna do? Nothing. You see what
Mm.
I'm saying? So that's the thing. What is her level of faithfulness for her to do that? Because if she could do that, she could do it again and again and again.
That
That's my
part
thing.
right there. That part right there.
That's just how I see it. You know
And
what I
I
mean?
and I'm gonna reiterate what I said earlier today. Throw it back to the streets.
But that's why that's that look, right? Just like our big mamas and our big papas used to tell us, right? This is why what happens in your bedroom should stay in your bedroom. Ultimately, right? Because ultimately it really is nobody's business. Right. And that's part of intimacy is that privacy. I mean, right? That's grown people business, right? That's grown people talk, right? That would be the hope. So for anybody, man or woman, if you getting it to that extent to where you have a reputation, right? And you known as community property and you known to be slinging peen here, there, everywhere, or slinging coochie here, there, everywhere. Yeah, that's a problem. And that's why you'll be for the streets, or that's why you're going to be for the house parties, right? Like,
But I would say when you're talking about someone like Queen Akesha, or I'm sorry
oh,
if I
Akasha,
said
yeah. Akasha.
Akasha, and you're talking about someone that's open or anything, their level of faithfulness to their commitment is high. They're in poly. That means that they're open. They're saying what's happening. So no, you can't just come up to them and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna get her too," or anything. No, that's more for these monogamous relationships that these men are a second will to, which they are, but it's just a manner of the way men are willing to be um aside versus to be like, oh, this is open and we're all together and stuff like that. So I would say it is poly is going to be way more commitment based and open, and I'm gonna be honest, versus someone that, like you said, more so would be like, oh well, I'm in front of my man, but here I'm sneaking my number undercover, like here, put this in your pocket type of energy. That's not gonna be a poly person's energy. They're already open.
But what about this though, Dulcinea? Do you think she's intentionally grabbing weak men? Because that's what they are. They're weak.
It's not
She's
intentionally
intentionally
grabbing weak men. It's what's gonna happen. I mean, if you're going to accept a certain thing, you have to accept the people that come along with it. It's the same type of thing that the women that are monogamous think that poly women are weak women or insecure. They must think they're ugly. There has to be some reason why they accept it. It is what it is. Like people are gonna view the people that accept it in whatever manner they are because they accept it, but it is a different, you're going from a different pool of men and women that you're going to be open and honest about it.
right. So just look at it like this, right? That's why I was saying like somebody just came around and hollered at her. She was by herself. She wasn't with two men or whatever. Strong man. You know what I'm saying? Came with plenty of strength. Swept her off her feet. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously, one man is not good enough for her, or she hasn't found the right man that's going to be strong enough for her that can occupy 10 men. You know what I'm saying? Because usually when a woman gets with a man, she knows that man can occupy 10. You know what I'm saying? She don't have to look nowhere else. So that's what I'm talking about, the level of faithfulness that she might have. Because she went with one, then she went and got another one. I mean, and she, this is the thing. This is what the false reality that a lot of young people have these days. Instead of, that's why I was kind of bringing on a human aspect, like who getting the firstborn. You know what I'm saying? Who getting, you know what I'm saying? They busting at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, this is the thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just kind of understand that. I know women these days want an opportunity to be heard or seen as somebody equal to men, but a woman's never going to be equal to a man, just like a man's never going to be equal to a woman. There's plenty of men that's been married for 30, 40 years, and the mama's the boss. They call her mama. They say, yes, ma'am. The mama would say, yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? And they stay in their own lanes. But at the end of the day, happy wife, happy life, and this is just how the situation works. I'm trying to figure out what has changed, and I don't want to be an old fart about it, but what has changed where you got women out here thinking that this is okay? It's just, I'm not saying it ain't acceptable. I mean, it is accepted. I mean, it's okay. You do what you got to do, but what makes them think that it is okay to flamboyant that? Just like the other picture that Dot showed with the woman with that pale skin over on her right side, you know what I'm saying, on camera breastfeeding. What is that?
No, I think like when it comes to this stuff ain't new. It's just repackaged. It's just a different way.
Exactly. Right,
Like
Dulcinea.
your grandfather had babies all over, and then
Yes.
now men in this time are saying, "Hey, we don't want to have babies all over. We want to be able to tell you, hey, I have a family here, I have a family there. We all work together. I don't want to be like my grandfather that's just making babies amongst it, and you didn't know that y'all cousins." And it's the same thing. Like women are being like, "Hey, I don't want to have a baby on you and name him Junior. I don't want to. I don't want to have to be undercover with this anymore. I just want to
Hmm.
come out and do it and tell you and all this other stuff. The only thing is the amount of men that will accept it versus the women. Like it's even, and it's like it's low for the women too. I say it all the time. It's much easier for us to be out here cheating and lying than it will ever be to be poly.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
that,
it's
but
always been going on. That's why I said it's always been going on. It's just that it was more discreet. We can't act like this is like, oh, never. No, let's not be prudes. Let's be honest, right? It's human nature. It is what it is. There's a lot. Come on, people have said it is what it is. But I think that, look, freedom of
Oh, they
speech is
were marrying. Like I know my grandmothers and
yeah.
grandmothers and stuff like that. Everyone be like, "Oh, my grandfather." I had to figure out who's the this. I had to figure out
Right.
which one's the grandpa.
Right. Like
Okay,
it's been
because
going on.
my
Yeah.
grandmas were marrying dudes back in the day and
I mean,
multiple.
they were wilding just the same, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. But you know what, Anton, too, like, and this is why I appreciate space, like, I appreciate what we do here. I appreciate you guys. I always give y'all major salutations, like our supporters in our chat or whatever. Y'all just the MVP all the time. Every time that we go live, y'all hilarious in the chat. But more than anything, I like the fact that we grown over here, right? And we can have these conversations, and we have people willing to expose their life. They don't, you know what I'm saying? Like she doesn't have to do that, right? That does take a certain level of strength, especially because it's not popular, and especially not that it's not just popular, but then to come out and expose yourself and be that transparent, right? And share bits and pieces. And there was, I don't know, if you guys, and not just you, Anton, but just even you guys in the chat, whether or not y'all was catching from the beginning to the end, but several times, even when we were talking, she was saying, like, well, I usually don't share this, but I'll share this right now, or I'll tell this to share this with you guys, because there is judgment that comes with that, right? And I think that it takes a certain level of, no, it takes a lot of strength, okay? And I always say, even if I don't agree, or it may not, it's not my lifestyle, like I'm not poly anything, I'm not into that, right? However, I always respect the person who stand on their square, because I know where you coming from. You letting me know what it is, you saying what you mean what you say. I could do nothing but respect people who could stand on their square, right? A person who could be like, I understand that it's only two right now that kind of gets me or rock with me against 50, but this is what it's going to be. This is who I am, and it's like that, right? I'm not saying you have to agree with me. I'm not trying to win your vote, right? I'm not trying to become in a relationship with you. I'm just letting you know in this space right now, like, this is what it is. I respect that.
yeah, I respect it
Nothing
too
but respect.
because
I love people who stand on their square and have that kind of confidence and strength to be like, this is what it is, you
yeah,
know?
I respect that, and like I said, I was talking about the two men. I ain't said nothing
He's
about
still with the
her.
two bit. He's still with the two bit.
I ain't said nothing about her because, like I said, you boss up, you boss up. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen a lot of. Yeah, I mean, this ain't nothing new. It
Yeah,
really
but
isn't
I
anything
will
new.
say I definitely respect it, and it's not just about sex. Because if it was just about sex, easily she could just be like, "I'm gonna just stay single," and she's
Right.
gonna be able to have the most sex
Exactly.
of her life.
Exactly.
So it's more than sex to really be like, "Oh, I'm really gonna work together with someone. We're all gonna build. We're gonna bring someone in." So I respect Polly for that, no matter what the configuration is. I just say, to be honest about it, because a lot of women do come into it and feel like a jealousy, like, oh, look at all these poly men like Kevin Wesley and all this other stuff, and they get to do this and they get to have it closed and all this other
I
stuff.
want to be
And
like that.
I want to have a closed two-man
Yeah,
relationship
I
with
want to
Right.
be
two
like that.
Right.
with two
I
Right.
want.
very attractive men and all
There it
this other
is.
stuff. And it's like, no, we still
Right.
got to talk about these people's nature. We still got to talk
There it
about
is.
what, even if you feel like it's abnormal to think some way, we still got to talk about majority of men think that way.
Right.
So you have to be
Hey, you
honest
just made
about
my
those
point.
things.
Y'all ain't doing nothing but making my point.
No,
Outside of
I'm
that, this is the
agreeing with you.
thing.
That's why
A
we're just
lot of
going
see,
in.
but yeah, that's the thing. Because when you look at it, that's just what it is. And if you're comfortable doing that, why put it on YouTube? Why put it on the streams? Why show everybody? You do what you do in the background. This is what we do. Anybody see us on the street, they'll see me on the street with two men on each arm. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. You
No, you
don't need to
gotta promote
broadcast
it. I
it.
forgot what pimp line she said, but I was like, "Oh, that was a good one, girl." I forgot what she had said, but I was like, "Oh, does that work?" I was singing in my head because she was like, "Oh, the one." She was like, "No, the real men, strong men, they're the ones that can do this and come out." She said, "So I was like, oh, girl, that was good, girl. I don't know if they're falling for that one, but
Yeah.
she tried it."
Because
Right.
it does. You gotta be strong. Can you imagine? Like think about
Yeah,
that.
you have to be stroking their egos times
Yeah.
two. Times
Yeah.
two. Cause yeah, you gotta already stroke your man's ego and all this other stuff just to be around other men.
Mm-hmm.
To go to work. And like think of how many men think that their wives have a work husband and all this other
Yeah.
stuff. So you have to constantly be stroking your man. Now imagine having two of them.
Yeah.
Okay. If y'all say so. If y'all say so. Y'all
But guess
say
what?
so.
If we didn't have this, then we wouldn't have a good show like this today, right? Like this is what we do, right? We bring a host of different guests on, different opinions. That's what makes Unscrambled Minds amazing. Is that right? Like we're not just one lane. You know, everyone,
I mean, y'all,
voice,
like I
everyone.
said, y'all bring out
Peace out today.
the best of the best. Y'all bring out the best of the
Yeah.
best. You know, what I mean, you guys have things that a lot of people don't like. You got a lot of diversity. I'll just say it that way. And it's something to talk about because these are the things that are actually going on right now.
Yeah.
This is what we're dealing with in our communities. And I mean, it's a 1%er. Like she's a 1%. I would probably say a 0.001%, of things that's going on, but it is happening.
Yeah.
And it doesn't encapsulate the all, you know what I mean? But my thing is that, hey, I mean, I've seen it, a lot of women do those things, and you got a lot of men that'll be, usually, yeah, they big gorillas. You know what I'm saying? They protecting that woman, and they be
Anton,
like,
let me
yeah,
ask you because we heard
go ahead.
from Kaz and La, and I want to hear what you have to say. I don't know if you heard the question earlier, but do you say no to your lady? Like if she's wanting to be intimate with you, would you say no?
No. I
Okay.
mean, my bad.
Okay. Okay. I was
Say
surprised.
no,
No,
you don't feel like
I
if
would
you
say
feel like if you want to say
I don't.
no,
I was
if you
surprised
feel
that
like you want to
I
say
don't.
no, but she asking. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
man, if she asking, oh my goodness, I'm turned all the way on. I turned all the way on because she ain't gotta ask. She ain't gotta ask.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
OTK. But yeah, shout out to y'all. Shout out to the
OTK,
chat. Shout out to y'all. We love y'all. We really do.
OTK, fire debate. I was there.
Yes, yes. Good debate. Good debate. I caught some of it. Check out OTK. Yes, open to knowledge. Make sure y'all check out our brother show, please. He's been putting in that work. He goes live a lot with the cleanup crew. So if you guys haven't subscribed or whatever, check him out, please. Open to knowledge. Check out his page. He's out day one.
Yeah, see, I'm undisciplined when it comes to that one. I'm undisciplined when it comes to with my woman and everything. I mean, I don't care if she mad at me. Yeah, you gonna give me some. I don't care. We get over it later. You be mad in the morning.
that's it.
That creates the
I don't,
passion, right?
That's right.
hey, that's what I'm saying. I keep it brand new. This is what I always taught. Keep it brand new. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have a honeymoon all over again. But
What on your channel?
They struck you?
Where?
Hate speech? Oh wow. Who struck? Somebody's hating on you.
Yeah, for
Somebody
real.
hating. Who's hating on who's hating? They struck you because that's how you know you're doing something, OTK. Those are all good things. Okay.
yeah,
Shoot.
they've been doing a lot of that, striking people's channel.
Crazy.
They've been doing a lot of that. And like I said, I seen some because I just got a TikTok channel just so I can just keep up with certain things. And
Can someone drop the link?
they
I just did.
basically been saying that they've been trying to I guess they trying to cancel TikTok. I
Oh,
guess
really?
because yeah, yeah. I mean, when I went on there, they had this little thing up there. It's like support TikTok because they trying to cancel it and all that type of stuff. So,
Oh, I'm not even on TikTok, so I wouldn't know. Oh, wow.
but the cool thing about it, my brother told me somebody did a Siri thing where they said, "Who owns TikTok?"
Who owns TikTok?
Yeah, because they keep saying China owns TikTok,
Yeah, I was
right?
gonna say, isn't it like some Asian
No,
platform or no?
no. Siri came back and said, "You."
Siri always got the answer.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, they
Siri
put
stay
that up
being
on there. They was like, yeah, they keep
you.
talking about, they talk about them people over there got it. Nah,
You.
Siri said, you. That's who own it. That's who was in control of it. I said, boy, I tell you, these people over here, boy, these guys some serious whatchamacallits. I'm just gonna call them whatchamacallits. You know what I'm saying? They some serious whatchamacallits, boy. They they on the TV just really just running a gamut. And
Mm,
they got everybody sold and told. And I'm telling you,
mm,
they put it right in front of our face because they already know that we so engulfed in debt. We engulfed in all this other trauma and all these other things, trying to check the check type stuff. We ain't so whatever they tell us, we gonna believe because we actually believe that these people are the law. Like they the sovereigns, they the this, they the that. Yeah, but anyway, I digress. Yep, OTK.
freedom.
Some
Freedom.
says
Yes.
some.
OTK is hitting the link, he said.
Oh, that's because I don't have it big. I have to have it big from, like it's my glasses. That's
Mhm.
why I can't see him. He wants the link.
No, I dropped it for him.
You did?
Oh,
How'd
Yeah.
you do that?
It's in the chat.
Yeah, it's in the chat. But she's just letting you know he may be coming up.
Yeah,
She
there you
said,
go.
they.
Okay, honey.
The OTK.
They stuck your channel. What the heck? What happened?
Yep.
What's wrong with this channel?
Yo, what it do? What it do? What's up? What's
Hey,
up? What's up? Hey, what's up, man? How y'all doing?
You missed that whole show. You would have enjoyed it.
Yeah. Oh man, is my camera cracked? Oh yeah, my camera cracked. How y'all doing? What's up, guys?
Good. We had a good show. Make sure you check it
OTK,
out.
what's up with your channel?
Yeah, what happened?
Well, apparently, shit. Like Thursday. I think it was like Thursday, man. They sent me a message on my channel. They saw content on my channel that was violating a policy. So I see is once you become monetized, you got a certain different type of policy, I guess, that you got to go by or whatever. So apparently this stuff supposedly happened like February 13th. So, you know what I mean? This is like before Valentine's Day. And I was like, hold up. So I had to go back and think like, damn, what was I doing during that time? I was like, man, that was during the time when I was catching up on my rest from going on the all night flights from when my birthday had just gone like the week and a half before. But yes, apparently somebody said something about some hate speech or some kind of hate speech went on. And they strike me. They ain't flag me. They strike me. And I filed a damn appeal like, yo, that wasn't me. And like, shit. They was like, so anyway, pretty much they was like, so yeah, man. So
On you. That's all.
yeah. So I'm like, damn. Check this out though. I thought YouTube watches as your shirt goes on because I done seen people shit get cut in the middle of them recording in the middle of a live because something then got said or something like that. So I'm saying, here we go, March 8th, 7th, 6th or whatever date. I think that was the 6th. March 6th that happened. And this happened February 13th, and y'all telling me y'all just now saying something about this. So that right there lets me know that no, somebody, and then it also said too now, if you know somebody who's doing hate speeches and stuff like that, you can report them.
Right.
Yeah,
So
no,
I'm like,
that's usually how it works. YouTube doesn't have the no, they don't watch per se. Usually that happens. Somebody like either files a claim, they strike the channel, they report it, and then they put harassment, bullying, all those options you have. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah,
That's
and the other thing is that, once you become monetized, then they pretty much got some control. So what they do is they go back and look at things that you already have done. And that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? Now, other people might be following your channel, probably the natives that's probably following your channel and saw that you got
Mhm.
monetized and then got an opportunity to strike your channel.
Right.
And that's what they usually do. Now, sometimes when you go live, when you get popular like that, you got people that spamming the chat. You
Right.
know what I mean? And then that's how they do things too, because that's, you know, it's happened to a few people like Dane, stuff
That's what
like
they
that.
do. Hey,
Top Cat's been
envy,
having some problems where they've been not
shadow
showing how
banning.
many actually likes he's having, how many followers and things like that went on his
Hmm.
lives. So you're gonna have to deal with that. A lot of here's the thing. Instead of going monetized,
shit, that's what I'm about to say. I'm about to, and see, that's
go
crazy
go
because
Cash
I
App. Just
wasn't
throw your Cash
monetized.
App at the bottom. Just
Yeah,
throw your
I
Cash App
wasn't
at the
even
bottom.
monetized on February 13th. You see what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Because the day
That's
that
what
I
they
became
did.
monetized, I did a show that day, and I told Dosene and everybody like that day. So I know I wasn't monetized no February 13th.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
Yeah.
why
because of
it's
those shows, all that running from my birthday, them long streams that I was doing. It was like 11-hour streams. So I was like, nah. And it was called Check This Out. So I remember that scream too. You know what I mean? But it's all good though. How y'all doing though, man? But y'all just watch people though. You know what I mean? Just watch people because it don't even have to be you. And I think that's a violation because now they telling us we got to control what comes out people mouth, and then what we hear something, as far as we, even if we think it's some kind of form of hate speech, unmonetize. I mean, demonetize your that show, or either put it on private or something like
And
that.
you'll have to
Because
edit, right? They'll tell how
yeah,
like usually they'll tell you, all right, you can edit this out, chop this piece out, and then you can get back. Or sometimes like a song,
yeah.
they'll
Yeah,
say,
but see, they'll do that for music, but they're not going to
yeah,
do that for hate speech. They're not going to give you a warning to edit it out because they didn't ask me that. They automatically gave me a strike.
yeah. Well,
With the
yeah, you
music,
might have to. It comes with the territory. Welcome to the big boy club. Okay, it's going to happen, and you're going to continue to grow your channel. That's the bigger picture. It's part of it. Comes with it. You know what I mean? So keep going, keep going.
man, I ain't been on suspension since damn high school. A week off of suspension. Last time I've been suspended, when I came back, I got suspended another 5 days, and then I got expelled. Shit, this shit crazy. I'm about to demonetize the whole channel. Then you know what I mean, because I can't control what comes out of people's mouth.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to really do like when you go live. As soon as you get off of that, you'll have to edit. Because I remember like Kwame Brown. He had to go once he went live. You hear it after the fact. He didn't edit a whole lot of stuff out. He didn't cut out all the cuss words. He didn't curse certain because there's certain key words that they listen to, and those are the things that go on. So if you're not worried about getting those commercials on there or being monetized, best thing to do is throw the Cash App or whatever you got at the bottom. Tell them to hit that because you don't want to have you don't want to have your voice and how you are to be adjusted. You know what I'm saying? You got to watch what you say and man, fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? That's just not what it is. You know what I mean?
yeah, and it's crazy. So they rather you put a cash app in there and ask for a cash app from your own peoples them who watching and supporting you rather than get money from them.
Hey, that's the game.
That's it. That's I
Yeah,
mean,
that is the game.
it comes with it. That's
And
part of
I
it.
think it's how they had to, how someone had to say that you did hate speech, so it wasn't like a direct strike. Because the one to try to take your channel out, I don't think they can do that anonymously. They had to actually be like, this violated me and was hate speech toward me in this certain way, all this other stuff. But for them to just be like hate speech, it sounds like they just reported you or something to YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
No,
but
I
you
don't
did
put
a good
nothing
show
past
today.
nobody.
You have to check our show out. We had a good little we had a good dialogue today. I mean a good guest on today. You would have enjoyed it.
Y'all always do.
Check it out.
I am. I'm definitely gonna. You know me. I'll be done ask y'all and be done show it back on my channel with no interruptions, like I did just Joe Brown for real.
Oh Lord, you know Jeremiah and all them coming up there. Like, oh Lord, if you showed it. Everywhere
Yeah,
else, like what? I don't know why Jeremiah, like he can come back too, but he like I I was like,
Oh, you can't get mute up.
oh shit, my bad.
oh, it's all good. I was like, what crazy stuff do y'all think Jeremiah was gonna say to that lady?
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. What was he saying? Jeremiah.
Woo.
That's Freedom's book. That's Freedom's right.
It's too much for me.
We need like the craziest people that have come up on the panel, because now we've had like Heckle Bus. We're the original Heckle Bus. Remember the Hindustan Indian that came up and sang us a song? We've had some characters.
Oh yeah, for real. I remember that night.
A mess.
I know I'd be in that clip too when I first used to come on, but how y'all used to dog me.
We used to be so nice to you, OTK. Stop playing.
Yeah, nice, but in a bad way for me to come back.
We used to be so. It's called gentle hazing. That's all we do. You know, we gotta test. We gotta make sure you know you built to be around unscrambled mind. We don't want no weak, over emotional, sensitive. You know, getting your feelings for no reason. You know what I mean? Gotta make sure you know you bred for this.
You know what I mean?
You know, we gotta have men around us that's you know real alpha, strong energy, not too emotional and unbalanced. And you hurt my feelings, and you know, gotta weed those types of people out. Feel me?
Man,
So,
these women OTK,
little tap tap,
these women OTK. When I be looking at them sitting in their chairs and stuff, they be looking like they be ready to take off on a man. You know what I mean? Like on sight.
Be nice. Be nice. We are very nice.
Dodge, Freedom, Dulcinea, Nisha, they always moving in their chair, like they not sitting still, like they be ready to just say something wrong around here.
Yeah, but see, y'all only dealing with 4. I dealt with 6.
Exactly.
Word, like I dealt with 6, man.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, for real.
Hey, love.
Yeah. I only had 3. I had 3 OTK.
Oh man. Assalamu alaikum, brother Lai.
Brother Lai, are you there?
Yeah, brother.
Yes,
He saw his little brother up here. Of course he up here. Assalamu alaikum, brother Lai.
Walaikum salam, brother. Nah, I actually had to jump off because I had to plug my phone up. My phone was going dead, so I just plugged it up to the charger.
Yeah, you dropped off, didn't even say bye.
Nah, phone just going dead.
Make sure y'all hit the like button, please, if y'all haven't. Please and thank you.
I'm saying though, what was the? I seen the topic. So what was y'all discussing, man? I love to jump in the conversation. I keep on listening.
What it was
Basically, what they was talking about one woman sharing. That's what they
No,
was talking about.
we were talking about worshiping the melanated woman. Okay, that's what that's
I must
worshiping. Okay,
every time
hitting on your knees, nigga, and worshiping your
I
lady.
must be on mute because God today.
That's praying. That's not worshiping.
Okay, call it that. Pray. Stay on your
No,
knees.
no, 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 no.
Y'all tell the whole story now. Go
They
ahead,
ain't even
Freedom.
catch
Tell
that
the
one.
whole
They ain't catch
story.
it. They ain't catch
Yeah,
it.
I catch that, and I saw you.
Tell the whole
They
story,
ain't catch
Freedom.
it.
Yeah, tell the whole story now. Tell the
Yeah,
whole
I
story.
thought the whole on your knees thing from the jump. Get on your knees and do this. Oh Lord.
So she was talking about polyandry in essence, like, that, like, creating a family. Like, her thing was, it's like a vetting process. Like, it's not just about we typically, we stayed on the intimacy part, but like, her thing is the difference between polyandry, polygamy, that kind of thing. And then talking about a little, I don't think she got too much into how she got into it, but she was just talking about pretty much like the work that she does around it now, and then she was sharing bits and pieces of just like her experience in polyandry, right? And for her, at least, even though it's not very popular, it's a very small, like, I guess, segment of the population that does it, but in her mind, that's a way to create an intact, like, how, not nation building, I guess you could say, but in essence, a way to, I guess, achieve a family in the long run. So, like, being married, being in a committed relationship, it's not so much of like having different partners in and out, but it would be like one woman and then two men, 2 or more men.
And what she was saying was y'all was worshiping us. We ain't had to do nothing but just be there and just be just loved on all day long, all day, 24 hours a day. That's what she was talking about. Now I'm saying I wouldn't do it.
Some Nefertiti and shit, huh? That's what she was on. Yeah, but I don't see why if men can have 2 women, I don't see why a female can't have 2 or more men.
Oh, yeah.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yeah, Now, see, we got a brother who have a different opinion. Now, what y'all got to say about that, Anton and Brother La?
Coming from a man from Goose Creek.
Yeah. And what I basically said was, to each his own. Now, OTK. Let's keep it a bean.
Hold up, so they're not telling me the whole story, Brother La.
Hey, I'm telling you, bro.
That is the whole story.
Go ahead. Yeah.
OTK. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I get that. You as a man, would you be willing to sword fight with 1 milk and cookies?
Not sword fight.
Would you be willing to sword fight over 1 piece of nookie? In the room. Sue both of y'all men in the room with 1 woman.
Oh, no, that's different.
This is what I'm saying. I'm talking about 2 men. Yeah.
No.
How Bernie Mac said 2 men. Or
see, now that's a little different, man. That's way different there. Now I'm saying if I'm coming and you going and I'm coming, now that's something different. Now we know we there for what we there for, and that's a wrap. For me it would be benefits involved if I was one of those men. But I would not definitely be there at the same time that other man
in the
is there.
room. How Bernie Mac said, bucket naked.
Yeah. You crazy,
So,
brother.
OTK, you're not comfortable with a 3-way spoon? Is that what you're saying? You're not comfortable with a 3-way spoon? You don't like spooning? Cheese in the middle and
Yes.
Nah, because one
Doc is
hole
doing a lot.
expands, one hole expands, and one hole subtracts and gets
Wait.
smaller. So no, it ain't no way that can happen unless she's real loose. Both ways, no. So it ain't even no sense to even think about that. No man in their actual mind, real man should even think about that.
And that's
No
all
woman
we've
in the
been saying.
middle.
That's all me and bro was saying from the
No.
beginning.
Well, wait, hold on. Let's take it a step further because what if there is no sex involved? Like it could just be. Remember, she's talking about from the standpoint of a relationship, like y'all in a relationship, like it's a marriage in essence.
Sex is a part of marriage, though.
Right, but I mean, like that don't just because y'all in a bed don't mean that y'all all having sex. You understand what I'm saying? It could just be like y'all waking up in the morning or whatever, watching a movie. Because they're in a relationship.
Isn't that a sponsor, though?
So in other words, OTK, y'all sitting on the couch watching a movie, you on one side and he on the other side, and y'all holding hands and touching knees. OTK, your turn.
Who hold a hand and touching knees? You mean he got one hand and one knee, and I got one hand and one knee?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes,
Hands
sir.
on your knees.
That
Hands on
gotta
your
be
Yes,
knees.
sir.
that gotta be my brother. If it ain't my blood brother, if it ain't a blood cousin, and that was back in the day, no, that cannot go down.
Wait a minute. Back up. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. You're saying it's okay if it's a relative?
Nah, that would be the only person I will share a woman with. Would be my blood brother.
Wait. Okay. I'm speechless.
I mean, in every place is written, every place is known. If
So
something was to happen to me, if you was mine, and something was to happen to me, then my brother supposed to take over the responsibilities.
Oh, okay. That's
Especially if
how
you
you
got
think.
a
That's
child
how
in
you're
me. So
thinking.
that's why I'm saying. That's why I would say that would be the only person.
Okay, I was just asking for a friend now because it kind of got me confused. I was getting nervous. All right, I understand what you meant. Okay, because we're talking about at the same time. We're saying like you're in a so it would be you, your brother, or you, your cousin, and then your lady, in essence. Yeah, at the same, like you know what I mean. Like y'all in a relationship at the same time. Not that something
No,
happened to you.
no, she would
You
never be mine.
inherited. Okay.
Yeah, she would never be mine like that. No. She's ours, and it's gonna always stay ours. But we would never be mine or yours.
And I think a
No, no,
relationship
no.
like that, I think that one of the men would be cheating anyway. I don't think neither one of them would be faithful to her.
And
Imagine
OTK,
if it's such an awkward
Why
relationship.
would they?
I don't
OTK,
think.
what I was saying was to give her back to the streets.
Why is it that I told you every time I say something?
No, I heard you. I heard you, Mama Free. Go ahead, Sis Freedom. I heard you.
I'm just saying. I don't think neither one of the men will be faithful to her. I think that they would cheat on her.
Eventually.
Say unless they really, they just have to be weak men. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to be strong. That's just pure laziness to be okay with it.
How can you call it
Reality.
cheating though if she got two men?
I mean, I
And,
said
and, and
you
a
don't.
woman can be the same, right? The woman have to be weak too.
Yeah.
Then.
Men.
Yeah, that's
You
a
missed a
cold
lot,
one.
OTK.
That's
You
a
missed a
cold.
lot. You
That's
missed
a
a lot. You got to check
that's
it out from the beginning. Check out the
yeah,
show.
yeah. I'm
Feel
gonna
free
check it
to
out from the
share it.
beginning too. Yeah, because
Yeah.
that's a good question. That's a great question, OTK. How would it be considered cheating?
No, it wouldn't be considered cheating.
Right. It
Yeah,
wouldn't be considered cheating
that's a
because
great
How,
y'all,
how,
question.
how, how
y'all
could you consider? How would you be able to consider it cheating when I'm right there?
right. It's not cheating. Y'all together at the same time. It's a relationship.
And that's the mindset too, because if her mindset is to have two men, then she can't be mad if a man goes ahead and grabs another chick.
That's what I'm saying. Like Hey, I mean, I bet his boys are saying, man, yo, man, why are you dealing with all that? And then another, can you imagine what they saying?
But who cares about what they saying? Are they paying your bills? Like, are they like who
Oh my God, that's what they
But nah. See, y'all,
I gotta keep
who
that.
cares?
No, none of
That's
No,
a
they
that's a
from
cold one right there,
yeah,
Dots.
it's
don't know.
cold.
People care what people
you know,
say.
like really think about that. Like that's your that's what happens between and
I'm saying that to say what they do care, though. That's the reality. People really care.
y'all, they shouldn't not about what
What
goes
they
on.
do, though.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, in my
I was
opinion,
saying,
you
I'm
shouldn't be
just
that
saying.
concerned.
All right, let me just not say nothing because
Freedom, come on.
I'm trying to say something though. For real though. I'm saying most men are gonna say to their boys, like, yo, man, how you putting up with that? I mean, he probably even I don't see it being no strong man. I just don't. Neither one of them. The whole situation. But that's just
Yeah,
my opinion.
it is what it is, Sister Freedom. Like I, all right, I'm gonna draw now. I'm just gonna draw a scenario up. And y'all brothers on the panel, see if y'all be cool with it. You get up in the morning time, you jump in the shower, get ready for work. The other brother got off, but the wife got to go, or the brother got to go to work. But you get out the shower, you get dressed. You hear him in the bedroom, body slamming it, putting that pain in.
Nah, but remember she said her.
Hold on, Sister Freedom, hold on.
All right.
Putting that pain in. He finish up. You know what your wife do to you, so you know she doing it to the next man.
Mm.
She coming there talking about, oh, you made coffee? Hey, baby, and want to kiss you on your mouth. Know what she was just doing. Which one of y'all brothers be cool with that?
But remember, she said that her situation where both her men don't even live together and one lives out of town or whatever. Why would they be faithful to her?
OTK, would you be cool with that, brother?
OTK. He then got off the panel. But
You
no,
already
there.
know my answer. So I ain't
Hey,
even
listen,
gonna
can y'all drop the link again? Let me log on to my computer, man. Get off this phone, please.
Okay, but OTK, he was asking you a question. Would you be okay with that?
He didn't
I
hear.
didn't quite hear the question all the way because I
When
was
you get
transferring
there,
it from
brother,
out the truck to the
get that transfer over to the computer, and I'm gonna ask you again, bro.
Yeah, I am. I definitely will hear my dear brother lie.
All right,
Hello.
brother.
Let me go
All
ahead.
right.
Yeah, I just see the link just now. I got you.
Why would they be faithful to her if both of them live two different places? One live out of town. I don't know no man that would do that there.
You keep saying
They have no reason to
you
be
keep
yeah, because I
saying
don't
faith.
think they
You keep
asked.
saying faithful.
No,
It ain't
mess-
got nothing to do with faithful. It got to do with you being a man.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, brother. Lon.
Yeah, all
Why
that.
they don't even live in the same town? What reason do they got to be
So
faithful
yeah.
to her?
Oh,
It's
okay, there it is, freedom. They Dodge
I've
and
been
Ghost
trying to
Man left
say
that part out. Yeah, they left that part out. I didn't hear that.
that.
I didn't catch the whole thing. I'm gonna go back and listen to it. But if they not in the same town, that goes back to what I said earlier. It was like, yeah, we all been through that. You know, a woman, be with a man, and you know what I'm saying. You know, you messing with her, and then she go back home, and then she messing with another man or whatever. You know, certain men don't care. You know what I'm saying? But they not in the same house. I'm thinking they in the same house. Same house. That's a whole different program. Now that goes to show that that woman is not telling the whole truth. Because the bottom
exactly.
line, if she actually had it like that, both of them men would be in the house.
Right.
Just
That's why I
like
said
you guys had that
it's a
brother on
glamorized
there
sponsor. You
that
just a
just
sponsor.
yeah, just like that brother that you guys had on there a few like last month or something like that. Both women was in the house. That part.
Yeah, you a sponsor.
Whole different program. Whole different program. And like
Y'all
I
just
said,
y'all want to
like
glamorize it and make it seem like it ain't what it is. You just
I'm
you.
I'm I'm gonna say this in all due respect, sisters, and y'all need to knock it off. You know what I'm saying? Y'all really need to knock it off. You know what I'm saying? Let men be men. Let men do what they do. And even the brother that y'all had on there, I mean, yeah, all right. But there's ways to go about doing things to where, you know what I'm saying, you ain't trying to advertise this to the whole world, you know what I'm saying, put that on blast, you know, and yeah. Y'all just need to knock it off. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to get back and doing what you're doing and stop fantasizing about where you thinking that you can do what you can't do. And I'm being honest. Because it's, y'all built different. You know what I'm saying? Y'all built different. It's a lot of physical. It ain't just mental, it's a lot of physical work that goes into being able to have a poly type of relationship. It takes a lot of work. A lot of men don't want to do that, not in these days and times. You know what I'm saying? Those things happen naturally, and I'm gonna stand on that.
I see OTK wasn't able to get on.
You probably trying to hold the system up. But at the same time, I don't know no man who will be okay with that.
Not
I
no
mean,
same one. Not no same one. Not one with a spine.
it just not make no sense. They would be okay with it.
At
Unless
all.
right, unless he insecure, weak, all that.
Yeah, not one with a spine. I
Yeah.
mean, come on now. I mean, all this stuff going on these days. I mean, come on, man. It's hard enough to just get one.
Trying to tell you, bro. Trying to tell you, man. There ain't no way.
Don't say.
I'm going to go to bed, y'all.
Yeah, I agree. Y'all took the words up dots. You heard when I said don't say. You already knew it was coming.
It's been real.
It's been real, everybody. Good night. We can go ahead and end the show.
All right, much love,
Good
much
night,
love.
y'all. Peace.
All
Peace.
right.
Oh, so you're not going
And
to show that purple one more time? That eyeshadow that I'm
Don't
getting ready to
forget,
steal
we'll
from
see
you?
y'all Monday.
With that fuchsia?
I done took my hair down. I'm ready.
Girl,
I'm ready.
I got a
so
bonnet
pretty
on.
on your
I
skin.
got my bonnet on. I'm sitting here in just a shirt.
So pretty in that skin.
Everything since y'all been talking. I'm
all
so
right, we
glad.
good. We good, sisters. Y'all not mad.
Yes,
Y'all not
thank you,
All
mad at
right.
me, are you?
Good
Anton.
night, y'all. Good
Thank
Y'all
night.
not
Good
you,
night.
mad at me.
Thank you, y'all. We appreciate y'all. We really do. Good night,
All
sisters.
right. Peace and love.
Get some.
Peace and love.
All right.
You want go on to end it,
Good
Elsie?
night. I love everybody. No, you got to end it.
Okay. All right then. All right.
All right. Bye, y'all.
All right.
Good
Peace and
night.
love.
Good night, family in the chat.